I think like when I first started my career, I always thought like I deserve to be there, I should be there, but now it's more like I'm happy to be here and I wish I can stay here, you know? So that's my personal view on things, you know? So just working hard to be there, you know?
Nice, awesome. Well, congrats. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And we will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Thank you, guys.
Find a way in. Armeo and Revenge are trying to work together to get into the river, but
Revenge might be in a bad spot here. Armeo turns out the lights, but the Nature's Wrath is going to cut them all forward. Huge knockup from Vulcan. Can Jojo Pyun cut him off on the right side of the flank? Yes, he can, but Vikla flashes out away, and Prince cleans him up. And Evil Geniuses are on the run. FlyQuest are up on the board.
There by Vulcan reacting to the situation, and the rest of FlyQuest now.
Oh, Ayla with the Magnastorm into the Crashdown, but it gets popped before anyone else from Team Evil Geniuses can look for a turnaround. Jojo Pyun with the Pop Blossom finally finds some burst damage, and Vikla is the first one to go. And Revenge this time around finds the all-out on the Prince, and they wipe the floor on the FlyQuest for the honorable sacrifice of Ayla.
That Baron's actually gone, though. What the heck? That is burned.
They jump right on the Jojo Pyun, and Jojo Pyun, oh no, it doesn't even get to use the Pop Blossom! FlyQuest are now playing with the man advantage, but Ayla and Revenge are doing great work with Armeo, as they've already taken out Prince, and they just now have to deal with Vikla. It's just a bunch of meatballs, but they can surely walk through them, as the meatballs are actually doing a lot of work onto Armeo, but they found Vikla, and with Unforgiven, the lone marksman player, he is the one that can shred through the front line of FlyQuest. 1,000 HP, FlyQuest, they're running out of time. Oh, Ayla's looking for the Dream Flank. He has a flash available, and he's looking for Prince, but he fades onto the bottom side of the map. Armeo is clipping out Vikla, forces him out. Ayla, his one sight, his one target, it's on to Prince, and he and Revenge are going to look for the assassination. The all-out, it finds Prince, it forces him to go back, but he still has a flash to play with. They found Jojo Pyun for FlyQuest. The Radiant Virtue is keeping FlyQuest alive. Vulcan goes back in for the headbutt. Armeo is slow on HP, he's blinking. Vikla finds another kill, but Unforgiven is able to answer back. Ayla finds a huge stun. Armeo is trying to see if he can add any other damage to the fight without going down, but it's just all Unforgiven all day as Ayla leads the charge, finding Vulcan on the back end of it. The Crashdown forces the flash out of impact. The rest of FlyQuest has to retreat.
Big dunks, and he ended up getting the kill, but he's picked.
And there's a dragon available. It's Mountain Soul on the line. Armeo turns out the lights. Prince is forced to use his flash. Ayla goes over the wall with the Magnastorm and the Crashdown, finding Speak on the back end of it. And Revenge is trying to cut off the rest of the damage from Vikla and Prince so that he cannot help Speaka get out alive. The knockup goes in. It's a huge one for Vulcan, but it's a last-ditch effort as Evil Geniuses are the one that reign on top. Team Vulcan is eviscerated. Team Ayla reigns supreme. The vendetta is won for Ayla's favor as they will advance into the base and take out FlyQuest.
Thank you very much, guys. Jojo and Ayla. And there was a lot of build-up to this game for a number of reasons, right? Vulcan, former teammate at Jojo, but also Ayla, the big rivalry you have with Vulcan. Just talk to me about how you're feeling after the win.
Yeah, I mean, after the loss last split, I was like really, really angry. But I knew I had to take my time to like improve and like come back ready. So I've been waiting for a very long time for this game, and I'm just really happy we got my revenge. You know, feels good, feels really good.
Yeah, congratulations. And Jojo, also a really strong start to the split with 4 new teammates. How does this match up to your expectations when you first joined this new roster?
I mean, I knew I was going to play well this split, honestly, because I already said last interview, like, I just really had to take it serious, and I went to Korea to really try play my best, but I also knew all my teammates could be good. And when we were scrimming, I already knew, like, the first few days I would be good. So, I mean, I never really had these expectations I would do bad. So, yeah.
All right. And Ayla, also, your LCS debut has actually been very long awaited. You spent a long time on Team Liquid Academy. Then you had the visa issues to join FlyQuest in the first place. You're off to a very strong start now on EG. Talk to me a bit about how that feels and how almost extra long you had to wait to have a big debut.
Yeah, I think my start to LCS was not easy. I think a lot of people around me, fans, even people close to me were like, you know, maybe you're not good enough. You know, you came to LCS and like, you're not performing, like I was a problem, you know. I took so much flame last split, but I think just a message to everyone, especially players, if you just trust yourself and keep grinding, you'll make it.
Awesome message. Also, this was a big grudge match. You're playing Team Liquid tomorrow. Both of you sit at 4-1. How will you feel playing against Core JJ in your old org?
It'll be fun. I have a lot of respect for Core. also it'll be fun versing Yon and Harry. So yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll be deciding who goes second place, I'm pretty sure. So
I mean, I think TL is so overrated, it's crazy, but like, I mean, if you look at the teams they versed, I think they had like the easiest schedule. I mean, they lost to Dig, but we lost to Dig too, so I can't really say anything, but I think they just versed really bad teams week 1 and this week, so I think this next week will be hard for them and tomorrow, so we'll see.
This is going to be gone, and okay, they're going to look for it anyway.
Boogie wants it. They throw out the Nature's Grasp, and they're ready to follow it up here with a quick. This Chime is low, and he's about to drop first, but Insanity's kiting back away from Contracts. Palafox here with a chase. Chime escapes with 100 HP. Haunter goes all out. The follow-up's there on
Turtle's
FBI,
here.
and Haunter takes him down. Turtle's ready to get excited, and TSM's already found 2. Dokla wants Haunter, but he'll take Insanity out first. Haunter stays alive just barely. The health bars of the top in support of TSM are just holding on by a thread, but they get a 3-to-1 fight. TSM going after this third Drake. They want to force it down before NRG's able to contest. Contract's thinking about a Vault Breaker, but the Drake's already low. Nature's Grasp has been fired off, and now Chime's ready to lock down the enemy top laner. Dokla's gonna die before he can do much of anything. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, and the Croc goes down. Finally, NRG gets one back, making it a 1-for-1, but Turtle's ready to pop off. He's on a rampage, and Ignar gets away. Still a 2-for-1 trade, plus the Drake over to TSM.
We'll see if they can spot it. He does have vision on this Baron, but Insanity is hunting for him and has spotted him now, so just send Chime over the wall, chase him out, finish the Baron, but Ignar and Dokla are arriving. This is gonna get a bit awkward.
NRG wants to fight it. Baron secured by the side of TSM. Dokla here on the front line, soaking the damage for now. Turtle's excited. 1 down, 2 down. Are they gonna find the third? Ignar with a flash away as Insanity, stays on the chase here, looking for Contracts. Chime and the rest of TSM cut him off. Doesn't look like it quite yet. Palafox goes in now. NRG wants to fight again, but they're still only in a 3v4. I'm not really sure what's going on here as Palafox cannot even kill Turtle. NRG is in full desperation mode, and TSM's just farming money off it.
For just the one, and Palafox now trying to find another pick here on a Turtle. Great sidestep from Turtle.
Great counterattack from Chime. The Super Mega Death Rocket's not even needed because Insanity guns down Palafox. The enemy carry's gone. FBI trades one back, but then immediately falls himself. And TSM is going to chase him all the way to hell. Dokla's the only man left. He wants the burst on Turtle, but can he find it? Not quite yet. Chime with a stasis to survive. Turtle lives with under 100 HP, and I think TSM just won the game.
The Golden Guardian's not going to be contested here. River should be able to secure this. Now they're going to TP in.
He's got the Magnet Storm. They followed up the Glacial Prison. They wanted to go after Treats, but he disengages. Kenvy's stuck here in the front, and he's already down. The Horn sounds off, and it hits 2. But where's the follow-up? Treats now dies. They try to find an Inferno multi. Finally, a little bit of damage back onto the Golden Guardians lines with Solo here in the middle, and Gory and Huhi looking to disengage. Stixay and Licorice are down. Kenvy and Treats are down. A 3v3 remains, and Balulu's looking to lead the way with Gory now going to get popped. And Immortals will win the fight 3-2.
Back to most of the big moments for Immortals this split, it is him taking over.
Well, Kenvy now has to be concerned because Golden Guardians looking to stop him from taking his own red. Huhi and River are leading the way. Balulu nearly killed back in mid lane. Kenvy has to use the ulti to try to continue the disengage, but Stixay puts an arrow in his back. Golden Guardians gonna find the kill there, but now they gotta be careful. Stixay's down below 100 HP. Gory's made his rotation over. A double kill back to Stixay. Tactical, nicely done there. Trying to use the Calibrum to tag another target. Utilize these Chakrams, find a little bit more of that DPS. There it is, the long-range shot.
There wasn't really a window for him to get out, and then during all that, River stacks up the passive.
Oh no, Tactical instantly drops and Treats right next to him.
Ward over there, so a lot of wards to TP2. This one's early, but they can just go on Licorice. That was...
Licorice is ready to try to enter the fight. Kenvy popping the ulti here nice and early. The Baron's down to 3K, but now they're ready to fight. Treats is killed as soon as he tries to go in. He drops the Magnet Storm on 2. Kenvy has to pop that stasis to stay alive as Licorice looks for Tactical, but he won't find enough damage just yet. Solo with a re-engage right back on the river, and Tactical has the damage. Golden Guardians are in trouble, and the Horn sounds off. Flash from Licorice and Stixay both to try to keep themselves away as Solo continues pushing forward. Balulu right beside him. They want Stixay. You take out the Varus, there's not a whole lot of damage left. Licorice still prowling around looking here. Tactical goes forward, using that Gale Force. Keep in mind, he's got the lockdown there. But Stixay beautifully fired back, takes Solo out. Gory and Huhi coming around from behind. Golden Guardians punish Immortals and wipe them off the map.
Now trying to take this dragon here. There is flashback for Tactical, so they're just going to try to make something happen.
Chains of Corruption hits Solo. He's immediately dead. The tank is already gone, and Gory's coming around from the flank. Magnet Storm locks down everybody as Licorice flies over the wall with the Dominus, and Immortals are crushed. Triple kill to Stixay's Varus.
GG. They're going to look for tier 3 in mid next. Licorice has control over that wave. Solo's ready to summon up the Ornhorn here. They're going after Stixay. They do a lot of damage, and they manage to take him out, but they're already going to lose their jungler in return. Shut down over to Tactical. He's got to do a lot more work. Licorice pops the dominance, continues running forward. Now they're going to turn their focus over onto Balulu as Tactical falls back towards the fountain. He'll be the last man standing. A quadra kill over to Gory. Tactical gets out. Kill for Gory of the Golden Guardians. The ace will be the end of the game.
What's up, everyone? We got Huhi right next to me on a victorious win here today. How are you doing?
Good, good.
First question, actually. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you since MSI. A lot has happened. What is a lesson you guys had going over to MSI back in London, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the MSI experience was really helpful for us. I think all of us kind of leveled up a bit. But it's just a shame that in the beginning, it wasn't really showing. I was really confident, but that wasn't like getting showed on stage. But I think we're just having a slow start. Yeah,
actually, to kind of piggyback off of that, Golden Guardians, but also you're a creative player. Golden Guardians seems to be more of a creative team that tries a lot of like picks. Like, you said it was a slow start. Do you feel like it's because of like a misread on the meta? Like, how do you feel contributes to that?
I think it has a lot, actually. I think we're a kind of a weak team when it comes to adapting to the new meta. Because compared to MSI patch, this patch is like we're playing like completely different champions at every role and different matchups. So that's the main reason why I think we're struggling a bit.
Okay, I mean, so far this week, you guys have been smashing it. I mean, Static Shiv has been a big thing. We've been seeing a lot of shakeups with new champions coming through. You've been playing Rel 2 games in a row, and I know working with you, you tend to come into the room with like creative picks thrown out there. How's it been with you this week, kind of showing up for this week? You picked out Rel. Anything you want to talk about?
I mean, I think the change just makes her even stronger. So before I will have like only specific occasion that I will pick her, but nowadays I feel like I can just pretty much pick her anytime I want and kind of win lane and have a big impact in the later of the game too. So yeah, I mean, like I think the new patches enables a lot of new supports compared.
Okay, and my last question to you: you're going to be going up against TSM tomorrow. I know you have friends there on that squad. Chime, Hanser. Any message to them? They've been doing pretty well. You guys are going to have to go up against them.
Yeah, I mean, pretty surprised that they're doing well. But yeah. But yeah, Hunter, I'll be up there soon. Yeah.
All right, top gank, 3 minutes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
When the minions come out.
I mean, you've seen me like moving around early in the game. I'll be top.
Sounds good to me. And you know what? I can't wait for it. Speaking of new changes in the patch, there's a big product coming out there named Static Shiv. I hear Captain Flowers has something for me after this one.
Thieves has a really good comp with all the items, but yeah.
Nature's Grasp fired off. They got Fudge here in the front of everybody. They're looking to dogpile Cassante, but Sven's grabbed the kill on Busio, and C9 are firing right back. A little bit more damage coming out of Decimating Smash, but it won't get there. Huhi the Prophet just called it. A double kill for Yuumi of all people. Berserker picks up another one, and C9 just painted the river red with 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blabber here is behind him. Someday is here, but there's all of C9. They're gonna go for the dive.
Yeah, Scion's normally pretty tanky. He tried to use the ulti there to grab a little bit of CC.
Quid's
he clears out the wave enough. Now C9 does have to be a bit careful. Yeah, Quid's coming around from the side, but Blabber's ready to lock him down. The Nico's got to be careful as the Yuumi ulti finds everybody. Quid's gonna get the ulti off, but he dies already to Berserker. Fudge leads the charge in. Tofo strikes, brings him right back. And it's Berserker knocking him down. A double kill back over to the Zeri. And he ain't done yet. Chases the rest of 100 Thieves away. And I mean, that's probably a pretty big aspect of this, I would assume. Hold on, we don't even have time to talk about it. Double-It's ulti keeps him alive for an extra second. Closer popping the clone. Over the wall comes M&S. Double-It's down. Busio's down. C9 has lost their jungler, but the pace continues. Berserker setting off the bomb on these guys. Triple kill back over to M&S. Only some days still standing, but the day's today, and it's Cloud9's day for another dub.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers, standing by with your reigning MVP, Berserker, fresh off of another Zeri game, but this time, AP Zeri. Explain why, how?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't practice in Scrim like Jerry all the time, but I played it like yesterday in solo queue. I thought, oh, it's fucking broken, so you know. I'm gonna play no matter what today, so I just fuck it and you know.
So obviously you played a ton of Zeri. The build with AP, do you have to play differently? Like your ult, you have to make sure you actually like go in, or does it play mostly the same?
Yeah, I mean, AD Jerry is like ult and just like keep auto attack, right?
Yes.
But AP Jerry is just mage, you know, just E front E ult and Q auto and just one shot everything, you know.
Right.
And static is so cringe, right? So
yeah, very cringe. Still body. You know what else is cringe? Yuumi. Sven is back on Yuumi. Why does he always go back to this champion?
I mean, we don't like plan to pick Yuumi, but you know, I didn't practice Jerry, right? So Sven is same. I don't know what should I pick. Just give me Yuumi. Fuck it, you know.
Oh my god. Okay. Last question before you pick up any more fines. Who else do you think is the best team? It's obviously you guys at the top. Is Team Liquid your closest competition?
I mean, I don't know what happened to Fly, but yeah, I thought Fly was really good, but you know, but I still think Fly gonna coming like at least 3 or 4 place, you know, and Team Liquid obviously good, but they don't use like static ADC, you know, so yeah.
Okay, some shots at Jan. You're not impressed with Jan, I guess. Team Liquid's behind you on stage. That's going to do it for us. Dig versus Team Liquid is next. Thank you so much for the interview, Berserker. I'll see you guys later.
Rich is just dedicating his job to keeping Jan out of this fight, so let's see how much damage can Team Liquid get without Jan, and it looks like they're just doing a damn good job already, not really needing Jan as he finally flashes in for the cleanup. They eviscerate Dignitas, and then just fall through, committing Flash and Gale Force. Oh, but now Core JJ might be in trouble. Jan tries to bail him out, but he is eviscerated, and Tomo is going right onto Jan's face. He takes him out by himself. That's a 1v2 practically for Tomo. Can they scoop this one out? It's a huge Mega Gnar scoop up by Summit, but it's not enough damage, and now Pioshik is the only man left standing from Team Liquid. Early game was always great, but then they could not find a way to close out the mid-game. They find an engage on the diamond, but Magnastorm is huge on the 3. Can they capitalize? Moonlight Vigil gets a huge chunk, takes out Pioshik. Summit's about to go Mega. Does he want to leap back in? He flashes forward. He scoops on up, and one of the members of Dignitas, Santorn, is taken alive, but Jan is forced to flash away the Featherstorm. Rich with the 3rd Q, and then the Tomo Strikes catches him and clips him out. Someone would have to go huge here. Jan and Core JJ, they're playing it briskly, but it's a huge Cyclone Featherstorm combo. Core JJ starts it all off, and Pioshik has a stopwatch to keep himself alive. Simon looking for the engage. He gets popped by Jensen, but it's traded out by Jan, looking for the triple and Summit. It's just gonna teleport in. He's gonna keep and corral Rich and Jensen, but Rich at least separates Summit away from him with the all-out. How does he keep doing this with Cassante? Rich is a beast on this champion. Boast from Dignitas on the back of it, but Rich has been the clutch maker as they look for one more engage. Core JJ gets a nice grand entrance on the backside of it, and they're trying to take out Jensen. Summit scoops him on up, and Jensen's gone. Core JJ gets traded on out, but Tomo's still alive, and he's firing right off back. Jan and Harry are the only ones left standing. Rich is charging up that 3rd Natopa strike. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Team Liquid are doing everything they can to defend this Lax Nessus turret from going down. The 3rd Natopa strike clips Jan, and he's got a Featherstorm, but he doesn't have a flash. This could be the end for Team Liquid. Dignitas, but Tomo gets clipped out. Team Liquid, if they just survive, they can withstand the hold, they can withstand the base. Rich is doing everything he can to clip this win for Dignitas. Jensen is putting a lot of damage in the backline, but Team Liquid survive. Pioshik is the only one that goes down. Diamond does not have flash though, so he can't look for the engage up. Pioshik just goes for the flash. Cyclone engage right onto Jensen. Santorin peels right on back. Pioshik receives a lot of burst damage, but they take out the front line immediately. But Rich has dealt with Harry into the back line, and he's going for the game end. Rich, can he finish the game by himself? He's got the footwork, but Jan takes him out. Moonlight Vigil, not enough damage. Jan is still alive. He's taking out 1 by 1. The GA pop. Jensen can walk up potentially, but Jan has to deal with 2 threats. He takes out the grand entrance.
Hello, I am here with the victorious Diamond. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a little moment to process that game. Coming out of it, as you walked on stage, you're like, wow, what a disgusting game. What was it like, I guess, being in those ending moments? Like, did the fear kind of set in that you wouldn't be able to close it out, or what?
Yeah, I kind of hit my ult randomly at one point. That can tell you like what was happening in our head at that point. You know, I mean, we got the waves, so like we know we're gonna win if we do nothing, but we're also thinking of the Rakan like not showing the whole time. So I think we kind of lost our cool a little bit. But yeah, I mean, we should have won earlier. I kind of Played that game pretty bad, honestly, but it's fine.
I did want to talk to you about the Rel pick just because you guys so heavily prioritized it in terms of first picking her. It feels like some supports, actually both you and Core JJ, and then also Huhi, really highly value her. So especially with I liked it with the Orianna combo specifically. So just talk to me about like how you guys ideally would kind of execute that combination and why she was such a high prio pick.
Well, the champion is a 12-13 abomination, like Static Shiv. So she's like 56 win rate or something. And the champion is messed up. So, I mean, we played it. I mean, I think they were going to pick it if we didn't. I think that was our idea. And I think when I started playing in LCS, actually, Rel just came out. That was one of my signature champ at the beginning. And I think Core is also really good at the champ. So it's kind of taking away from them and also playing it. I mean, it's too OP. The champ it's messed up.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did have one, like, it was at 27:30, I wrote it down, where you guys had a really good, like, Rel Orianna combo that kind of set you ahead in the game and
the
allowed
dragon,
you
right?
to go ahead. Yeah. Returning to the LCS stage, obviously, you're reuniting with Tomo a bit because he got promoted kind of halfway through.
Yeah.
What's it like been returning to the LCS for you?
It's kind of weird, the timing of it, right? It's kind of like NACL dying and then this happening. So, I mean, it feels good that I get to be here. Like, I'm relieved and I'm grateful for it, but also it's kind of bittersweet in that way. And for me, I think I had like some pretty bad games so far in LCS, honestly. And it's just how it goes. I have to get used to it again because the level is way higher than Academy. So for me, I'll try my best to get back up. And I think it's good that I went Tomo because we've been together for a little bit. So even though we had some breaks in between, so like people say we played together for like 2 years, but in reality we played one split break, one split break, one split break, you know, like so. And then we had another break before I came in. So I still have to like learn more stuff together, even though I could do it as been together for a while, you know.
I remember watching you in your initial LCS debut, and obviously that didn't go how you wanted. In returning, I wanted to ask you how you think you've grown individually as a player in that time between when you did start for FlyQuest and then now starting for Dignitas.
I think I definitely got better, but I think you don't necessarily just get better individually. You get better at like covering your teammates' mistakes and like just being a better person. I think I'm a much better person than I was at the time. So I think like when I first started my career, I always thought like I deserve to be there, I should be there, but now it's more like I'm happy to be here and I wish I can stay here, you know? So that's my personal view on things, you know? So just working hard to be there, you know?
Nice, awesome. Well, congrats. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And we will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Thank you, guys.
Find a way in. Armeo and Revenge are trying to work together against the river, but
Revenge might be in a bad spot here. Armeo turns out the lights, but the Nature's Wrath is going to cut them all forward. Huge knockup from Vulcan. Can Jojo Pyun cut him off on the right side of the flank? Yes, he can, but Vikla flashes out away, and Prince cleans them up. And Evil Geniuses are on the run. FlyQuest are up on the board.
There by Vulcan reacting to the situation, and the rest of FlyQuest now.
Oh, Ayla with a Magnastorm into the crash down, but it gets popped before anyone else from Team Evil Geniuses can look for a turnaround. Jojo Pyun with the Pop Blossom finally finds some burst damage, and Vikla is the first one to go. And Revenge this time around finds the all-out on the Prince, and they wipe the floor on the FlyQuest for the honorable sacrifice of Ayla.
That Baron's actually gone, though. What the heck? That is burned.
They jump right on the Jojo Pyun, and Jojo Pyun, oh no, it doesn't even get to use the Pop Blossom! FlyQuest are now playing with a man advantage, but Ayla and Revenge are doing great work with Armeo, as they've already taken out Prince. And they just now have to deal with Vikla. It's just a bunch of meatballs, but they can surely walk through them, as the meatballs are actually doing a lot of work onto Armeo, but they found Vikla, and with Unforgiven, the lone marksman player, he is the one that can shred through the front line of FlyQuest. 1000 HP, FlyQuest, they're running out of time. Oh, Ayla's looking for the Dream Flank. He has a flash available, and he's looking for Prince, but he fades onto the bottom side of the map. Armeo is clipping out Vikla, forces him out. Ayla, his one sight, his one target, it's on to Prince, and he and Revenge are going to look for the assassination. The all-out, it finds Prince, it forces him to go back, but he still has a flash to play with. They found Jojo Pyun for FlyQuest. The Radiant Virtue is keeping FlyQuest alive. Vulcan goes back in for the headbutt. Armeo is slow on HP, he's blinking. Vikla finds another kill, but Unforgiven is able to answer back. Ayla finds a huge stun. Armeo is trying to see if he can add any other damage to the fight without going down, but it's just all Unforgiven all day as Ayla leads the charge, finding Vulcan on the back end of it. The crash down flash out of impact, and the rest of FlyQuest has to retreat.
Big dunks, and he ended up getting the kill, but he's picked.
And there's a dragon available. It's Mountain Soul on the line. Armeo turns out the lights. Prince is forced to use his flash. Ayla goes over the wall with the Magna Storm and the crash down, finding Speak on the back end of it. And Revenge is trying to cut off the rest of the damage from Vikla and Prince so that he cannot help Speaka get out alive. The knockup goes in. It's a huge one for Vulcan, but it's a last-ditch effort as Evil Geniuses are the one that reign on top. Team Vulcan is eviscerated. Team Ayla reigns supreme. The vendetta is won for Ayla's favor as they will advance into the base and take out FlyQuest.
Thank you very much, guys. Jojo and Ayla. And there was a lot of build-up to this game for a number of reasons, right? Vulcan, former teammate at Jojo, but also Ayla, the big rivalry you have with Vulcan. Just talk to me about how you're feeling after the win.
Yeah, I mean, after the loss last split, I was like really, really angry. But I knew I had to take my time to like improve and like come back ready. So I've been waiting for a very long time for this game, and I'm just really happy we got my revenge. You know, feels good, feels really good.
Yeah, congratulations. And Jojo, also a really strong start to the split with 4 new teammates. How does this match up to your expectations when you first joined this new roster?
I mean, I knew I was going to play well this split, honestly, because I already said last interview, like, I just really had to take it serious, and I went to Korea to really try play my best, but I also knew all my teammates could be good. And when we were scrimming, I already knew, like, the first few days I would be good. So, I mean, I never really had these expectations I would do bad. So, yeah.
All right. And Ayla, also, your LCS debut has actually been very long awaited. You spent a long time on Team Liquid Academy. Then you had the visa issues to join FlyQuest in the first place. You're off to a very strong start now on EG. Talk to me a bit about how that feels and how almost extra long you had to wait to have a big debut.
Yeah, I think my start to LCS was not easy. I think a lot of people around me, fans, even people close to me were like, you know, maybe you're not good enough. You know, you came to LCS, you know, like, you're not performing, like, I was a problem, you know. I took so much flame last split, but I think just a message to everyone, especially players, if you just trust yourself and keep grinding, you'll make it.
Awesome message. Also, this was a big grudge match. You're playing Team Liquid tomorrow. Both of you sit at 4-1. How will you feel playing against Core JJ in your old org?
Oh, it'll be fun. I have a lot of respect for Core. Also, it'll be fun versing Yon and Harry. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll be deciding who goes second place, I'm pretty sure. So
I mean, I think TL is so overrated. It's crazy, but like, I mean, if you look at the teams they versed, I think they had like the easiest schedule. I mean, they lost to Dig, but we lost to Dig too, so I can't really say anything. But I think they just versed really bad teams week 1 and this week. So I think this next week will be hard for them and tomorrow. So we'll see.
Dude, yesterday I played solo queue with Boogie and he pinged me.
Really?
Yeah.
You liar.
I was Jax.
He pinged me all the time.
I was Jax.
Contract's thinking about a vault breaker, but the Drake's already low. Nature's Grasp has been fired off, and now Chime's ready to lock down the enemy top laner. Doko's gonna die before he can do much of anything. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in and the Croc goes down. Finally, NRG gets one back, making it 1-for-1, but Turtle's ready to pop off. He's on a rampage.
So anyone 1v1?
Shut up, Hui.
We have lobby in a minute. Yes, but like anyone on the 1v1.
I'm still waiting.
Solo's ready to summon up the Ornhorn here. They're going after Stixay. They do a lot of damage, and they manage to take him out, but they're already going to lose their jungler in return. Shut down over to Tactical. He's got to do a lot more work. Licorice pops the dominance, continues running forward. Now they're going to turn their focus over onto Balulu as Tactical falls back towards the fountain. He'll be the last man standing. A quadra kill over to Gory. Tactical gets out. Oh! Kill for Gory of the Golden Guardians. And we've got Huhi for the first time on the caster desk here for LCS. Joining us for 100 Thieves versus C9. Double ulti keeps him alive for an extra second. Closer popping the clone. Over the wall comes Jimenez. Double down. Buzio's down. C9 has lost their jungler, but the pace continues. Berserker setting off the bomb on these guys. Triple kill back over to Jimenez. Only some days still standing, but the day's today, and it's Cloud9's day for another dub.
Rich is just dedicating his job to keeping Yawn out of this fight, so let's see how much damage can Team Liquid get without Yawn, and it looks like they're just doing a damn good job already. Not really needing Yawn as he finally flashes in for the cleanup. They eviscerate Dignitas, but Rich has dealt with Harry into the backline, and he's going for the game, and Rich, can he finish the game by himself? He's got the footwork, but Yawn takes him out. Moonlight Vigil, not enough damage. Yawn is still alive. He's taking out one by one. The GA pop. Jensen can walk up potentially, but Yawn has to deal with two threats. He takes out the grand entry. It's Dignitas. Jensen gets the last auto attack. Revenge might be in a bad spot here. Armail turns out the lights, but the Nature's Wrath is going to cut them all forward. Huge knockup from Vulcan. Can Jojo Pyun cut him off on the right side of the flank? Yes, he can, but Vikla flashes out away, and Prince cleans him up. Prince is forced to use his flash. Ayla goes over the wall with the Magnet Storm and the crash down, finding Speak on the back end of it, and Revenge is trying to cut off the rest of the damage from Vikla and Prince so that he cannot help Speaka get out alive. The knockup goes in. It's a huge one for Vulcan, but it's a last-ditch effort as Evil Geniuses are the one that reign on top. Team Vulcan is eviscerated. Team Ayla reigns supreme.
One game with this bad boy, and you'll be saying, holy Shiv, holy Shiv, holy Shiv, holy Shiv. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Need to clear the wave? No problem.
Rip
Need to clear the wave? No problem.
You guys need to clear the wave?
Anyone need
No problem.
Behind the scenes filming.
That's great. We need more of those,
we
especially
do.
for us.
The worst part about the filming that is when I actually slammed my head. It was like
The cartoon bump.
I was like, did I just give myself a concussion or something? What?
I think you did. We need to do that more often. I think more people need to
More
be
concussions?
confused. Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know, Raz.
All right, guys, welcome
I talk about
back.
League of Legends.
Day
not
3,
health.
week 2. Let's pull up the standing. There's been a lot of surprises, especially yesterday. One of those surprises, to me at the very least, was Dignitas. They took a win versus Team Liquid. They're looking pretty good these days.
What are you talking about? It was a surprise. They're amazing. They beat undefeated teams.
Yep.
They beat EG. They beat them. We talk about them going up against C9. That's going to be the 3rd win for Dignitas.
I mean, they literally lost to them.
Next round robin.
I know producer Manny is saying that Dignitas only beats undefeated teams, but they technically played an undefeated team at the start of the year and lost.
Oh.
When
It doesn't count, though, because it does count. It immediately falls flat.
Can change only beat 100% win rate teams. Still counts.
Yep. Let's pull up the schedule.
I'm talking nonsense.
Well, just to see, because of course, for anybody that's under a rock, yes, NRG and FlyQuest not doing all too hot. 100 Thieves as well. We actually got to see Quid this week. Not too hot so far, but we need a little bit of ramp-up time.
Just banger games all across the day. TL versus EG is going to be one of the highlights, but obviously Golden Guardians versus TSM to start, both at 3 and 2. We talk about the surprise teams at 3 wins. I think TSM's one of them, and look legitimately good, and that becomes a question of who can actually win that game now. Who knows how the fans are going to vote for it, but at least it does feel like one where I wouldn't actually be shocked if TSM won anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation to be had, because I think for us, we were, at least yesterday, Jat, you've been talking about who's the second best team in the league. Seems like it's getting easier and easier to tell, but hard to put your gut out and say Team Liquid just because of the last split that we've seen.
I'm going to make a pivot.
EG? You're pivoting.
EG?
It's Golden Guardians.
Oh my God, that is I don't believe you.
That's the most boring pivot you could have. You could have got.
I don't believe him.
He came in with the hot take of yesterday of IMT are going to finish higher than Golden
And I was
Guardians
wrong.
in the first round.
Yeah, you were wrong. Before you made the take, you were wrong.
The best team isn't the team with the second best record. it means the second best team.
Yes.
I'm over this. We're gonna go to a stats segment. I decided I've had enough of Jat.
Okay.
We're halfway through the first round robin. We're gonna mess around in stats and just pull up the internal tool that we use here at Riot whenever we look around. And instead of trying to fit everything into a fancy graphic, I just have the ability now to go wherever I want. And so
Really big graphic.
really, really big graphic is a way to think about this. That's interactive too. So for example, I can say, hey, who's got the highest KDA?
Berserker.
And it's Berserker, who has only died once through 5 games and has a 51 KDA.
Who killed him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm sure we can figure it out, whichever game that happened in.
Someone dig into the VODs.
Why do you, like, I have this incredible stats tool, and you ask, like, the questions I can't answer. You know, like, who's second? What's his gold difference? Like,
That's just the coolest thing to me. It's like the one death, the Berserker stopper.
I want to see if we can get to 100.
Yeah, I think the 51
that'd be cool.
KDA through 5 games.
What if it's just the fountain?
Ridiculous.
You know?
Dude, every time we do this, every time we point out that someone has like a 75 KDA, they die like 4 times.
Yeah,
We just cursed
it
it.
usually gets cursed pretty quick. Looking at biggest goal differences at 14, who do you think has the best early game? It's Summit, of course. Not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, the JoJo Blabber are also like really close, and I'd say the biggest surprise is Piosik after how awful he was in spring.
Yeah, having a huge
884.
bounce back.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Actually, question about jungle proximity for Summit, because that was the surprise last split, was how well he was doing in lane with lower jungle proximity. Want to see how he does in this league.
So I heard that we figured out who killed him.
What?
You guys can all guess who killed Berserker, and I'll let you know.
That's
The
so
producers told me.
hard.
There's only 25 options because he's played 5 games. One of those 25 people killed him.
Okay,
I'll
who
give
do
you
you
a
play?
hint.
I mean,
It's a
I'm-
Dignitas player.
Ooh.
Oh.
Tomo!
No. Tomo's out.
Diamond!
I mean, it's
No,
Rich.
you only get one
It
guess.
must be Rich.
It's not Rich.
Even though he's the best player on the team?
In the world, actually. Go ahead.
Santorin?
It is Santorin.
Yes!
Santorin's the one person who has killed Berserker
Lucky
so far
guess.
this split. We'll see who can get number 2.
Mark, how easily is it to see their game-by-game performances?
I can do that, but that's a waste of time.
Is it? So, like, literally, so I see, is it though? I see Piosik and Summit at like 1,100,
All right,
at
so-
800. I want to see, like, is that 5,000 in one game? and
Who
even all the other?
are you wondering about?
Kind of just the top. So, like, I want to see Summit.
Okay.
Because he's a very hit or miss, like, feast or famine player.
Yeah. So this is just showing off how cool this tool is. So I can go that, and then I
If
can
you're good at it, which-
yeah, I can break it out by match date. So now these are the days
Oh
that
my
they
God.
played.
Okay.
I'd have to check which opponents. I
So
could put
yeah, let's look
opponent
at this
team
gold.
in there.
Yeah, then we'll see who he did it to.
Yeah. So he had a 56 CSD over poor Solo.
Solo, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
That's a pretty monstrous 3001.
Rich obviously stood his ground.
No
that
one
was the
can, no
Ornn
one can
game
topple
where-
Rich.
That was actually the Ornn
Yeah.
game where Piosik dove him twice. So putting that
Yeah.
out there. Justice for Solo.
The other thing that stands out to me is I noticed he was not top in forward percentage.
Yeah, we can go back to that.
That 100 Thieves game, dragging his average down. Because I remember, like, regardless of how well TL were doing as a team, they had such insane early games in spring. Summit was always top in forward percentage. But now, Fudge and Someday have surpassed him.
Can you
thus
show
far
me
in summer.
Blabber's goal differences game by game as well?
Yeah, I can do that.
Because there was that one game where he was really far ahead of Santorin, and I want to see how much that skews the average.
I love how all of this is just us asking multiple questions.
Well, that's what this segment
Isn't
was
that
to
the
me.
point?
It's us just digging around. I want to go like
We're
position
asking a
by
lot,
position
though.
to get like actual rankings in a second, so we don't
Okay.
waste too much time just digging into individual players. But
These are the
Let's see.
stars, though.
these are the stars. This is Blabber individual games.
Yeah.
Santorini.
That is dragging the average up.
But really cool that he actually hasn't been behind at 14 in any of his games.
I mean, that sounds like Blabber to me, though.
Yeah.
He's a beast power farmer, makes good ganks, all that stuff.
Wow.
Let's go by some positions. What positions are you guys interested in?
80 carry actually for me.
You want to see some 80 carry stuff other than
80 carry
Berserker? Who
stuff.
else is doing well?
Yeah,
we
who
know
else is-
Berserker's good.
Who else is vibing?
Yawn, I bet.
Jan's
makes
probably
sense.
popping off.
Yeah.
I'm interested in like people who are on struggling teams like FBI. FBI for me, I'm wondering about.
He's dying a lot.
Turtles! Look at that lead for Turtle. What the?
Whoa.
I mean, it's still small enough sample size that if you have one game where you hard dumpster
Yeah.
someone, it'll
Yeah, it's
skew the
weird.
whole average up. But it is cool to see, like, hey, Turtle's actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, also they play towards him quite a bit.
Stixay, Yawn, Berserker scaling because he's got weighed down by Sven.
Actually, can you go to jungle procs at 14? I want to see who gets the most jungle help.
Probably Turtle. Yeah.
Yep.
Because that is their entire team.
Boogie's a big camper too. He loves
Yeah.
he loves hanging around lanes.
Yeah.
So that's like that was consistent last split
Oh,
where
Blabber's not helping Berserker either.
no matter who the AD carry was, including Neo, they were gonna play the bot lane. So that's pretty consistent.
Oh, you know what we didn't check was who's feeding this split. Who's
how do we check this?
early candidate for most deaths?
Oh,
Just
Tomo.
raw deaths.
That'll happen.
Yeah. Oh.
So crazy. Look at how many 80 carries are up there, right? Tomo,
Yeah.
FBI, and
Yeah,
Prince.
that is weird.
Yeah.
It does feel like maybe there's this like hard target the bot lane. Like ganks don't go top really.
Yeah.
Ganks don't go mid that often.
80 carries are overpowered, but they're also getting killed a lot.
Yeah.
Because
they know that.
And because of the meta, they're like probably the sole damage of their composition. So we're just diving them.
And then like your tank runs away, your jungler's like, oh no, the fight's over.
Malphite's like, all right, guys, show's over. I'm going home.
Let's check out mid laners a little bit, see what we got. JoJo's absolutely hulking out again, by the way. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Holy
20.
moly.
Woo! Jungle proximity for this one has to be JoJo.
Yeah, he has jungle procs.
Yeah.
He's got Armeo in his back pocket.
Hell yeah.
But to me,
Pocket
I
Mayo.
will say this: the game where Armeo was on Viego and went mid a bunch of times in a row, that was off the back of JoJo winning from level 1 in trades and having him perma shoved in and stuff to enable those. But you know, it's like chicken or the egg. I think
Can
that
we
one
do
was.
the game-by-game JoJo breakdown to see where this Giga CS and Gold Lead came from?
I mean, part of it is.
Small thing before you do.
What's that?
2 games for Quid, high jungle proximity. 3 games for Nuke Duck, the lowest jungle proximity.
Left him on an island. Don't start the Quid hype train, man.
I'm starting
Wait, no,
the
that's a
Nuke Duck
Nuke Duck
hype train.
hype
That's
train.
a Nuke Duck hype train. Just throwing that out there quickly.
Oh, no.
Oh, did I
Off
say
of low
hype train?
sample
I said
size.
hate train. Don't start the Quid hate train.
It's the low sample size hate
Yeah.
train.
It's 2 games.
Harry's having good lane phase. Eminez good lane phase. Good leads.
All drama starts with low sample sizes.
That's
Yeah,
true.
true.
That is a very quick way, like saying that I was crazy for putting them 7th after they lost to FlyQuest.
Wild.
How'd that one work out? We don't know yet, actually. Oops.
Zimmerman report.
Whoops. Don't look at that.
Whoopsies.
It's got my social security number in there.
Freeze frame.
All right, you wanted to say
Someone
who
actually-
again?
I just want the JoJo game-by-game breakdown
Right.
because he's leading in CSD at 20. And
We need to get some
Gold.
pictures in here.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Some images.
Yeah, just JoJo. This guy's got a thick
what?
neck. dude.
My God.
Thick.
JoJo,
right.
good looking.
Wait, who's the
This is
thick neck guy
consistent.
in
Oh my
MSI?
God. 19,
actually makes
19,
it-
20,
Yeah.
19, 24.
That's
Makes it
Bong's
more
silhouette.
impressive to me, actually.
I feel like even when JoJo was like doing poorly last split, though,
Look how
I
consistent the
mean,
jungle procs is,
actually,
too.
you could probably check this as well if you're willing to dig into last split, or I don't know if you want to stay on current numbers. But I felt like he was always CSing really well.
Yeah.
JoJo?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he was still a really, really strong laner. Like I remember during the looking at laning stuff from last split.
Yeah.
It wasn't
the thing
quite as
that like
nuts.
yeah.
Across
That's
a whole
true.
split,
It's-
plus 4.5 is actually pretty good. That would have been like first or second in the league, I bet.
We can find out.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Actually, wait.
Statman Mark.
This is like a radar speed test for Mark.
Yeah.
It is, really is.
I want position. That's what I was doing.
Okay, let's see if you can figure this one out, Mark.
It's not that hard. I just have to type in mid. If I can actually type. And then just get rid of JoJo Pune.
Yeah. And then it'll be all mid laners for the LCS in year
Against this
2023.
year, yeah.
Nice.
And it'll break it down by season.
Yep. Who had the best CSD? It's
But
obviously
you'd
JoJo
actually
this
want to
split,
get
but-
rid of. I mean, we'll be able to tell.
Oh,
but you,
yeah.
Yeah. Harry's second right now. Gory. Yeah. But you see, it was like 5.2. Like, there weren't monstrous
But yeah,
CSDs.
my instinct was
he's
right.
He's still
0.1
top
off a
3
second.
for
Yeah.
spring.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing, though. JoJo's lane phase was not the problem. It was the deaths. and
Except,
stuff.
look, he was getting 5% less jungle ganks. Like, actually, the amount of jungle procs that he's getting now is probably higher than anyone has had in the last 2 splits. Like,
Well, Inspired's a lot more efficiency focused, kind of like a Blabber
Yeah.
playstyle, whereas Armeos is very happy to camp lanes.
Yeah.
yeah, and the Young is based off of 2 games. So, like, of 5 games or more, this is the most a jungler has been mid lane in all of the LCS.
Makes sense to me.
Are JoJo and Armeo the best mid jungle
They're best
in
friends.
the LCS?
Best of buds.
Let's do the important stats, support stats. Here we go.
They're the
CS?
Zach and, they're the
Support
Zach
CS?
and Cody of the LCS.
No, I'm kidding. All right, let's move on to team stuff. We don't have too much more time, but I just want to go through a couple of quick team things.
fun.
I am
actually
a
have
stats nerd.
I have a lot more questions for you, but I've been dominating the questions.
I don't mind. It's like I feel like people either hate this segment because they don't care, or it's like the best thing they've ever seen. There's no middle ground.
Waiting room.
Yep. So Gold Lead, Team Liquid dominating. But what I find interesting is that their game time is actually 31 minutes, which is pretty standard. C9, 27-43 through 5 wins is nuts, but it's like just a good gold lead, which speaks to how clean they are in the mid game, whereas Team Liquid struggles a little bit more. And also, their combined kills per minute is actually one of the lower teams in the league because they don't die. They've only died 30 times total, whereas the next closest is like 41, 43 or something. So their combined kills per minute is low because they're actually just a very clean team. What else do you guys want to poke around with?
I was looking at
FlyQuest is so miserable, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
that.
look at major deficit.
Is there a way to remove FlyQuest from the data pool? Don't want to look at it.
That's what I was looking at, because time spent with a major deficit, FlyQuest dominates that over IMT, which I was surprised. I mean, yes, they're 0 and 5, so I shouldn't be, but still.
Yeah, I mean, major leads the other thing too. They haven't been in many winning positions. I think that's interesting for Dig, the fact that they're 2 and 3, but have not been consistently in winning positions.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing with Fly for me, or maybe not the weirdest thing. A lot of times when like a team with really high expectations has a bad record, you can usually look in the stats and find some redeeming quality.
Yeah.
Like, oh, their early game is really good, but they've had a few throws, or
Team
they've
Liquid
kept a lot of
split.
close games, or something.
Yeah.
But FlyQuest actually has, like, the best you could do would be their games are pretty long, despite how bad their early game is.
Yeah.
But that's really reaching.
Yeah, we can hold on from behind. We turtle pretty good when we're losing.
We're turtling.
That's rough.
Yeah, it does not have much good plays to work on. I guess we can look at Dragon percents. Do we care about that? I can look up
now.
I'm actually.
Can you do
I'm
first Drake
curious.
time?
Yeah.
Like how first Drake?
Let me see. I don't know if there's time. There's first Drake percent. Oh, first Dragon time. It's in there.
Boom.
Who gets the dragons fastest?
I'm interested.
I hope this isn't just the baseline lowest. Yeah, this looks like
I
average.
believe this will
average.
be
Yeah, you can mouse over and it'll tell you
there we
average.
go. So when they get first dragon,
sorry, let me pull this stat over more so it's not.
This must be when their team gets the first dragon.
Yeah.
C9.
Yeah, so if the other team gets first dragon, it's really gonna turbo your average.
Right. So like Dig doesn't control dragons, so the first dragon they get is actually like third when they're contesting something.
Yeah.
Damn.
Look at TSM up there. I have noticed, actually, like, after looking at Boogie early pathing plus just, like, how Insanity is playing mid, they do a pretty good job of trying to prioritize first Drake early.
Yeah, I can put on first dragon percent, too, so you can see for their averages. You know, like, Dig only gets it 20% of the time, so their first dragon time is quite terrible, whereas this is all C9s.
Yeah.
And the other teams are between, like, 60 and 40.
Interesting, yeah, to see FlyQuest up there.
Yeah.
A lot of big surprises.
Redeeming
here.
quality.
A lot of big surprises here.
You found it.
All right, Mark, I'm going to pull you from this one now.
All right, I hope people enjoyed this. Let us know in the comments or like wherever,
Tweet at us,
tweet at us.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, but like let us know if you like that because I personally really like.
If they do, I want to make it like a Wednesday thing.
In general?
Like the Wednesday waiting room, we look at stats.
Maybe not every week, but like especially heading into
Or it's
like
the Friday thing.
Especially like week 5 and week 6 heading into MVP voting and these kinds of things. Like I really like getting nitty-gritty.
Especially when we have a larger sample size. When we have a larger sample size, people will definitely want to. And also, just let us know which stat you are most interested in, because that's something that is nice to
Control wards placed.
Yeah.
No one cares. But who does care?
Prince does not place control wards. That's a stat I found earlier. He's
that's
less
another
than 1 a game.
That is a surprise.
He's placed 4 and 5 games.
There are other surprises, though, and for us, it's going to be the teams that surprised us the most coming into the split.
Yeah.
So let's talk about them.
TSM.
TSM is a big one.
Yeah.
You could hit on TSM immediately. So actually talk to us about the team.
Yeah, looking through a lot of those stats, they were low-key good, and I really am looking forward to this graphic because it tells us a nice visual representation of what their strength of schedule has been. So TSM did Team Liquid, FlyQuest, Cloud9. As a first 3 before the season, you'd think, holy crap, they're doomed. Then their last 2 against Immortals, NRG may seem a little bit easier, but they are 3-2. And Insanity has been there the whole time.
Yes.
They signed him as a, quote, like, 6th LCS roster member before the split. He's been performing really well. And the other thing I learned yesterday in a conversation with Hanser is they have been grinding with this new format. So during a regular week, they will do their regular scrim blocks on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
They will then play night blocks every day, which gives them 8 scrims a day. And even yesterday, he said, oh yeah, after this, we're going to play a full block of scrims.
Yeah.
So their scrim volume is extremely high, probably the highest in the league. I'd have to check with everyone, but they're playing a lot of games, and I think early on it's paying off.
I really like it too, because I think there's a lot of hesitation around this roster, not just in terms of like the org potentially leaving the space, but also like you're bringing Turtle back, you're bringing Haunter back, some older members. Like, are they going to care? Like, I think there was a lot of concern from fans about that, but they're grinding really hard and they're looking really good. We just saw in the stats deep dive, Turtle's up there, Haunter's been playing very well.
Yeah, and as a team, that was, for me, the big surprise. Around major objectives, they highly prioritize, you can tell. Sometimes they'll just sack waves bot side when it's like, no, it's Rift Herald time. So the Malphite parking himself straight around Rift Herald.
Week 1 was Malphite,
Yep.
week 2 was Cassante.
There it is. And a lot of the times, like, they've done a really good job at clearing vision and being really disciplined around that. I think, like, Haunter being added to the team does help a lot of times. And another thing is, like, Shime's not talked about enough. He's been a really good support that's been engaging at the right times. And it feels really difficult if they have position around an objective for teams to fight them back. They are just a good team. And that's the thing that I wanted to point out was like, yes, their players are performing, but a lot of times poor teams that have good early splits is because, oh, this player's overperforming. It's going to start, fading away once other teams are just a lot more consistent. No, they're just a really good squad around objectives, and I think that carries themselves throughout the split.
I'm going to take the super easy one in TL.
Okay.
Because I do think,
Is it because their
this
schedule
is
was super easy, like JoJo said?
Let's see. Their schedule was what? TSM,
Pretty
100
easy.
Thieves.
It's actually
Their
not that
schedule
hard.
is pretty easy.
Yeah.
And then they lost to Dignitas. So we'll see. I do think the real test kind of starts with them today, going up against EG, the other team that's up here. But one thing I do think you can say has had demonstrable effect, and obviously fell off a little bit yesterday with some of those mid and late game teamfight setups, but is their actual team fighting, is their neutral objective setups. They do seem to be a lot more on the same page. So whatever is going on internally that was allowing them to do these, Summit's TPing in mid, Kyoshik's going in, and the rest of the team isn't there, that we saw across almost all of their mid to late game team fights in spring. They have actually shored that up quite a bit.
Yeah, they're not going to be perfect. They still dropped that game to Dignitas, but they have gotten better. And I think individually as well, Summit has not died nearly as many times, has not had those big oopsie plays. Pyoshik's been a lot better.
Unless he's playing against Rich.
Yeah.
But that's not a Summit mistake. That's a Rich being the best player.
Rich is really good.
Best player
that
in the
is a Summit
world.
mistake.
Yeah.
It's
That is a Summit mistake.
Talk about EG. You're incapable of being unbiased
Positive about
against
Rich. So it's fine.
You cannot
just
talk
move
about
on.
Rich.
We're talking about low
Just move
sample
on.
sizes, so we can talk about EG, which is another big surprise because yes, they blew up their spring roster. That was, I'm sure, funded a lot into it. And you bring in players that had struggling histories. Like, for instance, Ayla just came off of FlyQuest. You expect them to perform much more worse than Vulcan. That has not been the case. Another one is Armeo coming in to prove himself. He has performed incredibly well, especially on that Viego game where he was the hard carry. So individuals on Evil Geniuses are performing, and that's, I think, the surprise for a lot of people, including me, who placed them low in the power rankings. But as a team, that's another thing. It was like, okay, it's a completely new team, literally scattered Dragon Balls coming together. Everyone has said the scattered Dragon Balls analogy, right? Everyone has said that.
It's the best analogy ever.
Yes, it's incredible, right?
This
Every
is the
single
first
person.
time I've heard that.
He said it before.
You're just under a rock.
It's
Exactly.
literally
I've
Raz.
said it
Boomer
before.
Jet, never watched
on
Dragon
this
Ball.
Check the
Yes.
tapes. I
But
don't believe you.
I'm taking it from
Check the tapes.
the community sentiment. But yeah, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I love that this is a revenge team, both literally and figuratively, because like you said, every single one of these players, like, right, Revenge, the top laner that everyone was like, oh, this guy's so much better than the teams he's been on. Like, other tops were constantly saying how much they respected Revenge, especially in laning phase. Armeo, someone who was coaching, has been passed over by so many NA teams, even after subbing in a final and nearly winning.
Yes.
JoJo, who fell off compared to his phenomenal rookie season. In spring, people were like, oh, maybe he's just not that good, sophomore slump, etc. Unforgiven, former LEC All-Pro, couldn't find a team, is now on here, really wants to prove, again, that he could have started previously when he was on 100 Thieves Challengers last split. And then Ayla, whose story we've already talked to death, right? Like, got replaced by Vulcan on FlyQuest, came to EG, and they're just rolling.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams for the rest of the day. One team that we will be seeing, the surprise team, I suppose, is TSM right now, going up against Golden Guardians. So that's going to be a match that we're going to be talking about for the first game of the day. This one's a tricky one. TSM, we already talked about doing much better than we expected. You talked about their scrim kind of how much they've been scrimming. So they actually might take this upset versus Golden Guardians that started the split kind of rough. So yes, let's take a look at the schedule. We talked about that first game of the day. Immortals Progressive going up against 100 Thieves. Team Liquid Honda going up against Evil Geniuses. FlyQuest versus Dignitas. C9 versus NRG. Feels like there's a lot of upset potential this day.
It's a great day. And there's upset potential because so many teams have performed different to expectations, and we're waiting to see if it corrects. And it looks like some teams are going to be in incredibly deep holes if they don't correct themselves, namely 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. So it's really one of those spice days to see what happens.
Exactly. And so let's just talk about TSM a little bit more, because we did hit on them earlier and how much they've been pushing and getting better and better. This is kind of like the objective fighting that they've had. There's a lot of highlights here individually. What are you looking at?
I loved Chime in this team fight. Looping everyone up, stalling for Turtle to collapse. Haunter as well did a great job, and I think that's what I really like to see, is that they do a really good job in team fighting. Haunter off that just malfight duty, it was really nice to see that he can play the Cassante. You know, it wasn't like they were just picking it because he's bad, and they're like, yeah, just put him on malfight so we can soft lose the game and then ult when it matters. You know, like, this was a really nice game to see them actually step up. Insanity still slamming weird stuff like Graves mid. It wasn't just a one-time thing. People are gonna like, do we ban this now? Actually, like, they're a really cool team to watch.
There was a really funny anecdote. We were talking to him behind the scenes, and he was doing content with us, and he was just like, we were just like, yeah, like what was up with the malfight? And he was like, oh yeah, coach just told me to play it. So like unironically, he was like, yeah, I was just playing
team player.
What they asked me to. Like, it's not because I don't have hands.
Blue collar
guys.
Insanity said the same thing to you on stage. Never played Graves.
That was a lie, though.
I know. That was funny as hell. So yes, TSM's a team that there's a lot to hit on for that squad. They're going to be going up against Golden Guardians. I'm just interested in what the predictions look like. I think that one to me, because this today is a big day.
Fan votes have been 90% often. I can't expect it much.
Ooh,
no, yeah.
We have two that are almost going 50-50.
What the hell, Mark?
Dignitas, 50, yeah.
Did you do the predictions today, Mark?
These are my predictions today.
So
I'm actually surprised you're the only Dig. I thought I was going to be spicy with the FlyQuest prediction.
I feel like a couple of these are more one-sided than they should be. Like, Dig versus Fly is legitimately close. I think TSM versus Golden Guardians is probably actually close.
They're both 3-2.
Yeah. Like, these are close games to me. I think it's much more reflective in fan vote this time, because we've seen a lot of 90s. Yeah. Only the C9 one.
That's the crazy one. The fan vote, 51% Dignitas. So the fans are now turning towards Dignitas and against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm not going to, because there's no way FlyQuest can lose every game. So
I've seen teams do it before.
Never in North America has anyone lost every game.
They won one?
They won the first.
Yeah.
Or the second.
1 in 17?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
We've never had a winless LCS team. One thing that I think is interesting is that we all predicted EG. I assume like tentatively, because I also feel like that game could go either way. I had a really difficult time with predictions today. But the fans were just slightly TL favored. So that's really interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I'm so just surprised 80% think Golden Guardians. That feels like living in last split a little bit too much. I feel like, you know, they have interesting picks. I think Gory versus Insanity is the highlight, because they both have very deep champion pools and can kind of reach and kind of pull anything into the mid lane.
Yeah, there's a lot to hit on today. I'm really interested to see what Golden Guardians has to cook for us in their drafts. I mean, I'm sure the caster is going to touch on that, because you got a lot of time to do it, and they're the most creative teams, it feels like. So we're done talking. We're done with waiting room, and we'll see you guys after this. Show starting now.
You know, it's always really special when I get to come to LCS and experience everything that the LCS has to offer.
You know, I like Cubby. I just really don't know what he's been doing all week. He was supposed to be prepping, and instead he's just been solo queuing the smoothie bar every single day.
friends, it is my pleasure to introduce the Smoothie King himself, Cubby. See, pastry time seemed a little judgy on the way you were prepping, but I think you make sure that you have all the nutrients that you need to give us the energy that we need today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, I got to enjoy everything the LCS has to offer, whether that's the smoothies or some of the good gameplay we're hopefully going to be treated to later today. As I know for this first match, 2 teams at 3-2, but if a surprise in the standings with everything being talked about preseason, TSM, I think, overperforming and have a good chance to continue that today against Golden Guardians.
And not many knew what to expect from this TSM roster. Some that we saw in the previous split, some rising from challengers, and then Golden Guardians still in that positive record 3-2. While they do have 2 losses, they're against teams like Cloud9 that have been smashing through everybody else. So we'll see how these 2 teams fare against one another today.
Yeah, and diving in, I think one of the things that's been really interesting this week is that actually each team with the new patch coming in has had a different read on the marksman. TSM putting that big focus on the Jinx for Turtle, whereas Stixxay has been on that new Varus build with the Shiv, the AP varieties. So my eyes are really on that to see if either team get their hands on it. Because for me, TSM, really one of the only teams playing Jinx this week, and Turtles looked really good in it.
I think that Raz was making the point on the desk how these are the 2 teams that have been adapting more than anyone else, though, as you're noting, Cubby, in very different ways. So how much are they going to stick to the strategies we have seen thus far versus bringing some variation? Actually, when I saw Wild Turtle in makeup, I was like, you having fun on the Jinx? It seems like it's been working well for y'all. And of course, he had a smile on his face, because who wouldn't after coming off of a 2-0 on the pick?
Yeah, now Vi left open through the draft, so that's going to be instantly locked in for River. Still a pick that we're seeing a lot of presence, at least mostly when it comes to bans, but Vi getting through seems like teams still want to get their hands on that. On 13-12. Less Enchantresses, but still the ability for Vi to go that early Cleaver or Divine Sunder, depending on how aggressive you want to get. And with that being spotted, point and click CC. Going to be a little bit more safety for Turtle this time around as he locks in the Xayah.
Yeah, you always have that escapability available through the ultimate of Xayah, and he has been playing a bit of that in solo queue as well alongside the Jinx. So a pick that's coming into prominence across multiple teams in the LCS. Maokai, forever safe pick from the jungle position to offer that lockdown, coming from the brush with your ultimate to create those team fight opportunities.
Yeah, Boogie, he's 2-0 on the pick this week, so he's just been on Maokai dude now for the entire week for TSM, as now Golden Guardians. I gotta say, with that Vi showing, there is the opportunity to have a lot of aggression onto the Maokai, at least in the earlier stages of the game, which I think really fits what GG wanted to do in spring and has done so far this summer. So expect to find them some push elsewhere in lane, and taking that Azir definitely fits that identity, as if they are able to chip out their lanes, you can support Vi invading, and that is where Vi can set that Maokai behind. You can really drive in an early game lead.
And when it comes to Gory on this Azir, he's already been warming it up this split, but all mid laners having some level experience on the Time Old pick, and Vi as well, a comfort pick for River. We're going to hover of Ione for a moment, but Licorice looking to bring out the Jax. And I think Golden Guardians, Cubby, what do you make of the way they have been able to utilize split push comps and not just shoving out waves, but making sure they're really offering that threat on multiple portions of the map?
I think it's funny you bring that up, because I actually think it's a combo between we see Licorice take some more early game priority, but then also Hui this week's been on that Rel, which we're going to have to look out for in the next phase of draft, because when you are able to shove out one of the lanes, it sometimes allows Hui to sneak in, find some of these angles. That has been really good for GG, as they are looking for their 3rd win this week, 4th in a row, as Golden Guardians, after dropping to C9 and EG, have started to get a little bit hot. And TSM wrap up this phase of draft. Gonna lock in that Gragas, so technically going to be a flex going into the next phase of draft, but frankly, I do expect that one to be in the hands of Haunter on the top side.
Yeah, could be so, could be so. Even with a little bit of a touch onto Gragas here in patch 13.12, still somebody that offers that flexibility in draft and just that versatility, what he can offer in the team fight, specifically holding it down in lane. But we'll see what happens for Hui now that the Rel has been banned away. Because the Varus-Rel combo specifically, it wasn't just Hui on the Rel, it was to say some great ultimates, and then obviously with the new building paths that you have for Varus, so much damage he can do later in the game on that pick.
Actually surprised to see the Blitzcrank taken away. I think that personally, I would like to see the Gragas flex almost maintained throughout the draft, so I feel like support being grabbed here makes sense. Rakan, of course, is off the board, has been since the first phase, so no ability to find that pairing. but we'll see if Chime's able to pick something up, as I think we're going to see that Gragas Flex be maintained as, okay, no, actually just going to be that Graves mid. So it's been Maokai duty all week for Boogie. Insanity now on the Graves for the 3rd time this week, as that has been a new pick that no one else is playing and has looked good for TSM so far.
Yeah, so even though they did make that switch up in that bot line position, taking Xayah early, they do still have those 2 points of consistency.
I would like this pick a lot, actually. I think that Xayah, Graves, both very vulnerable to range. So if Golden Guardians were to find some bonus range elsewhere, it could be nice. But hey, Aphelios, that has been, I still think, the dominant marksman on this patch. And if you do pair this up with an Enchantress, I mean, Milio did see some nerfs on this patch, but would give Aphelios that bonus range where he is so scary. Of course, whenever you have to interact with Aphelios, the amount of damage he's able to do with any guns that he has could be very good. But no, Hui, he's sticking to the engage.
Yeah, the engage that has been coming back into the meta since some of the changes on 13.12. I feel like Aphelios for so long has had that identity with enchanters because of the reasons that you're saying. Milio being strong, we've had Yuumi, we've had Lulu. But originally when Aphelios became a pick within the game of League of Legends, there were ways to try and combo off of the initiative of some of these engaged supports. For instance, if you can use the lockdown of Gravitum, try and get some slows to offer more of an opportunity for Leona to get that lock, then it could be a dangerous lane for TSM to face, but they end up responding with the Alistar.
Yeah, TSM, they end up matching the engage. I have to say, this is something where TSM, they have to execute the bounce house on the 2 carries when it comes to the Azir and the Aphelios, but there are so many tools that Golden Guardians has to actually blow that ultimate from Xayah. So I think a lot of it, keep your eyes out for Hui to see if he can trade ult for ult, because that might open up the Vi to then dive in with Gory afterwards, as I think Golden Guardians have to get that cooldown out first before they're able to fully attack the side of TSM.
So do you give Golden Guardians the advantage based on the drafts that they have, or do you think that TSM have enough disengage here to keep them at bay?
I'm a bit concerned for TSM in the early game because we're going to have to see how much push this Aphelios Leona can get to support the Vi invades. I think that at least Graves is able to really push back Azir early, which might give Boogie some of that protection. And it's been a nice combo with the Graves Maokai, because when you have that mid-prio, it gets a lot harder to actually find Maokai, fight him early, which Vi is really good at. So I think that for me, it's a lot about Insanity hovering to protect Boogie, and then get Maokai to those later stages where once he has items, it's so tough to take the map back from him in those saplings.
All right, well, we'll have to see how TSM fare, if they can riddle the rift with saplings everywhere to keep themselves protected against Golden Guardians that are looking for that proactivity off the back of their jungler River, who's proven to love that style, but we'll see what they can pull off here in the early moments.
River this game, it really feels like Golden Guardians this week has somewhat returned to that identity that gave them so much success in spring, which has been playing a bit quicker and playing with priority, as once they get leads, this is a team that we really feel like plays together well as 5 when it comes to executing things. I remember the first time I was up on this stage last split for LCS, it was River who actually toppled 100 Thieves and Bjergsen on a huge Vi game where he picked up the most valuable player of that game. And honestly, you want to see River, what he's able to do on his first Vi game of the split this time around.
Yeah, and I think that also hits on a point when it comes to Golden Guardians' approach to this split, because I was watching the interview that their GM Spooks did with Degon recently, or their coach rather, and he was speaking about how they wanted to make sure they bring back some of that environment that worked well for them in spring, with that consistency, with that relaxed nature, but still be able to push the button on new compositions, be able to adapt as they're trying to show now, adapting to TSM's aggressive push into their own territory.
We'll see how close Chime can get, or if TSM just wants to kind of distract, as it's a bit of a game of chicken now. Stixxay is going to sprint towards that bot lane, and we'll see if Wild Turtle actually misses any melee creeps from this, as that could set him pretty far behind, as Boogie will be able to successfully get off this Raptor trade. Doesn't actually have to smite. And Hui's trying to help River rush this down. He's going to smite this before Boogie's able to get here.
Still hanging around. Chime's going for it in the twisted advance. Boogie's getting the hit, setting up. Chime knocks it down, but it's TSM with the team first blood.
Great start for TSM. We were talking about how Graves has push. You can actually go support jungle invades. This time, able to help out Maokai as he does Raptors very quickly. We also see Maokai start that solo, able to steal it away. save the smite to try and get the red buff. River was able to secure that, but of course goes down, also burns that flash. So already early game we were setting up, hey, if I can get in that face of Maokai, try and punish him. Boogie's off to a really safe start now. As River is forced to the top side of the jungle, Boogie should know he's there, and Boogie has the rest of his jungle to farm himself.
And it's very much highlighting exactly what Golden Guardians are trying to do, be early and proactive, but TSM punishing it here with this invade. Definitely turning the tables against a team that wants to go for those early spikes.
The only option now... oh, hold on. Corey's going to take some more damage from Insanity as he's brought very low. Again, this Graves, all he does is just, you know, turn your brain off and push, right? That's what Insanity said in this post-game interview after the first one. Is like, hey, we just need to shove, support this Maokai. It's going well so far, but Huhi, he's already snuck out of the lane here, and we'll see if Insanity is wiser to it. He's playing very far back. As River's going to get the bad news of those Raptors. Oh, actually being taken by Boogie. He might go to the red buff. Boogie going to hover mid. And River, we'll see if he can pick up anything on the top side. Of course, he is down camps from that first invade.
Some good awareness by Insanity. You can see Huhi from Golden Guardians hovering around mid, River pushing up into the enemy jungle. So no reason to accidentally get caught out when you already have that advantage from First Blood afforded to your team. And Insanity, yeah, making a statement on Graves in game 1. See if he can follow up here on Boogie's play. Huhi able to zip away with the E and the walkout. That's one way to create some distance.
Actually, a beautiful buffer from Hui there on the Zenith Blade. Able to get through that pull from Alistar, and seeing Boogie there, that means that River can actually take the red buff away on the back half. So River's done an okay job of recovering. He can get that topside crab as well, whereas TSM still playing towards that priority. There's a stacking wave in the bot side. We'll see if Boogie, TSM, maybe look for a dive.
We're potentially setting up for
this could be big.
The wave is now here for them to follow up. TSM, they keep their eyes on to Stixxay, the first lockdown. Double knockup from Chime.
Beautiful.
And Wild Turtle's able to dish out the feathers as much as possible. Juggling with the aggro so Turtle stays on in it. They're seeing if they can get at least some of the plates here as they continue to pressure onto Huhi. The Zenith Blades away. Wild Turtle has to stun and cleanse out. But the kill is good. TSM with a clean dive. River wants some cleanup though. Boogie and Turtle still low. No flash. Charging up the Q. Does he go for it? River gets one more lock. Takes down the tree. A bit of a trade there on the tail end.
River is able to answer back, but the start for TSM, everything they denied from this Aphelios is massive early. As we talked about the bouncy house for TSM, you know, later you have the Gragas, the Alistar, the Maokai, you can hit people up in the air. They're doing it early, playing together. And I love how they're playing through the priority that they were able to find in their lanes, with Graves first invading jungle, putting River behind. He was forced to the top side. Guess what, TSM, we're just gonna stack up a bot wave, be able to get this dive off, and they executed this beautifully.
I mean, Boogie making sure to use all the lockdown that he has from this Maokai. And even when Wild Turtle has to use the summoners to flash away, they have that patience. They know that Huhi can't dish enough damage back to be able to really make anything of the tail end.
Yeah, I mean, only bummer from this for the side of TSM is that Chime ended up walking away with 3 kills. So this is a plump cow that we have on the Rift right now that Golden Guardians might be looking to hunt later.
Isn't it better when your cows are plump?
I mean, it's nice
what you're planning to do with the cows.
Nice when you get a shutdown on you, you know? Maybe Golden Guardians can look to find that a little bit later. So it is a 1K Goldie for TSM off some of the plays they made early. Golden Guardians were able to snag the Dragon on the back side of that. But still, a lot of the time they've been able to buy for this Maokai to not get invaded early has been nice. Now Boogie, he's going to show up mid, help Insanity a little bit.
Corey on the Azir has the range to be able to step back, and Golden Guardians had previously gotten that Dragon, so even though there was that skirmish on the bot side, when you're able to make sure that you get the follow-up kill onto the enemy jungler, GG can make that play towards it first to keep some semblance of control here at 6.5 minutes, just about 1,000 gold up for TSM because of the kill pressure that they have been executing on the bot side.
And not only that, but where they've denied gold for Golden Guardians, you know, setting that Aphelios behind that could be big later in the game, as a lot of this comp for TSM, they're going to have to use their ultimates to really cleanly execute Aphelios later, as Insanity going for that lethality build. If you're able to combine with Maokai or Gragas to displace Aphelios, I think that's the execution that TSM will be looking for in the later fights, as at the moment Boogie, he's down a level, but still looking to get aggressive in the river. And with Insanity not, hiding, Chime missing, that's another red buff taken here with the side of TSM.
Boogie's been spending a lot of times in the Golden Guardians jungle. That's why he was technically lower on farm compared to River, but it's because of the pressure he's been asserting with these ganks and just continuously taking those buffs away from River.
And every time he's able to actually, go in and spot that fight, it also buys some time for his laners to be a little bit safer, as Haunter maybe suffering a little bit from 13-12. Gragas, of course, that cooldown on the passive was increased by 4 seconds quite a bit. He's been brought quite low, and Licorice doing a really nice job on the top side where he has that free reign.
Leaping on again on the top side. Haunter has to flash to the center of his turret's protection, throws a barrel to create some distance. Licorice hopping on out though, gets the solo kill onto Haunter. Both teams knew that they had the 1v1 on the top side, and Licorice was ready with the kill.
I mean, all the action on the bot side, it's been good for the side of TSM, but Licorice, again, continues to step up this split as that Gragas was a counterpick. Now, oh boy, that's deep.
Cease and desist, Insanity hit by into the back, and Chime, even though stunned up, has to keep the eyes on Gory. River has fallen. TSM, they draw the first blood of this particular fight, and they're going for more. Boogie, eyes on Gory, who shifts the sands away, but the advance is good. 2 kills for TSM onto Golden Guardians.
Chime was able to get there. TSM, they were able to have members as Licorice. He was based at the moment. TSM still fighting through their strength. Insanity, very powerful in these early skirmishes, as we're going to take another look. First off, it's a solo kill. So Licorice went for the Grasp Jax. That's a big priority on the laning. Able to actually flash the cask. Now Haunter clears out the wave. I think Licorice sidestepping that Q is big. That might have been enough damage where, he might have gotten low enough to maybe go down, but able to step away from that. And at the moment, I mean, you can see no Licorice. It's just a 3v3. That flash brings River way too far in as Insanity. There's so much damage from the Graves here. Just barely able to scoop or slide out of that scoop from Gory. Gets enough damage down to actually pick up a kill, and TSM still a 1k gold lead for them, but that gold in pretty decent places as this mid jungle for TSM gets stronger and stronger.
Also some great reactivity within those fights, because yes, the lock from Vi's ultimate had already attached Insanity, but flashing to draw him more into the center of his team.
I think it's really important here that Golden Guardians off this reset are able to find that Rift Herald. As Vijax, they should have priority for this given the draft, and especially now given that top side lead where Licorice is really taking it to Haunter up here. Should be the free Rift for GG. We'll see if they can use that to get some gold back in their pockets, as Golden Guardians props them executing on what they drafted early. As TSM, knowing that's going on, Boogie might look to answer here on the bot side.
40 seconds to go on this Dragon. Getting some pressure in the bot lane would do tremendously for TSM to try and break some stacking from Golden Guardians. And GG's bot lane is aware of the movement, so it's the positioning right now from TSM that are really pushing GG back to offer some space to get those controls down.
2 points traded over the turtle, and quite a bit denied from Stixay as well. As I gotta say, I know that a lot of TSM, like early in the season, there's been a lot of chatter around Insanity, just with the possibility of Ruby coming in later for TSM. And Insanity, of course, coming from Challengers. Hold on, we gotta pause Huey.
Boogie goes in again. Stixay ready to dish the damage from the back line. And ultimate from Boogie gets the root onto 2 members of Golden Guardians under the turret. Insanity does come in with the teleport, but instead wants to cut off Gory. Dashes over the wall, and the Dragon is up now, so TSM making sure to keep themselves close to the objective at hand.
We'll snag that Dragon. Of course, Stixay still denied quite a bit, but turning that previous point before Hubi got low. I think, for TSM, Insanity, of course, came from Challengers with the Dignitas squad that took second our last 2 splits of Challengers, but also Haunter and Turtle, before they stepped up to TSM LCS, they were in Challengers as well. I feel like Insanity almost overshadowed some of the improvements we've seen from all the members of TSM, as Turtle has had a really good start to this split. Been pleasant to see. I didn't think he was the strongest marksman that we had even when he was playing in Challengers last split, but now I think some of the champ reads he's had, some of the plays he's been making, especially on that Jinx the last couple of days, has been really good to see. And now he's going to be really empowered this game on the Xayah, having that own R for his safety, and also all the gold he's been granted early to make a big difference, as he already has a Kraken Slayer. We're going to see if Turtle can carry this game for TSM, because that top side is very Golden Guardians' favor.
I think long-term LCS fans are always excited to see Wild Turtle step in this fashion, being able to carry for the squad in the same way he did in the early days and showing that resilience and working alongside Hanser on the previous roster, stepping back into the LCS together. They're mixing that veterancy with a new look for the team and a potential look onto Golden Guardians that have ventured far up ahead but exit through the Tribe Brush. Even though it is warded by TSM, there's no potential follow-up.
Yeah, Hui did say he was going to try and visit the top side. It was a little bit later than what we expected, but still was looking for a potential play because bot side right now pretty doomed with the early Kraken Slayer in the inventory for Turtle, who continues to press his lead with everyone showing in the top side. That tower is going to fall very shortly, and Golden Guardians will have to use this Rift Herald to pressure elsewhere.
And we've seen this from Golden Guardians plenty, where Stixxay takes that role, being able to hold his own in lane, so who he can roam early. It's the way he likes to play, unlocking himself. But Chime, of course, doing the same. You're going to see that more when you have these engage picks coming in from the support position. So Turtle and Stixxay left alone, but because of that early pressure from Turtle, with everyone coming down, Boogie alongside of them, to continue pressing onto these plates, it means that TSM can knock down the first turret and keep up their pressure on this bot side.
Speaking of pressure, those going to be enough to buy space for Turtle against River, as TSM looking to support Turtle, as that is still the real point of power for TSM on the map. As Hanser down a lot of CS, but has only dropped one play, and that Herald actually will be forced. This is a long way from crashing, and TSM has 3 members. We could see a skirmish to see if the Herald crashes or not.
And you can see a River charging up just to try to create some space, but now 2 melees, not enough range behind them to be able to poke TSM off of the approaching Rift Herald.
Turtle's too strong. He just dinged level 10. He has the Kraken Slayer. He is way up on Stixxay right now. I would love to see TSM rotate Turtle across the map. Whenever you get a marksman that's ahead, that first turret's down, go put him elsewhere. Try and get some more gold in your pockets, as looks like at the moment Turtle working his way towards the mid lane. It's tough to shove against an Azir. I know Dragon's 2 minutes away though, so I think TSM just going to put Turtle mid, try and get some mid priority, and then TSM can build some vision behind that to set up for this Dragon.
So now that we have fallen past that 14-minute mark, there's no more plates. We're starting to see some of that unlocking from lanes with the first turret down. Where do you evaluate how these teams, where they have ended up at this point in the game compared to what they're bringing forth? Because we talked a lot about River needing to have those proactive plays, Golden Guardians needing to control these objectives, but I see an even split and a gold lead for TSM.
At the moment, it feels like Golden Guardians kind of have to use this Jax to get leads elsewhere. You see how accelerated Turtle is in this game. You cannot fight the Xayah at the moment, and Golden Guardians hasn't been able to really blow any summoners or ults off of Xayah, where I was expecting to see Hui maybe fish for some Rs, at least get an ult or a cleanse out of Turtle. I would love to see Turtle actually hold that ult and cleanse instead, if that Leona ult is thrown, because he's going to need that for the Vi later. Go up in the air. Pretty good. But I think Golden Guardians, this is where they can use that Jax they have in draft to at least try and get priority in side lanes and then collapse, whereas TSM just use Maokai and Alistar, make the bouncy house, and give Xayah all the space that Xayah needs to really do the damage, because Turtle, again, so accelerated in this game.
And even though he's on a different pick than he was playing in the first 2 wins of TSM this week, it was 2 different Jinx games, it's still that same idea, right?
Yeah.
But even with some more protective capability because of that Feather Storm, still standing behind Boogie, still waiting for Chime to create that lockdown and the opportunities for him to dish out as many feathers and as much damage as possible. And with so much gold for himself ahead of the rest, Kraken Slayer completed, it's hard for Golden Guardians to step up into his range.
You see River snuck around TSM, was looking to see if Hanser actually poked his face out to catch the wave. Not going to be the case. Hanser is down quite poorly, but honestly, I would trade that lead to have all my gold on the Xayah in this game, as Golden Guardians in these fights, Leona, Azir, Vi, they will be jumping into Xayah, which is exactly what Xayah wants in these fights. So having Turtle so ahead, so valuable here for TSM, as Golden Guardians still trying to find ways to break this, and I don't think they can at this Dragon. They're going to have to drop this one, get some gold elsewhere, as they're going to try and make a point on the top side. Hanser.
And River's been hanging here for quite some time.
Nice.
Hanser thought that he was serving a solo party, but River flashes for the kill, ushers out a teleport from TSM, but it is too little, too late. Nature's Grasp from Boogie, though, catches one, catches catches potentially a second, cannot in time. Boogie keeps the slash onto Licorice. Leaps on out. Huhi eating into the back line. And Gory's coming on in. At first, Divide does not connect, but he does not need it too, as Boogie has fallen. Huhi fallen below in HP for GG. Not enough to keep the go button going, but they feel good taking 2 away.
Good play from Golden Guardians by deciding to drop that Dragon early on. They were able to find a play elsewhere. They committed a lot to this one as Gory actually TP'd, but they did get 2 kills. And again, playing through that strong point that they have in the map on the Jax, working out for Golden Guardians here as TSM overcommit into them, and they end up falling.
Now, we cannot look past what Licorice has been able to do on Jax in the past, and now, when setting up with the jungler, pretty darn good.
Again, Dragon's being hit right now. River says, you know what? Not going to contest that. That Xayah is way too strong. We're going to play elsewhere. Now, this Q going wide, that's enough for Insanity to think, hey, maybe I can get in and actually find some kills. I actually really like the flash over the wall, the R from Boogie, and enabled him to follow up. But Licorice, this Counter-Strike, it stuns both Insanity and Boogie. And then Gory, he's like, all right, hey, TSM, they've overcommitted. I can sweep them in to get the flash off Graves. And now, when summoner spells are burned and you have Vi, it opens up the ability to make follow-up plays from Golden Guardians. So now, let's see if Hui and River can excel this game pace. As right now, River, yeah, here we go. No flash.
From Golden Guardians, but River is putting in work on Insanity before Licorice can even make the play. But now he's got Insanity in his crosshairs. River said, all right, you got this. You can finish him off. Take the kill, Licorice. Looking sweet on that top side.
Licorice versus Turtle. That's what this game might end up coming down to here, as each of these members very fed now at the moment. TSM, they're looking for a little bit elsewhere. They saw a couple members in the top side get some decent damage on the inner turret, but no dice as Golden Guardians continue to fight back in this game.
Yeah, in the end, River did need to come back because there's no reason for him to continue with a 2v1 on top when TSM were pushing down mid.
Yep.
So with a full-fledged of numbers here across mid, everyone but Licorice, GG, keep that pressure from pushing too hard upon them. Now TSM looking to make the rotation to keep Licorice from retreating, uses the explosive cast to zone him out. Licorice already using his leaping strike. Hunter venturing on forward, the counter-strike winding up, a chime knocks him back. 3 members onto Licorice with a Rift Herald going down bot side, ushered forth by Gory. Licorice is totally okay drawing some of that pressure if his team is making plays on the opposite side of the map.
They are, but that still was a shutdown going over to Turtle, who's already at 2 items. So again, Turtle just got bigger off that play. Yes, Licorice was able to take down that inner. They'll get a couple crashes from this Herald too, which is all right. That could be more gold they could clean up later, but at the moment, Turtle is going to be so tough to deal with in these fights. Again, everyone has to jump into this Xayah, and Turtle has everything at his disposal to do everything he can to get TSM over the finish line. He's almost already towards that 3rd item, which looking like a Bloodthirster in the inventory. Look at 6A, hasn't even finished his 2nd as Turtle so accelerated in this game.
The Gale Force and the Kraken Slayer for Turtle, and we'll see how long it takes for Stixay to be able to catch up and even the odds. As now past 20 minutes, the Baron has spawned, which means that you have to draw some of the vision attention from both of the teams. Already setting up on this top side, Golden Guardians taking that scuttle. But still over a minute and 25 seconds time before that next dragon stacks. It's 1 dragon for Golden Guardians, 2 for TSM, so sole point for TSM, but one that Golden Guardians can't afford to give away if they see an advantage anywhere else.
I would love to see in the next minute if Hui just maybe tries to fish to find an R on the Turtle, maybe get a cleanse or an ult off. You do it fast enough, they would have ult back for that dragon fight. Not going to be the case though, as GG will take the resets 1 minute before the objective. Will this be the fight that Golden Guardians continues to try and play into this Xayah that is so far ahead this game? As TSM show out mid, they're going to take the bases as well, and tension arises on the Rift as we could see our first big 5v5.
TSM was working towards a formidable gold lead for some time that has now been shrunken down below that 1,000 mark off of what Golden Guardians were able to achieve, both with Rift Herald and just out of some of these fights. But 30 seconds to go onto that dragon, and no one has spent much attention on the bot side to start moving for some of these wards. You saw that everything was kind of along that river line, nobody feeling that agency to be able to move past it.
This is where Maokai is so powerful though, taking control of this area. Now Golden Guardians, they have to play into the Maokai. Very difficult to walk through these saplings as it has been the demonic embrace rush for Boogie, so those saps will be hitting pretty hard on the side of Golden Guardians. Licorice does have some bot push. You can see Hui He's actually channeling a recall. If he bases with Stixxay, this will be Dragon seeded as the bot lane of Golden Guardians there in base, and this will be a freebie for TSM.
TSM starting that up and taking it down. Again, Golden Guardians seem like they felt okay giving over that soul point. It's not do or die territory just yet. Still a bit too early for them to have set up around Baron and make some kind of trade in that regard, but just not wanting to lose out on the angles that Boogie would be able to take, because both of these teams had all of their ultimates ready, all of their summoners ready, and that's a lot to try to break through on the side of TSM.
And with everything being up, I really feel like that favors TSM. The ability to play defensive with Maokai and Xayah. We saw Golden Guardians when they made that first positive play in the top side. River was instantly able to get something else because Insanity was missing Flash. Golden Guardians has to make plays, just try and bleed out tools from TSM. The fact that none of that has happened, credit to TSM for A, playing a controlled game, but also Golden Guardians, they have to push the pace. They have to make this a little bit bloodier, because when cooldowns are down going up against Vi Leona, it's very easy to execute if you're on the side of Golden Guardians. But with everything being up, you can force Golden Guardians to overcommit like we've seen before, and that's been really good for TSM, as playing in the Maokai Xayah is so difficult.
Because you look at River on Vi, what does he want to do? Go in with the ultimate into a back target. What does Huhi want to do on Leona? Solar Flare, go in with the Zenith Blade. What does Licorice want to do? Leap in, right? So exactly as you're saying, if you expel all of those resources when TSM have their engage and disengage ready, you could put yourself in a very bad position. But that's why right now it's more of an establishment of warding up here on the red side jungle. River, he wants to contest around the blue buff, but can't step up. Multiple members of TSM at the ready.
I mean, this is the problem right now for Golden Guardians. That's actually a terrible line. We're going to try that one more time here. We're drawn on the stage. Look at those items.
Wow, that's some good drawn right there.
I don't know about that. I might have to, see the mouse over to you. But
as a left-handed person at the desk, I don't think that's going to work with this mouse.
But that's a full item that Wild Turtle has over the Aphelios. That bot focus for TSM, getting the goal where it needs to be, has been so good for them. And again, Golden Guardians, they have to rely on Licorice stretching out the map in the sides, as at the moment they actually might try and pull TSM to them. As Haunter spotted bot, this is being burned. It's already half. TSM.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, TSM? Yeah, check it. It's gone.
Licorice is walking towards the objective. TSM, they didn't have any vision through it, and now the fight on the opposite tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huhi might lose it. Boogie goes into the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixxay manages to blast one down. No turtle here for no more damage. Stixxay one into lock eyes with Gory. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixxay with the Quadra wants to get the penta. Oh, Chime, you better give it on over, buddy. Stixxay wrapping it up with a penta kill.
Finds his teammate back from Golden Guardians Academy as this team fight, everything falling apart for TSM. We take a second look. Wild Turtle, he's all the damage. But look at that. First off, burns the cleanse to get through that ult from Huhi, so that tool's gone. Then Licorice able to buy so much time with his stopwatch, and Stixxay from the side lands a huge ultimate, gets the root afterwards as Turtle didn't go airborne the step out of that. Stixxay takes him down. No one finds the carries for Golden Guardians, and Stixxay, he was free firing this entire fight over the wall. Great positioning from him as he picks up a pentakill against his old teammate, and all of a sudden Golden Guardians, this Aphelios, went from being behind the entire game to now being more than online.
How many pentakills has Stixxay gotten this year? It's been an impressive number, that's for sure, and off of some great setup from Golden Guardians. I mean, Cubby, you were saying it. Wild Turtle, that's a problem for TSM, and once he went down in that fight, ooh, it felt over.
Best on yet, both ADs now at 3 items as things are back to being even. Things way better now for the side of GG as, oh boy, Boogie, he's down.
As soon as Huhi gets that lock, GG's there with the follow-up. You can tell they're feeling themselves after that Baron play, and now are ready to keep that pressure up across these lanes. Gory on the bot side to keep that empowered wave pushing forward, matched by Haunter, who does not have the teleport if GG put too much pressure elsewhere.
TSM, they need to wait. They're going to burn so much gold from this Baron as so many objectives were standing for Golden Guardians to take off this. And until TSM gets that Radiant Virtue through for Maokai, I mean, they're going to shred like paper against this Aphelios that all of a sudden went from being a full item behind to even now with the Xayah after that pentakill. And this game went from being so TSM favored, like, how do you fight against this Xayah? How do you fight into this Maokai, take the map back from him? To now Golden Guardians, everything is at their disposal as they're going to stop the Soul. And that's a big gold lead as Golden Guardians have turned the tides in everything on the Rift.
There was no way for TSM to get to this Dragon first because of that push after acquiring that Baron. They are stepping forward to see if they can find some kind of follow-up fight again onto Golden Guardians, but when they tried that on the other side of the map, it didn't work out too well for them.
And TSM, they committed 5 that we try and overtake that bot side jungle, that enabled Licorice to take down half of that top lane inhibitor, as Licorice has been strong all game and will continue to be strong in the side lane on the Jax. Almost has that Zhonya's completed. It's going to give him more survivability in the team fight as TSM. And Turtle still's got his sums available. You got to fight around him. I think that maybe just praying that GG overcommits into you is kind of where things are at with this game. Turned on a dime so quickly from Golden Guardians. I mean, props to them for sneaking that Baron. Really caught TSM off guard.
And even looking at the map state right before that, the way that TSM were so focused on warding elsewhere and just not really able to get that vision onto the top side, maybe not expecting Golden Guardians to go for such an early play on that Baron as well. But their commitment, knowing they had the damage to burn the objective down, worked out well for them. Hanser targeting Huki right now. Expels the explosive cast. Moonlight Vigil from Stixxay so that TSM cannot follow up.
Turtle holds on to his spells there. Going to take the damage. He will heal up off of BT, so actually well done from Turtle to not burn everything there, realizing that he was safe. That is at least one thing taken away from Golden Guardians. TSM have the opportunity to maybe try and fight while Stixxay is still down that flash. They have some tools available to try and make a play on him. As now, we talked the entire game about Wild Turtle being the problem. Stixxay himself, now matching Turtle is a problem for TSM to deal with, especially with everyone jumping onto the Aphelios.
And I will say, in terms of this game, another thing just to put a little feather in the cap of the way Golden Guardians were able to handle this, it's a split, Cubby, where games have been so fast. Teams snowballing from so early. And when they get that lead, they just do so much with it. So the fact that Golden Guardians, even though losing some of those early advantages for themselves, were able to get things in a neutral position and then beyond that extend a lead, now at 4,000 gold, about to be 30 minutes. That is impressive for them to counter the trend of what we've been seeing.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some clean bouncy houses here from TSM. On to Stixxay if they want to try and survive. See Hanser, we stay able to fight a little bit more on this side lane.
Now
and
has
Turtle's here.
Turtle. Licorice goes into stasis, pops back up. Turtle throwing it down. More golden to be thrown by Hanser. Good. Blast cone good. Licorice. Huh. What a clean exit, my friend.
Oh, I thought he was going down there, but hey, going golden and avoiding the rip, that might have been the big difference in getting Licorice out. And while that was going on the top side, we had Insanity falling solo to River on the Vi. Now, big thing as well, Golden Guardians, they got the flash out of Turtle, who tried to go for that kill. So now this Baron, so dangerous for TSM to even walk in. With Hanser on the bot side, they're just going to give it.
Again,
Wow.
GG on it. And this time TSM just have to watch. They got the ward there. They know what's happening, and there ain't nothing they can do about that Red Bull Baron buff, the second acquired for GG.
Yeah, this Golden Guardians comp now on Vine as his here is at 3 items. Aphelios is fed. TSM, things were going so well for them, at least earlier on. But once that control is lost, you can see River, holy cow, just melting through Insanity. Who, of course, has that lethality build going for the squishies, now has an LER to boot. I think he needed that a little bit earlier against River as he just shredded that Graves.
Absolutely annihilated him and is ready to do so again with ultimates back up for both of these teams. Red and white guns for Stixxay too. TSM are at that position where they're so forced into their base. Licorice still pushing with teleport on the bot side. That bot turret is fairly low, so he'll be able to push it off while all 5 members of TSM attempt to hold against here. Bori responding with the ultimate onto Boogie, who also throws out the Nature's Grasp for himself, but teleport coming in from Golden Guardians means that Licorice in the center of the wall swings away, bats him down, cuts down 3. Golden Guardians making a fight, but Turtle with lots of damage takes down the double kill. Look at him go, and even with the shifting sands forwards, Turtle manages able to escape. Licorice really close to getting some distance gapped onto him, but it's just Turtle. It's just Turtle, and it's found. It's 3 members of Golden Guardians. Featherstorm attempt gets the 1-for-1 trade, but it's an ace for Golden Guardians on the back of that fight. A tremendous push for them in those moments with Baron buff still in tow. Can't stop, won't stop. Golden Guardians reap only victories.
4 wins in a row for Golden Guardians as they find the perfect week. And that was a close game. Again, I thought TSM did a nice job of controlling things early. That Zaya was a full item ahead of Stixxay and that Baron fight, but it didn't matter. Golden Guardians, they were able to sneak that Baron. Stixxay got a pentakill, and it felt like the game went from going, pretty good control for TSM instantly into full control for Golden Guardians. They got so much gold off that Baron. Stixxay was back in the game, and everything was smooth sailing from there.
It shows so much of Golden Guardians' growth from the very, very early weeks of this season, where sometimes if down, you get a little rattled. It can be difficult to keep yourself collected. But ever since Gory came in spring, it feels like this squad has worked as a unit, able to push back against leads that their opponents get. I mean, TSM spent so many resources on that bot side to get Turtle into a strong position. A full item up on the enemy ADC. But as soon as Stixxay was able to even out that gold, it felt donezo.
And for Golden Guardians, I think a big part of the difference from Spring 2 has been the form that Licorice has had in the start of summer. He was scaling into the spring playoffs. He wasn't playing his best in the regular season, but Licorice was the point of power for Golden Guardians in the top side this entire game. He was able to help make it pay off in the end as we take another look at the final fight. Stixxay, again, was so safe behind the Azir in the front line. Really, for every fight this game, as TSM just couldn't find the angles. I love the aggression from Stixxay too. Did end up falling in the end, but hey, his teammates, he had him covered here in the back half, made sure this one went in GG's favor.
That's all that matters in the end, everyone working collectively through. I also love seeing Huhi continue to work back onto those engaged supports. Obviously, Rel was a very exciting one because he created such an identity with Rel when she first came into the equation. But Leona, Leona's my favorite, so I'm always going to be happy when I see my favorite champion played. But also just from a very team-oriented perspective. Her kit is so clear in enabling everyone to be able to follow up, and when they do so effectively, you get a pentakill for your bot laner.
He's been looking really good early. I love, his ability to roam on the map, and I feel like this meta shift's been big.
It has. But for those at home, Viva la LCS! LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. But for now, here in the studio, we are joining Stixxay at the lounge for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, and welcome back to the lounge. We're joined by the victorious Stixxay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a pretty cool game. Didn't start great for you. How scared were you of the 3-kill Alistar?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of reacted poorly to what they did early game. They had a pretty good early game plan of pressuring us bottom and diving off the level 1 invade. And thankfully, Alistar got all the kills, because I think if Zaya got the kills, it would have been really difficult. But I was telling my team that. I was like, guys, don't worry. Alistar has all the kills. So, it's going to be okay.
We're going to fast forward ahead to kind of the break point of the game. Obviously, your pentakill, which is this week's Grubhub delivering the win. Not only is Grubhub delivering the win on LCS broadcast, they're delivering all of your favorite food to keep you satisfied during a great day of matches. Keep yourself fed and use code LCS Summer for $10 off your delivery order of $15 or more. For new diners, terms apply. We're also going to be listening into your comms on this one. We are. You can't hear it because you lived it.
If they do. We got it. Can you fight after? Yeah, we can.
Okay, Alistar, just hit the front.
Play slow.
Slowly,
yeah.
block.
I don't see it. They're getting on me. Oh no, I'm okay. Gragas TP.
Yeah.
Frames.
Hitting the front.
Gragas TP somewhere.
Hit, AD.
Nice, Trevor. We can buy.
Yeah.
Giant dead, guys. Oh, Grapes. Nice.
Okay, go.
Gragas. All no flash. You got it. Let's go, Trevor. I get it, bro. Come on. Spectacular. Gragas Maokai grabs pleasure.
Gragas.
Okay.
That's so funny. And just you being like, yep, got it. Hitting front line, doing this, doing that. And then everyone's like, wait, panic kill angle.
I mean, I don't know if you guys like watch our MSI comms too, but it's like the same thing. My team's going crazy, and I'm just like stone cold, just like trying to focus on what's ahead.
Is it because you're focused on, or just different energy levels in general? Or
I
like
think
when
it's
you're in
just,
the
like,
moment?
different ways of expressing. Like,
Right, yeah.
In the game. So.
All right, well, cool. Biggest pet peeve, leashing my jungler. Nice. I just learned
what the? We
something
put
new
little
about,
facts
yeah,
on there?
I just learned something new about you.
Oh, I'm shocked. The 80 carry player wants to get to lane for prio right away, huh?
Yeah, but actually, like yesterday and today, I was leashing my jungler, and so I was just joking with River. Oh, I love leashing Free River, and he always laughs and says, "Thank you."
Don't let him see this segment. Then knows that you're lying.
I know. In terms of Golden Guardians, I think more holistically, obviously you guys didn't have the start to the split that you wanted, but you've looked incredibly formidable across your past few wins. So what changed on the team? MSI hangover, adjusting to the new patch. What was up with that?
I mean, honestly, it might sound like kind of cliche, or like it sounds kind of weird because we're all such experienced players, but it does take some time to like get used to the stage again that you're playing on. So we were definitely playing a bit out of our element in our first couple of games. And as we played more and more, you know, we talked, all right, let's be a little more loose during the games and stuff like that. So we're just getting more used to, you know, kind of just being ourselves on the stage and not being afraid to make plays and stuff like that.
I have to ask this question. I'm sorry if it sounds rude, but Golden Guardians has never finished above 500 in the regular season. It's like the modern day curse, because I was on curse back in the day when we never broke fourth. So like, I know what it's like. Is this something that you guys are aware of? Like, we need to finish above 500 this split, or do you guys not care about it at all?
We're very aware of it. I think we've mentioned it every day. So when we were,
it's just like the curse.
Yeah, we were 0-2, and then I think we when we rounded it out to 2-2, we said, "Oh, we're on track, guys, for the 9-9." So
yeah.
Whenever we do that, our GM just kind of looks at us with like a glaring face.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to set these kinds of things, keep everyone focused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was wondering if it was coming from Anera specifically, if he's just sitting there being like, we gotta get those 10 wins.
No,
guys.
but whenever we talk about it, he's always just laughing, and I think he's just praying that we can actually get above 50-50.
Nice. Well, congratulations on the win today. You guys are looking really, really strong. Unfortunately, we have to toss to a commercial break, but IMT and 100 Thieves are on the other side of it.
So anyone want to 1v1?
God.
There it is.
My ears are bleeding.
And then Gory
already.
says. Oh. Gragas TP somewhere.
AD?
Nice, Trevor. We can buy.
Yeah.
They're dead, guys. Oh, grips. Nice.
Okay.
Gragas,
go.
flash. All no flash. You got it. Let's go, Trevor.
Oh, Chime, you better give it on over, buddy! Stixie wrapping it up with a pentakill!
many splits did it take for Doublelift to win his first LCS title?
I'm gonna smurf this.
Which team won the most regular season games in a single split?
Mark is the worst host of all time.
How many roster moves happened this offseason?
You guys suck.
Hello, and welcome back to Are You Smarter Than LCS Analyst Kickoff for Summer Edition. Woo! We got 100 Thieves going up against the LCS Analysts. If you've never seen this show before, it's a game show where I'll be asking questions. They'll be coming up to answer them one at a time. There'll be a couple rounds of that before we do a difficult final question, which will decide the entire game.
Which validates everything we've done before.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's called Catch Up XP. We've officially named that segment now.
Unlucky.
So let's get our first two candidates up.
John, you got this. Bro, we'll see. You got that face on.
Are you scared of everything?
Oh, okay.
The first category is things that happened in the offseason. Such as MSI.
Okay.
All right. First question. How many games did North America win at MSI?
3.
Wrong. Okay, entire enemy team.
Do you want to confer? Because there's a playing games. They don't have 10 seconds?
No, that's if you go first, you're expected to know the answer.
I didn't know the rules, man.
I swear to God, did I not tell you guys?
No, you didn't tell us.
What?
I'll give us the point back. Yeah.
11.
Not right. It's going back to you guys.
Yeah. Bro, I don't even know how many games there were. I don't know the format. I don't know what's going on.
All right, give me your answer.
8.
Wrong.
Wrong.
12.
12 is right. Woo!
Okay, and he's smurfing though. Who did they beat?
They beat a lot of play-in teams and then each other.
Okay, I'll go.
Alrighty. Okay. Second question. Come on. How many roster moves happened this offseason? This is a hard one. Overall, teams that have new players counts as a roster move.
How many players changed?
Yep.
And counting players that came into the league.
If the player is now playing on a team that they weren't on before, it counts as a roster move. So, like, for example, Vulcan left one team, went to another. That would be one move because he's on the new team. Hopefully
What happens if I buzz his buzzer?
I mean, you'll lose and they'll get the
This one's ridiculous because you can't manage like 10
teams in your head, yeah. All right, go to your teams and then run up and press the button when you have an answer.
Because if Vulcan moves to one team, that doesn't count as 2 changes. That counts as 1.
Okay, we got it. I swear we got it. Go press the button.
Okay.
My team is very confident.
Okay, give me the answer.
16.
Wrong.
What? You guys f***ing suck. 13.
All right.
Wrong.
Wait, what?
No, okay, you guys were too low. You guys are too high.
Wait, what did they say?
They said 15.
Oh,
You said
14.
14.
Oh!
Analysts are so smart, dude. All right, last question of the round. NRG is rejoining the league. They previously played in 2016. Name a player that played on one of those rosters from the 2016.
Impact?
Impact is on there. Now, I will say, I want to go back and forth to see how many people can remember.
Do I get to keep going until I get it wrong?
No, we'll just start going back and forth. Give them a chance to bounce back.
Oh, Bucio! You were the wrong one for this question.
I know I'm not even alive then.
All right, we're going to go until people can't get one. I'm going to go rapid fire now. Give me a name.
GBM.
GBM is on there.
Kiwi Kid.
Kiwi Kid is on there.
Alltech.
Alltech is on there.
Santorin.
Santorin is on there.
Wrong.
Santorin is on there.
It was on there.
Santorin is 5, 4, 3.
Is that Rush?
Rush was not on there.
Bro.
All right, they ran out. It was until someone couldn't answer.
Oh, nice.
So there we go.
Whoa.
That's going to do it for this round. We'll be seeing more of 100 Thieves in the Analyst later on in the show for more Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst?
Welcome back to the LCS. I actually saw that episode filmed live, before it's cut down, and I just kind of got stuck watching it because I was so engaged, specifically on Closer's reactions, like the one you just saw. Whenever they got something wrong, he was so emotive.
I got engaged in just seeing Azale get gaslit throughout the entire episode, and they're just like, no, actually the points go this way. It's like, or this isn't right. It's like he's like, come on, man, just let me win.
Yeah, trolling's part of it when it comes to the games of trivia, but not the games of the stage. Immortals and 100 Thieves, I think, definitely putting a very serious step forward after less than enjoyable weeks for both of them.
Yeah, 3-game slide for Immortals and a disappointing 4-game slide for 100 Thieves, as I feel like they were on the top of the roller coaster after that, deathless win against FlyQuest, and then it's only gone down from there, unfortunately, for them. So look to pick it back up here against Immortals, as honestly, each team at least have an opportunity to end this week with at least one win.
Both as far as what happened from that very first game until now. You're just talking about 100 Thieves and their victory over FlyQuest. I think that's the epitome of week 1 reactions. Based on how they performed in spring, this is defying our expectations. But then, of course, FlyQuest since has faltered, as well as 100 Thieves. But looking to try and turn things around against Immortals, who did manage to surpass expectations in week 1, I would say, picking up some wins specifically off of the strength of their bot lane that's been building upon synergy they had back in their academy days on TSM.
Yeah, I know that, like, for Treats, he's like tweeted out earlier in the split, like, hey, you know, we're gonna be buffing up Tactical, or like, you know, he's kind of like, you know, some person I'm kind of teaching, leading, and I gotta say, Tactical has looked a lot better so far this split, but going up against Doublelift, always quite the test in the bot lane here for Immortals, and we'll see if Tactical is up to the challenge.
Which emphasizes the wild journey that Tactical has been on since joining the LCS. If anyone can remember back to 2020, when he made his debut in the LCS, it was stepping into Doublelift's shoes on Team Liquid, and there was a lot of pressure on him at the time, which made his explosive moments all the more impressive. Of course, since then, has had some struggles, has had some splits where he hasn't shown those same moments of brightness, but as of what we've seen thus far from Immortals, he's getting excited once again and showing that play on the stage.
Yeah, and I feel like that Aphelios ban Tactical has deserved, as he's had 4 plays in the Aphelios. I know that Immortals only has 2 wins so far this split, but I think he's looked really good on the Aphelios for the games that he has had it in his hands, so will be taken away, and it will be a first pick Azir for Balulu. Not a champ that I know Balulu for. I like when he's able to go in, especially like from challengers, but going up against Quid, who Quid faced Eminez and Jojo Pyun in the mid lane. I feel like that's a true baptism into the LCS, and unfortunately he did get baptized, as he has a 0.58 KDA after the first 2 games. Not a hot start for Quid, but has an opportunity to pick it up now.
I very much enjoyed the segment that Jat did highlighting Quid getting the classic welcome to NA experience. Yeah. Not just coming in late into the split, but having the enemy teams very much prioritizing playing into that, and Eminez being one of them who had experienced the same thing in spring. So we'll have to see if he can shake that off, take the welcome in stride, and show some of the strength that he can offer for 100 Thieves after a bit more time formated with this squad. And we don't know yet what he's going to be picking, but we do know that he will be facing that Azir on the opposite side. We got the Ornn in the Lovers bot lane here for 100 Thieves. Another run back of that bot lane for Doublelift and Busio specifically.
Yeah, and I know, you know, Busio is someone that I loved watching in Academy, now Challengers. He won our most valuable prospect last summer. Got the opportunity to catch up with Busio before the games today, and he said, you know, for this split, you know, Soren Bjergsen was a really big voice for 100 Thieves, and he's kind of working on figuring out how he can contribute more as a leader. It's something that he was working on when he was on that Academy team, especially in spring when he was actually teammates with Kenvi going way back. So I always love watching Busio. His Recon is good. Didn't find the win on it yesterday, but hoping for some different luck today.
There are a lot of names in the LCS now that did churn through that 100 Thieves. At the time, Academy and Next System with Kenvi, Busio, and Tenacity, and the whole shebang now kind of being filtered onto different squads, as Kenvi and Busio are now opponents within this particular match. But interestingly enough, on the Immortals side, Kenvi and Solo are opting into that Sejuani plus Renekton combo that we have seen so much Renekton in the LCK, for instance. Golden Guardians brought this combo out yesterday, and it's something that more teams are indexing into.
Renekton is always lane dominant, but when you pair it with Sejuani, then you actually get some real kill threat in the top side. This is a much different approach for IMT, as Solo, he's been on Ornn and Sion duty the entire split, but Ornn duty now goes over to Someday, which 100 Thieves fans will think very fondly of, especially thinking back to their championship and finals runs, as Someday was always big on the Ornn, as marksman bans are the focus for 100 Thieves, and then IMT taking away some of the champ pool for Closer. Don't want his hands to be on the Viego. See what he ends up actually playing into that Sejuani as mid or jungle on the board here for 100 Thieves. See which one they decide to lock in first.
And no matter what we do see Closer on, which it looks like it's going to be the Wukong, we're still looking to him to be the leading voice for 100 Thieves. In fact, when I stepped backstage between the last game and this one, I heard him finishing up the huddle, counting 1, 2, 3, let's go in. And people have talked about, is he the one leading the call through the entirety of the game when they falter in late game? Is that something coming from Closer? Is it something from the squad in totality? So a lot of pressure on the championship caliber jungler to lead this squad in a victory against IMT, who are looking to pull off a result for themselves that's favorable.
All right, well, Jinx Milio, so getting a hold of that range in the bot lane. as it will be Ari locked in for Quid. So playmaking across bot and mid for 100 Thieves. They're going to be looking to get ahead early, whereas the strength for IMT in that early game will be on that top side, trying to get that Azir and Jinx to the later stages with the Milio, where Milio, of course, did see some nerfs on this patch, but hey, that W, that range extension on Jinx, still going to be rather dire for 100 Thieves. They aren't able to have a lead early in this draft.
Pulling back on some of the damage capability of that passive and Fired Up, but still plenty of utility to go around for Milio when it comes to protecting that carry and empowering her to carry just in that way in these fights for Immortals. But it's going to be kind of a difficult one to predict with these two, considering a lot of it has been performance driven and how unified they seem as a team, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like 100 Thieves, like they had that great game against FlyQuest, but they haven't been able to really get anything going since then. I know, again, catching up with Busio before this, he's like, yeah, obviously, you know, this split hasn't been going the way we want, but hey, a win here would at least be some momentum going into next week. And Immortals, I think a win here is really important for them because their schedule next week, C9, EG, Fly. And personally, I know the Fly's been on its side, but I would not want to give them a week to actually bring things together. I would rather face them this week. So Immortals win could be very important for them here looking at their strength of schedule moving forward.
And the strength of schedule is compounded rather by just how intense it is to finish up these weeks. 3 games a pop. You go winless in a week, it really affects not just your mentality, but place in the standings. So we'll see if Immortals or 100 Thieves can feel better on the latter end of this game, but, you know, needed a little more time to gear up for it.
That's a bummer of a game. Bummer, you know, we gotta get the pauses here. But hey, more time to at least go over what we're expecting out of each of these teams, as I'm curious for Immortals, a very different read for them, going for that tank, or I should say that aggression in the top side instead of the tank for Solo, as of course, we had a sign earlier. Solo, you know, being 30 still finds Solo bolas, but also Cyan or Ornn. Unfortunately, you know, Solo had to break that.
Yeah.
You know, change things up a little bit.
It's funny because obviously Solo has curated a very specific identity. This tank player, he's very supportive for the rest of the team. And I feel like because often when he steps into a roster, it's the middle of a split or the middle of a year, and we don't see a full split from him. So he's kind of on that tank duty the entire time, which is a very common strategy when you're bringing in a player late in that top side. But now, on this team, the start of the split, we're already a few games deep into it. Do we get to see some of that switching up of strategy? And in this case, it is the Renekton. So it almost feels like there's a bit more of a heavy eye on Solo on how he performs on this pick, since he's usually the one on the Ornn, which someday we'll have this time around. 100 Thieves not able to find anything with the aggressive look.
And I think for 100 Thieves this game, a lot of it's going to come down to this early Herald, where I expect 100 Thieves to be favored, given that they have the Ahri Wukong, Zaire Rakan. So I want to see if 100 Thieves can use some of their early teamfight tools to, again, build up a gold lead. Because Ornn scales really nicely, but going up against Azir plus Jinx, if you are able to protect them, that damage later could be deadly, and they will out-damage the carries for 100 Thieves if they aren't able to find a lead early. So Closer, to no surprise, actually playing through, or pathing to bot, whereas Kenby, to some surprise, looks like he will be clearing top to bot as well, leaving Solo to his own devices, and maybe not taking advantage of that synergy that we have between the Sejuani and Renekton that is so deadly in the top side.
Yeah, I do want to know how Immortals do plan to play around this, because when we saw it from Golden Guardians, for instance, and other teams, it is with that attempt to get that lead on Renekton on that top side. So do Immortals index into that, which I'm sure 100 Thieves has the lead on, or the read rather, or do Immortals decide to expend those resources elsewhere? For now, we're just going to get the standard meeting in the lanes, nothing too crazy.
And Closer looks like working towards spot camps a little bit more quickly, going for red and maybe the reverse clears. Busio going to trade flash for flash with that level 2, as they also get the ghost out of Tactical, so he's down to 0 summoners. Could be something that Closer could visit here. Oh, good trades though.
Yeah, he throws out the zap for the slow so he can get some more autos down, empowered by treats. That's a decent amount of damage onto 100 Thieves, so forced to use some of their early sustain to keep themselves in this lane. All the while, Kenby making that traditional pathing downwards.
We'll see if Closer decides to take a pit stop after this camp into the bot lane, as it, again, it is no summoners here for the side of Tactical. Busio did blow his flash to set that up, but if he is able to connect with a couple Qs, good top double lift off, and then make sure the closer can come down and get involved.
So in terms of what Closer has on his agenda, he's looking to take that early look down on bot side, level 3 currently. Tactical and treats, made sure to keep that ward up and ready to spot Closer when he's going for the wraparound, and Kenvi
This is dangerous.
nearby.
Kenvi just dinged level 4, so he's going to have a level on Closer. If Closer were to wrap around, Kenvi would have had an advantage in that fight. Not going to be the case, though, as they're going to check together. Kenvi is spotted, and this bot crab will likely have to be dropped for the side of 100 Thieves. The Closer will move towards the top side. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Lucio grand entrancing in, but has the battle dance to get out. So the cadence of coming in, tries to get a little lockdown onto tactical, use the shielding to get back to his laner. And Kenvi, because of the way when Closer was coming down to pressure on that bot side and kind of waiting around a bit, Kenvi was able to get that clear out and thus have a slight lead and farm on a Closer.
Yeah, the crab went to Closer as Quid was actually able to hover down, so not bad for him. Top crab will not be contestable given the priority that Renekton has for the side of Closer. So quiet start for the side of IMT. But I think for 100 Thieves, getting access to level 6 is going to be very important here for the Wukong and Ahri, because then they can really start making plays to speed up this game.
As soon as the Spirit Rush is available for Ahri, it's not just about the firepower that you have with Mage in mid, but also that roaming capability and just the gap closing that you can offer with an aggressive look from Quid.
And again, Quid still looking to get settled here in NA. As I know stepping in a week late, been not the easiest scenario for Quid, but I'd say Eminez and JoJo probably not going to find opponents that are as talented in lane as those two here in the LCS. I think those are our two top dogs when it comes to mid. So Quid maybe has an opportunity to do some things here against IMT as 100 Thieves again looking for their first win with Quid. Their first win this week.
Definitely an NA welcome that you received, and I remember seeing that I believe Quid was around here last week, getting to step into the studio, get some familiarity beforehand, which I personally think is always a great advantage to have, so you're not taking in everything at once. First time on a different stage with a different roster after limited scrim time beforehand, but making sure to get acclimated with the rest of the 100 Thieves squad. All the while on the bot side, it's been Tactical and Treats continuing to just push forth with their pressure, keeping up. The farm is even between the two, but it's Double-Lift that has been taking the brunt of the damage from this poke.
Tactical is going to have access to Ghost here in a moment as Closer might be looking to wrap around, but Kenvi, of course, going to be here. So here to support his bot lane as he tries to get this wave in. Good stuff from Kenvi as this setup for IMT again in the bot lane has been really good. Jinx is going to scale very nicely with Emilio. The fact they have a bit of a lead now is excellent.
And Kenvi did get caught out on the Sparrows room from Closer, who was just kind of poking into Kenvi's jungle a bit there. So once you're seen, Kenvi can't quite make the play. Didn't really seem like he was anticipating to make the dive there, but see if they can get some kind of shove forward because that dragon has come into play, has spawned up. So it's always going to put more of an emphasis on your bot lane to try and keep that advantage.
Yeah, I will say the IMT bot lane, they get a really nice base for themselves, but Kenvi did just finish his clear on the bot side, and this is where they could look for that dragon, as their bot lane will get back to lane first. So Kenvi trying to set that up to get the word out, but Quid does have access to that level 6. So have to be a little bit careful about the Ahri if they want to try and make a play here.
The Emperor's Divide for Balulu and the Spirit Rush for Quid, both available. Both have flashes as well, so things can get a bit bloody if both of these teams decide they want to collapse upon this objective. A battle over the scuttle for now. Closer takes a decent amount of damage when Kenvi enters because he's got Tactical behind him, ushering forward that poke. 100 Thieves secure scuttle once again.
IMT should be able to get some push, though, if they actually want to pressure the dragon. Not going to be the case. It's been delayed enough where IMT are going to go towards that top side. And this, I think Herald's going to be really interesting, because you do have Renekton, who has been able to build a slight lead on his own in the top side and is so powerful around these Herald fights, especially with the Sejuani. But you think of Wukong plus Ahri, and you think of Herald fights, especially throw a Rakan in the mix. If 100 Thieves want to take this, I think they will need a full rotate. Oh, hold on. Solo kill?
Balulu ults Quid. Quid flashes, knows that Closer is here, so saying, come help me, jungler, come help me. So Closer
Wait,
gets
what?
an auto onto Balulu. Balulu flashes forward to make the contact. First blood for Immortals here.
Oh, no rotation needed. Quid falls again to Balulu as he continues the welcome to an A train that the other mid laners have given Quid, and that will be a Herald now going over uncontested, most likely to the side of Immortals. So even with the Azir and Jinx that they get so big later in the game, the ability for IMT to use those 2 picks to actually have priority early, eliminate what Closer can do, this map's looking really good for Immortals, as with Milio, these champs get really scary later in the game.
Scary, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to give it to Balulu for aggressing forward even after Quid had expelled his flash, using his own to secure the kill here. Closer couldn't offset both Kenvi and Balulu, and because of that, Kenvi immediately making the rotation over towards that Rift Herald, takes it for himself. At the same time, Tactical and Treats had been pushed up on that bot side, so there was no opportunity for 100 Thieves to collapse on that Dragon prior, though they are doing so now.
Will just be the trade. Mountain, pretty good singular Drake to pick up, but I think Immortals very happy getting that Rift Herald away from 100 Thieves, as now, I mean, they can use this to funnel Jinx or Azir. That Renekton will continue to be a strong point early in the top side. He's okay being on his own. We'll just have a bit of a CS lead. Oran's going to be more valuable later, but if you look at what the carries for Immortals are getting, and Balulu's up a wave, has that solo kill, Tactical, him and Treat's been laning very well, utilizing the range that Jinx has into the Xayah rather nicely for this matchup, and was able to escape that point of the game where Tactical was down both of his summoner spells safely. So again, this is really nice for IMT, and 100 Thieves, they got to start pushing the pedal to the gas if they want to do stuff with this Ahri Wukong combo and take advantage of how strong these champs are earlier in the game.
How worried are you for them now that they haven't been able to make much happen with those 2 picks compared to Immortals that have a 1.3k gold lead as we're about to hit 10 minutes?
Not yet. I'm not too worried. I think that the mythic item spike is really where these picks excel. And I mean, once you lock down those items, you can make plays onto anyone if you do have Ahri Wukong plus Rakan. So I think 100 Thieves, it's not to the point where I'm worried, but man, giving away 2k gold in this lead to Azir Jinx as these champs get so scary later in the game, not where 100 Thieves want to be early.
Yeah, then still looking out for that first item spike. Lost chapter for both the mid laners, clearly working up to it. And I mean, for Immortals, it's across all of the lanes that they've been able to manage some of this pressure.
Yeah.
Tactical and Treats continuing to push up with the CS lead. You have Solo working against Someday over in the top side to extend the lead all the more. Kenvi venturing forward, uses the ultimate and wants to get the lock onto Busio, uses the battle stance to lock onto Closer. So no lives lost here, but an ultimate used by Kenvi.
Could see Closer and Quid maybe look to punish that. Also, Balulu drops a little bit low, of course, is down the flash, so Busio wants to get involved. Yeah, at least going to force Balulu back. As I think, you know, walking into this game, Gabby, we talked a lot about how Tactical feels like he's played a lot better this split. For me, that's been off of his consistency, because we could always see good moments from Tactical, but it was always that he would push things a little bit too far, and that would get them in trouble. I really want to see this game if Tactical can continue to play soundly, as it's a hell of an execute that can come out from 100 Thieves onto the Jinx, but Tactical does have this lead early on the Jinx, and if he is able to continue positioning a lot more consistently, as I feel like he's done well this early split, it could be something to look out for IMT that could help them lead to that win.
Balulu and Kenvi, they've got red on both sides. Balulu has to dash away. Kenvi has the Arctic Assault to do the exact same thing, and it's a good time to use that Rift Herald on the mid turret. They can get the crash and get some plates.
Busio!
Taking a lot of damage, but Busio wants to go for the engage. Closer swinging on out of there, and Balulu has fallen. 100 Thieves getting 1 kill for the Drake drop, or the Rift Herald drop, instead of Immortals.
That's the trio we're looking for. Props to Closer, was actually able to get over that Azir ult from Balulu, as he was able to go down, and 100 Thieves, this combo that, you know, really is the strength of this part of the game, was able to find something there, Gabby.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for at this point for 100 Thieves. You are not unaware of the fact that Immortals have been gradually building these leads across their lanes. They had that Rift Herald before, they get the crash, so you say, okay, how can we start injecting more gold into who we need to have it?
Take another look. props to Busio on the snap engage. Treats wasn't quite here yet to get them out of the charm, as that wasn't quite in range for the ult. The immediate, and then Closer uses that clone to sneak on over the scoop from Balulu. Well done for Closer on the Wukong. That's enough to find that first kill and give 100 Thieves something on the Rift, but as we look back, I want to see if they can punish. Like, no summoner spells are down for the side of IMT. They're going to have to get out of those Wukong Rakan combos, and I think 100 Thieves have to continue to try and push at this point of the game.
And because so many ultimates were used in that past engage, there's also a stillness that comes as a result from both of these teams, a lack of the tools needed to get things going. And you still have 45 seconds until this next dragon spawns. 100 Thieves had grabbed the first, so it's still not in a dire position for either, where yes, 100 Thieves would obviously like a second, but Immortals aren't really too worried if they end up giving one over. Still having a gold lead to work with, and just a little bit longer before these plates fall. And it was just a couple kind of in the bot side that were picked up. Seeing if anyone can pick up a kill over in mid.
Hold on.
Quid escaping a lot of the CC. They throw it back onto Kenvi, but in the vicinity of this jungle and with a Sejuani as beefy as she can be, 100 Thieves can't really follow up on it.
And Closer's ult just came off cooldown. If he had that available, maybe there's a play available for the Thieves to make, but not going to be the case. Instead, I'm just going to trade ultimates before this dragon fight. I expect IMT to actually seed this over unless we have solo once TP to get involved, but I think it's very scary still to fight 100 Thieves at this moment where you have Rakan plus Wukong. The snap engage so dangerous, but no, okay, we're going to have a TP committed. IMT, they're going to think about this one.
Solo charmed as soon as he enters, but was able to anticipate that. Dragon falls, Closer takes it. An attempt by Someday to get the lock onto Solo. Empowered by Dominus, he stands strong and multiple stepping away from the Ornhorn drawn by Someday. And it wasn't a very bloody one, Cubby, but the objective secured by Closer.
Well done by 100 Thieves. They're able to get the objective, get out, no blood. As, again, a bit surprised that IMT decided to fight that one. They didn't have the setup. Solo tried to TP to find something, but good disengage from Someday as he's going to hover this bot side in case anyone from Thieves checks. Thieves are smart enough, though, and it will just be a dragon traded away for a tower as this game continues to be a bit slow, but gold for Immortals keeps going to the right place.
Yeah, and I think that's what they care about in the end when you have someone like Azir who can be such a damage threat later on. Solo can offer not just, obviously you saw how much he can survive even when TPing in the middle of them and popping that Dominus, but still pushing pressure and different angles of attack from Immortals. But 100 Thieves, I will say though, they've kept in it. They've made sure to, even though there's so much bot side pressure from Tactical and Treats and Double Lift and Busio, were never really able to venture forward. It was the team fighting that allowed them to secure those dragons and now gravitate towards this top side to take the second Rift Herald of the game, the first one having been drawn by Immortals.
I feel like IMT is doing a nice job of at least respecting the strength that the 100 Thieves draft has at this point of the game, as I think they're comfortable sitting on their laurels at the moment of this 2.5K gold lead, seeding the last two neutrals, as I expect IMT to be ready to contest starting at that third dragon, as I think they're going to want to try and get 2 items on their carries before they start getting frisky with this very deadly Ahri Wukong Rakan combo.
Yeah, we're getting past that first item spike. Kraken Slayer for both of the 80 carries down in the bot side, and Mythics completed for Balulu and Quid. Also worth noting, even though you're never really paying attention to what Milio is doing in the fights, but it's still worth noting when he's built into that Shrilia's Battle Song, for instance. A lot of these items like that, and Ardent Sensor and the others, working so well to empower the rest of the team, despite some of the changes on 13.12.
Still going to give the same amount of range to Jinx. That's the scary part as we move further and further into this game. Is Tactical doesn't have the word there to step up, and a good thing that he was wiser to it as Quid and Closer were lying in wait. His reactions are going to need to be good against that Ahri Wukong again. Treats can help him out, as of course Millia does enable your marksman to not have to take that cleanse. You're good with it. As hold on.
Balulu, a defensive ultimate, and then he has to flash out. That was a good save from Balulu, and multiple blast cone usage for 100 Thieves to escape with all 3 of their lives. I think it was a good aggressive look from 100 Thieves to try to find an opportunity when there's not much standing on the map, but also a great response from Balulu to survive it.
They did get a flash out of Balulu, so that is something that 100 Thieves can look to punish next time around. But yeah, that was well played by the Balulu. Flash necessary against that grand entrance
And
with Lucio.
ultimate used too.
Yeah, didn't quite want to burn that. TP does come down. Keep your eyes on the Sunday. He's channeling a recall right now. There are wards behind IMT if Sunday wants to push here. All ults are up for 100 Thieves. I feel like this is when they want to fight in the game.
Sunday has teleport, has all
Quid.
resources except for a flash.
Yeah, here we go.
Teleporting in now. You can see that on the map in the blue side jungle.
Everyone
Immortals,
shifting up.
They don't have any wards on it, but there's the call of the Forge God. Kenvi charmed
Good
immediately
ults.
after getting knocked up, and Bucio wants to find him with the knockup, but now they are turning and running. Kenvi stuns up Sunday, and from downtown, the damage is good from Tactical for Closer to fall.
Oh, no.
So gets rooted under the turret, but they're still in pursuit. Double If dishes damage on the retreat, but cannot defeat Immortals in the fight.
And it's a great disengage from Treats and Tactical as that ult on the Milio gets Kenvi out as we see the replay.
Yeah.
Again, this is when 100 Thieves want to fight. This is when their comp should be strong with Ahri Wukong earlier in the game, so they decide this is the time to force. But Double Lift isn't there to follow up, and the disengage from Immortals was too good. Quid has to burn 2 ult charges to get in range. Insta cleanse from Treats on that ultimate. Tactical flashes out of the combo from Bucio. And look at how low 100 Thieves is after this, as the range now from Azir and Jinx take over. 100 Thieves, when that engage doesn't connect, everything goes wayward, and I want to see 100 Thieves now try to play fast, punish the burn summoner spells. They have to keep on trying to make plays at this point of the game, push now, before they get brutally outscaled by this Azir and Jinx.
And seeing if they can make anything happen with that in mind over on the bot side, because Immortals, after that victory in the fight, move on downwards. We have less than 10 seconds before the dragon has spawned, and the scuttle and warding is in favor of blue side.
Yeah, this is big.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to find limited opportunity.
Credit to Immortals. After that winning play on the top side, able to get control over this dragon and deny that soul point from 100 Thieves. They will trade for the Herald Crash Min. That's a mid-outer for dragon. I think at this point of the game, IMT happy that they pick up the dragon and start the stacking, as buying more time for Jinx and Azir. Always a winning formula here for the most part in League of Legends.
Breaks the stacking for 100. You don't have to worry about them being on soul point by taking it. 100 Thieves, they do still get that advantage in mid when you're taking down your first turret and it's in the mid lane. It offers more room for you to roam with the rest of the team, so you can establish control in the other portions of the map, as Immortals have had the advantage in that regard all the way through.
And I think while objectives are down now for 100 Thieves, Baron not going to quite be the option yet here for either of our teams, as you're going to want second items, especially on the side of IMT. Make plays onto Tactical. Tactical, he's missing his summoner spells right now. 100 Thieves, they've got to punish this over on this side. If they aren't able to, if you're able to get Jinx out for free again, if you are Immortals, the damage this champion does later in the game, it's so deadly. And this front line, this Sejuani, Renekton, they have a lead at the moment. They should be big enough to withstand the damage that 100 Thieves has with this gold lead. So I really want to see Closer and Quid try to push the pace, work together to punish this Jinx, or at least pressure Tactical, make things hard.
And I think finding a fight where you see Jinx first, because even in that last one where Immortals were able to come out on top, yes, that started actually with Kenvi throwing out his ultimate and ended up getting sidestepped by multiple members of 100 Thieves. A couple ults used and 100 say, okay, I think we have some agency to move forward. We don't have eyes on Tactical. He's rotating from the mid portion of the map, but instead that beefiness of Immortals able to draw out so much time, the cleanse from the Breath of Life from Treats doing exactly that so that Kenvi could stay alive, and Tactical can just walk on up so that he can offer the damage as soon as he arrives. And I'm sure Immortals will look to repeat that strategy again and again unless 100 can find the picks. They had an easier time finding those picks in the early laning phase when both teams weren't unlocked from lane, but now that they are, it's much more difficult for them to find safe lanes of execution.
You can see they're looking here though, as Closer will be spotted. At least get the passive off Kenvi. But Solo, I really like what Solo's doing. Whenever he gets shoved in these side lanes, he's not looking to pressure the inners. Instead, he's actually looking to hover to make sure that Tactical, while he doesn't have summons, is actually safe. And a lot of these hovers from Solo have enabled IMT to actually look for plays, or at least deter 100 Thieves from going, because they don't know where this Renekton in, who is very strong early. So I think props Solo some good understanding of how to play out this comp from IMT, as it's mostly the 4-1s. We're going to keep this Azir and Jinx together, as 100 Thieves really struggling to get in and find any angles again on the Jinx, who is still missing Flash for another couple seconds here. As 100 Thieves, I mean, 2 instances where in this game, Jinx has been down both summoner spells, and 100 Thieves just have not been able to punish.
Yeah, and it's Jinx and Solo both without a flash. For 100 Thieves, it is just Quid that is lacking for the time being. 3,000 gold lead still in place for Immortals, but because of kind of the stagnation over the recent minutes, that hasn't ballooned or waned in any way in particular. You know, Baloo spending some time on the top side to push that wave up. You always want to make sure the waves around the objective at hand are somewhat controlled. So with the Baron being the major one on the map, keeping those lanes in mid and top pushed is always going to be favorable.
And, I mean, the more IMT slows down this game, the better. As Balulu gonna find a good chunk here onto Quid. And for Immortals, I mean, look at Jinx. She's got that completed Gale Force now. Azir's sitting on 2 items. The more items these champs get, 3rd item, Azir, Jinx, they get even all the more scarier for the side of 100 Thieves to deal with, as we're a little bit under 90 seconds away from this next dragon. It's a weaker soul, Chemtech being on the map, but honestly, I really feel like 100 Thieves, they're running out of time to try and do something against IMT.
If IMT are trying to drag out the game, Cubby, then who are you looking on 100 to press that go button when necessary? Because you've got, yes, Busio and Someday holding the engage, but it's so difficult to find that angle with some of the ways that they have been moving and still trying to make sure that Quid and Double If stay protected, and Quid can use an aggressive look on his ultimate, unlike the last couple times where it felt like it was very defensive or just to catch up with the rest of the team.
For me, this combo, it's either going to be Ornhorn and then Closer follow-up, or Closer just starts the fight. Because that's where Rakan can really piggyback in, then you get Ahri coming over the top with that Everfrost and the damage from her. So eyes on the top side for 100 Thieves as those members from the victorious split 2 years ago that summer, they're going to have to be the ones that step up here if they want to find a win this week and avoid starting the split 1 and 5.
And the more that Busio can tag with the quickness, the better. And it's so much easier to do when they're knocked up by the call of the Forage God, or Closer getting the same effect with that Cyclone. So 100 Thieves, the veterans, looking to be the ones to lead the charge. Closer is the first to come in, but can be queuing on out of it.
It's a nice chunk there as 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can contest this next wave. I think after that, we'll see each fog down towards that dragon. Again, Immortals, they don't have to fight this. They can try and take mid-outer. No, but at the moment they want it. Here comes Solo.
Oh, Double If in danger, has to Featherstone for the safe play. Solo, multiple knockups, and eliminated by Double If. IMT groups together, 100 Thieves have taken control of the river, and as a result, set their sights on the dragon.
Great charm from Busio as that stops Solo from getting the flash stun off. And that actually, he was overcommitted, fell down early. The ult didn't connect from Balulu, and 100 Thieves get out with a win in the dragon. Now check this, the charm from Busio. So Solo flashed onto the charm from Busio, wasn't able to get down that stun. Now able to not even get down a Q either as he falls. 100 Thieves, great job of focusing down that Renekton. Balulu, that swoop comes up empty as 100 Thieves able to get that soul point, get some much needed gold in their pockets. And again, 100 Thieves, their comp doesn't get any stronger than what it is right now. So I want to see them continue to push the pace. Balulu is missing a flash. Treats is missing a flash. Solo's missing a flash. The faster they play, once they get these ultimates back up, they can punish.
Yeah, if Immortals get a bit of a better look in the coming fights, it could be a different story. Because, like you said, Covey, that ultimate from Balulu there, all it really pushed back was an Ornn. Too heavy. You have to take all of the Emperor's Divide effort just to lift him by the horns and throw him away. And there's not much that you get of it. So Immortals' gold lead has been cut down slightly, and 100 Thieves are officially on soul point. Still a while before they can build that soul specifically, but it gives them a little bit of room to grow.
Going to be a Baron dance as this game continues to be slow. I will say the one thing that will get better for 100 Thieves throughout this game is that level 16 for Someday, of course, ornaments coming into the inventories for 100 Thieves, but also there have been some changes to Renekton that enable him to be a little bit stronger later with that ultimate, but Ornn should feel a lot better contesting Renekton in the sides, and could actually be a lane that 100 Thieves looks to focus as they take down. Have the ability, you could send some people to try and take down Renekton later in this game, but at the moment, as long as Solo's bot side, full focus around the Baron for each of these teams as the dance has started, and IMT, they're the ones that have control.
It comes down to how much do these teams want to group as 5 and engage in that dance around Baron versus sending members to go split elsewhere, because Solo and Balulu both have teleport, but did make sure to kind of really just put that sticky tape to them and the rest of the team for a bit while they were trying to establish that vision first. And now Solo making that rotation towards bot once Someday has moved to see if he can effort that way forward.
So Solo spotted. If 100 Thieves want to start, this is a war that I feel like Solo could go towards. And 100 Thieves will hit it to try and get that TP out of Solo. So here we go. Kenvi just spotted now. Oh, Baron's down.
Oh, it's below down. Closer securing the Baron. Double-Lift Feather Storming out of there. Can he get the drawback for some lockdown? Ornhorn thrown, but does not get the knockup. Balulu throwing down the ultimate, but gives his life as the trade. Solo slicing and dicing out of the pit. Closer swinging away, but the double kill credit goes to Quid. Immortals, the super mega death rocket hit from Tactical gets a trade back. So even though 100 Thieves pull the purple, Immortals take a couple away with them.
What has it been, though, with this week in Baron sneaks? We saw one in the last game. We saw FlyQuest drop 3 free Barons over to EG to end up yesterday. Now 100 Thieves, they're able to sneak a Baron themselves as a Kraken Slayer Xayah just ripped through the Nash. And then on the flip side, this engage from Busio stopped Balulu, who again was flashless in his tracks, able to find the Azir on the back half. Balulu not able to DPS, and good follow-up from Quid. Was able to get double lift out of there. Props to Tactical on this side of the fight. Was able to position really nicely and do some damage. And always love to see some pixel-perfect plays from our pros, as this ult was pretty damn clean.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Tried to spear rush over, but couldn't do it in time. Prime timing from Tactical. In the end, though, 100 Thieves, they got the Baron. They got the last Drake.
Yeah.
They have pulled the gold lead towards themselves at 2.1K. It was almost the exact number on the opposite side, Covey, before that previous fight. And 100 Thieves standing in the driver's seat for what feels like the first time this game.
And their ability to control these fights, honestly, with Someday on the Ornn has been really big, as this is still the fear that I have, though, for 100 Thieves. Tactical is down a couple levels to double up now, but that W-empowered Jinx later in the game can't get a lot more range than that, as that's going to be really tough for 100 Thieves to deal with. Again, whatever engage they take, it has to be clean. That's why I love seeing Busio focus down Balulu, who was down Flash in that last fight, but each carry for IMT has Flash available to them now. It's really going to be on each of them to try and pull out here safely as Tactical. Uh-oh.
100 Thieves were waiting in tri-bush.
He doesn't have TP. That's huge.
So much damage. Balulu's teleporting in now. Gets rooted by Quid as soon as he enters.
Oh, no.
There's a decent amount
they should
of
take
damage
this fight.
on the fall. Yeah, 100 Thieves. They create this line across the jungle, and even with the turret drop down by Balulu, Immortals can push some distance between themselves and 100, but yep, that dragon is up.
Free.
River attacked again by 100. They have complete control over the water.
I mean, Balulu TP'd to that fight and got chunked, and then Solo had to TP to the Baron and he got chunked. So there's no ability for the solo laners to actually eat that and TP back in, so just a free soul going over to 100 Thieves. Immortals taking those skirmishes very poor there, as, I mean, once you lose that health, you couldn't contest the dragon anymore. And 100 Thieves continue to step forward and find advantages in this game.
100 Thieves really pushing those advantages, like you said. And I mean, Bloodthirster just completed for double lift, so be able to stick in these fights just that much longer with that much more strength to take down Immortals.
And it really feels like this Jinx Azir combo. And props to 100 Thieves, they've been making it really hard for either one to actually auto-attack and play together. Like, the way that I think you want to play this is use the Emperor's Divide to protect Jinx and make sure she's able to continuously free fire throughout the fight. But that Baron fight, Balulu was split from IMT. The one before, that all came up empty from the Azir, and it really has prevented a lot of things from going the way of IMT, as Quid's going to get chunked here pretty hard.
Ooh, uh-oh. Someday's walking down in case Solo wanted to continue overstepping on this chase, but instead takes half of Quid's bar as the consolation prize, as most of Immortals are in that defensive positioning, hovering around this mid lane. Doublelift has been forcing that way forward on that top side, so now Tactical has to clear it out. Solo trying his best to mitigate any pressure that 100 Thieves can offer on that bot side, but what are you thinking from Immortals here, Cubby? For so long, it was looking like they had control, and it was all up to 100 Thieves to make the plays happen, off of some of Engage from Someday and Closer, and now they have done just that, and Immortals really need to lean on that power spike of Tactical. How do they do so?
I feels like Kenvi and Solo have just kind of been walking in and getting melted without Azir and Jinx being able to help out. So maybe IMT trying to absorb and engage could be the thing. And honestly, they'll probably have the opportunity to do so as they keep on falling further behind. As Lucio is going to get picked, able to get out, no combo.
Got stunned up for a moment by Kenvi, but no follow-up available for Immortals at this point in time. And I think that's a good point you make when you have Kenvi and Solo who have so much HP, right? And the whole point is to get value for the HP that you trade for the damage that 100 Thieves take out. And if your team isn't there to offer the damage while you're soaking up so much, then it's difficult to make anything happen. In fact, it's something that we saw a lot from 100 Thieves in the start of spring, where the tanks were going forward and the damage wasn't there. Once they shored that up, it worked well for them, and it looks like they've shored things up in this game, where now Immortals are struggling with that exact problem.
And they're just running Immortals across the map. At this point, Immortals, that Renekton doesn't win the side anymore, so Solo's been trying to group and find a pick or anything, but Quid and double-elimination just walked away with 2 free turrets uncontested, and IMT continue to be on the back foot in this game. Yeah, I just think the first couple of fights, I mean, you want to fight front to back with this Immortals team comp, but it feels like I think Lulu was a little bit far up. Solo was a little bit far up in the 2 fights that IMT have taken. 100 Thieves had really good focus to take them down first, and it really meant that the carry of this game, which should be tactical, has not been able to do what he was supposed to do in these fights, but has access to that Hurricane, that 4th item now, and we've seen what Jinx can do if she gets 1 reset. So I think all eyes have to be on tactical to see if he can save this one for his team.
Yeah, looking to see if he gets the most damage output, but also if some of these combos can work out for Immortals. Chomper's thrown down and someday temporarily stunned, but has to escape. Yeah, Closer takes a lot of damage, and Quid wants to find the flank angle, but Immortals are trying to seek out his positioning here so they don't get collapsed upon.
That's really good for IMT.
Quid gets tagged with the W.
Really good. I think IMT should start this because they chunked out Closer, doesn't have access to TP. He's going to have to sprint back to the base. So if IMT want to start this now, they can force Closer to be here at low HP. Yeah, a couple ults are down. Quid has no ult. This is a good setup for Immortals.
Exactly that. Kenvi is taking the brunt of the damage now once again, but this time, can Immortals make something happen of it? They have to back off of this Baron. There's a lot of vision afforded by 100 Thieves, and the tenacity with which they step up to IMT.
Tactical.
They want to create the distance. Featherstone drawn out by double-elimination and Solo. Knocked up by the Orange on
they
the
found him.
side. Balulu out of the pit, and Quid has been collapsed upon. Kenvi flashes over the wall, and Solo swinging away onto Bucio. Gets 1 hit. Quid out of stasis. The resurrection coming on through for Solo, but he's in the center of a lot of red. A good charm up in the double kill from Quid. Finishes off Treats. Balulu, last man standing for IMT. And Quid, with everybody else, collapses upon him. Your own turret can't keep you alive. It's the ace from 100 Thieves, really turning things around in these games over the past 5 minutes.
I got to give Bucio a lot of praise for that engage on the back half. His Rakan found tactical. It was a great follow-up as both Quid and double-elimination flash over to take the Jinx down. No one was able to protect tactical. He goes down. 100 Thieves are going to take the Nexus.
That's it. 100 Thieves turned week 2 from sour to sweet, avoiding defeat.
Yeah, no talking with Bucio before the game. He said, obviously, if we get a game here, momentum for the split as they get to at least end this week 1-2, find a win. And 100 Thieves, this is a team where people still have some expectations for them moving forward. They have to keep on building up as a week with Quid can be really big for them this early season. And of course, he's still adapting. And it was good to see him make some aggressive plays on that back half, following up with Bucio and finding tactical game-winning play there in the back half for Bucio and 100 Thieves. They walk away with the win.
I think whenever you have a roster change, you're hoping to scrap away at least 1 win to give that mental push of, yes, this is what we can do. We can take this momentum going into the next week, but also lean upon the players that have been here for quite some time to lead us through these victories. And 100 Thieves feeling good about it. Immortals, though, an unfortunate finish for them, 0-3 for week 2.
Just weren't able to find the front to backs, and it felt like Sejuani, Renekton kept on getting chunked out by 100 Thieves before those fights could start. So good attempt from IMT still. I saw some strong laning and a decent early game out of them into that strong mid-game comp for 100 Thieves, but Closer and Bucio reign supreme in the end.
That's what you want to see from your jungler and support.
Yeah.
I know that Bucio, for instance, he's spoken in multiple interviews and pieces of the content about, I actually like when the pressure is a little lower, you know, I can kind of hang around there a bit more comfortably and build up. Well, the pressure is a bit lower when you're coming off of losses, and that's one way to really scrape that as a way to give yourself some energy for the win.
Yeah, I know they really wanted to wrap up this week with a win, talking with him, and it was really good to see Busio step up on that Rakan. Again, a player from Challengers that I've always had very high hopes for on this stage, and good to see him rise to the occasion and find some big engages in the back half, help his team get the win.
Yeah, which is something that we'll need to see more and more from him and other supports in this league if they want to find victories here in Summer Split. Oh, I know we all like victories, though. Sometimes in real life, sometimes in fantasy.
Ooh.
Speaking of which, hey, LCS fans, the folks at Sleeper have been hard at work making sure the LCS fantasy experience is up to quality and that the issues experienced at the beginning of the split have been resolved. So it's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends. I always have a fun time doing so, and you can head over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. For now, though, we are joining Raz and Busio on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
There we go. Welcome. We got an applause here. Congratulations on the win, Busio.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
How do you feel about the game overall? Gut feeling before you even get a chance to review it? I mean, felt tough at the beginning, but you got a key engage, it felt like, on Rift Hero placement mid, I think around 10 minutes into the game, and then you're engaging later on team fights felt easier. But what's your takeaway?
Well, our comp is a really strong mid 3v3. We have Wukong, Ahri, Rakan, but obviously they outrange us, so it's all about finding those engages and finding those angles. Because if we don't, they're just going to slowly poke us out, kind of control. So yeah, it's all about just deciding when you want to fight.
And kind of to follow up on that, it's your rookie year. Last split, there was, I think, a growing period right at the start. But by the time it felt like you guys were ramping up the playoffs, you got a lot better. This split, it feels like you've grown a lot. But we don't get to see behind the scenes. What are some of the things that you felt like you've grown the most on as a player coming in your rookie year, and something you want to, like, a kind of a goal that you want to get to?
Well, in the first split, definitely like bot lane matchups and honestly just like playing bot lane 2v2 at a high level was something that I was super bad at the start and definitely improved on. But now in this split, after no longer having Bjergsen and even like playing with Nuke Duck, those two mids were very vocal and like facilitative. But right now with Quid, since his communication isn't the best, I need to make a lot of the plans. Of course, jungle too, but I need to improve on my just facilitation skills, making plans, when to fight, just like normal support stuff. Definitely something I have a lot to learn in.
That's something that I've heard that you've been really good at when you were in Academy and 100 Thieves Academy, something you've been more of like a communicator for that team. But obviously when you come into your rookie year, you have a lot to learn yourself, but also flanked with veterans, you kind of are not in a position to do. Is that something where it feels like you're learning to be more vocal, or something you're going back to?
Maybe a little bit of going back to, because when you first get in LCS and you have a bunch of veterans, the two GOATs around you, you don't really feel like your voice on the team is the most important. But it's just everyone needs to communicate their job, and like the support's one of the moving pieces along with jungle. So I just have a responsibility to be making these plans, and I need to get back to that.
And now, gonna just talk about the team as a whole. Last question, because last split, you guys really ramped up going into playoffs. This time around, there's a growing period. You mentioned Quid, just like you had to play with your coach for the first week, right? So it never felt you guys had the system that you guys, right from the get-go. What is something you guys are kind of like needing to work on? And already with this one, it feels like your team fighting is back at it. Something that you feel like the team needs to get better at going forward.
Just cohesion, plan making. Like honestly, like I could like solo fix a lot of those problems because anyone can do it. And if you make those plans and follow through with them, that's really all we need.
Message for the fans out there?
Thank you guys for the support, and we're going to keep on improving for sure.
There it is. Appreciate you, Busio. Thank you a lot for the interview.
Thank you.
And right after the game, we guys will see you there. And yeah, thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst, still playing with 100 Thieves and the LCS Analysts. All right, the next category is deleted items that are no longer in the game.
I'm gonna smurf this.
Yeah, you wanna go?
Let's go.
The way this is going to work, I'm going to say something about this item. An active about the item, a passive about the item. I'll say something about the item, and you have to say what item it is. Okay, you guys ready? This item had a unique passive that granted you 100% bonus attack speed and critical chance for your
Sword of the Divine.
Sword of the Divine it is.
Let's go, Peter. Let's go.
Producers,
Easy.
Producers told me this category is worth 2 points for some reason.
Oh,
you're down 4 points. Next two up.
Okay, come. Who's facing?
All right, we'll go for it. We'll go for it.
What's the category?
We're still on the deleted items?
Still deleted items.
Oh, I got this one. I don't know how long you've been playing for, but...
Don't worry, I got you.
This item had two passives. This is the active passive. Place a stealth ward at the target location, and the range is 1,000 range.
I know this one.
Yeah, go ahead if you know this one.
I'll read the passive. It's called Maim. You gain a stack for each champion takedown or large monster killed. Basic attacks will do 25 bonus damage and heal for 10. It's tripled against...
Dude, that's too many words.
Oh!
Yeah, go ahead.
Wriggle's Lantern?
Wrong.
Yeah, boys.
That's what I thought it was too.
Res, you have the right
I know what it is, but I don't know that.
Dude, I have no idea.
I'll give another hint. This item was not in the game very long because it was OP as f.
Yeah, I know what it is, but I don't remember the exact name.
Yeah, can you say it?
Oh.
Yes, that one.
I'm starting to think about it. Is it Madrad's Bloodriser?
Not Madrad's. That was a component of this, not the final item, though.
Think about the final item.
Is it Spirit of the Elder Lizard?
No.
No.
Okay, it's 2 words. Both them start with F.
Come on, bro.
No, it's over.
It's over?
We have it, I think.
Feral Flare.
No, just say something.
He just said it. He literally just said it, so it's cheating. I can steal his answer. It's Feral Flare.
They just said it was over, and the Marks looked at me.
Here's the referee ruling. They said they never gave a wrong answer. They just mind gamed Azael.
What?
Mark is the one who mind gamed me. Mark is
6-6. We got a tie game.
Wait, why is that worth 2 again?
I'm mad for you.
Why is this worth 2 again?
No sense.
This is unfair.
Mark is the worst host of all time.
Take it up with the higher powers. I'm just a mouthpiece.
We take those.
You take them.
But that was actually BS.
All right.
I'm up.
Azael.
Get in there. You got
These
this.
are still worth 2, so you'll be up 2 again.
Sure, Mark.
Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Last one in this category. This item has an active. When you press it for 4 seconds, you get bonus 75% move speed while moving towards a champion or turret. After the duration, you emit a shockwave that slows them down. I'll give another hint. It came with 400 health, 300 mana, armor, regen, and cooldown reduction.
I'm gonna just go for it. Righteous Glory.
Righteous Glory is correct.
Let's go!
Didn't you build that on like Rakan?
You can't give it to them now, Mark!
I was gonna say Turbo Chem Tank, but I'm like, that's too new. There's no shot.
Yeah. That's gonna do it for this round. We'll be back later in the broadcast for more Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I'm Cubby. I get to make the full tour, as I'm guessing today, going from the casting
Smoothie
booth
bar,
to here.
caster desk.
Oh, I mean, Smoothie Bar is after this, actually.
We're really putting you to work after the whole Snoop.
That's the close of the loop. It's just back to the smoothie.
I mean, I got to earn my keep when I chug 10 smoothies before I go on cast.
Thank you.
But, you know, besides that, LCS, pleasure to cast this. Usually, I'm casting NACL, Challengers League, which starts up tomorrow, again at 1 p.m. Pacific on LCS_Challengers and Path to LCS. Be there.
Bang.
But until then, I got to talk about some of the players that actually made it to the LCS stage.
What is this?
Well, I was told it was tier list o'clock, so it was time to make a tier list. These are all the players that have been promoted from Challengers into LCS. I made a tier list based off some of their play I've seen from Challengers, mostly from the LCS stage.
Is this how good they are today?
Overall, like a little bit. I kind of phrase it as like where they could go. So how I phrased it was like S for me was top of their role, has potential to be best.
Okay.
A was going to be, top half of their role. B is someone I expect to be a mainstay LCS player, and actually the first change here is actually...
I was about to say!
Oh, it moves!
There we go, thank you.
I made this on Wednesday, so our mail has been kind of going off here in LCS. C, someone where LCS probably not strongest in the role, but still, can play. And then we have... the faces that are no longer with us that made it to the LCS stage now.
I like the Korean edition there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's a positive one.
I mean, Unforgiven over Yawn in such a short time frame. I guess we will be seeing that really soon.
Yeah. So for me, Unforgiven that split was, like, if we had a most valuable player award, that was Unforgiven in Challengers. He was absolutely filthy. And for me, Unforgiven's been one of the strongest marksmen that we have. But do you have Yawn over Unforgiven? Because that is our next game.
I think I would, but I did predict EG because I feel like they've just been playing overall at a higher level.
Yeah.
So they're next to each other. They're both good. Generally, I actually
Here we go.
My personal tier list. This is very unbiased.
Oh my God! Stop what you're doing.
Is that everyone who is in the building for you?
On.
He's literally. Okay.
I think this team would win Proving Grounds like at least twice.
Okay. I mean, at least once?
At least twice.
At least twice?
They could
maybe?
probably win it every year, actually.
They did win it every.
There we go.
Can we move it back to something normal? Like that's something that's agreeable.
Okay.
I actually agree with Jan over Unforgiven.
Okay.
Jan is really, even during Spring Split when the team was in shambles, it felt like he was performing in lane pretty consistently and team fights were pretty good. And this year he's been off. I've loved the Samir game too. He's been someone that wants to dip into creative picks. Yeah,
one thing that I really like for Jan is that he was a player where usually when I'm looking at Challengers players, I'm looking to see how good of a team fighter they are when they take the next level. Because personally, I think laning is a lot more coachable than what you can do in fights. Jan's actually a really strong laner, and it feels like he's been upgrading his team fighting, which has been really good to see. I think the rookies for TL were playing fights way too fast last split. It's been the big improvement for this split as they've been rather dominant.
Yeah, I think the veterans for TL are playing team fights too fast, and they just had to follow along. It's fine. I agree.
True.
I agree. They're too fast.
I agree with a lot of this. I like the Jan adaptation. The one that I'm looking at is Insanity. He's been performing way too well. But on Graves, yes. What do you think on him?
For me, Insanity is someone where I feel like he's deserved his starting spot so far, and I'm really curious to see what TSM does moving forward. I don't know what else this guy has to do. He took second the last two splits of PG and was really only outperformed by MNS and not even really Diplex, who were on LCS. So I'd like to see him stick around. For me, definitely someone that earns an LCS slot, and even if he's not on TSM, maybe he could buff up some of the other LCS teams if he's not going to be that starter.
I like the list.
Yeah, thanks for the list.
I like the list. Well, speaking of Challengers players, we're almost ready to head out to the casters, but first, JoJo had some words ahead of today's game.
I think TL is so overrated, it's crazy, but like, I mean, if you look at the teams they versed, I think they had like the easiest schedule. I mean, they lost to Dig, but we lost to Dig too, so I can't really say anything, but I think they just versed really bad teams week one and this week, so I think this next week will be hard for them and tomorrow, so we'll see.
Guys, bring it in, bring it in. All right, big game versus EG today. And before we go on stage, I want you to know that you will always be my favorite Team Liquid Academy players. Now, on Armeo and Ayla today, please.
Got it.
Oh, good luck today, guys.
He's still there. Bradley's still there. We're hanging out, man. He's having a good time. We're having a good time, too. I'm Captain Flowers. This is Kobe, and we're going to be bringing you EG versus Team Liquid. Both these teams looking pretty hot right now. Now, yesterday, Team Liquid did lose to the Big Dig, but today, they're looking to bounce back a little bit.
They certainly did, as did Evil Geniuses previous to that, as admitted by JoJo there. I just really like that this is something that analysts has touched on. The Team Liquid Academy players, that the four in this game that played on the same team, did win the Proving Grounds and quite possibly might be the best Academy team of all time. And now we've split it down the middle here. The Civil War, Jan and Harry versus Armeo and Ayla, to see actually which ones were carrying the other ones in that team.
It's always fun to have some of those revenge trash talky type of matchups. I'm ready for it. And obviously, we're just about ready to start with the picks. Bands nearly finished up. Azir, Jace, and Vi panned out by TL. Over for EG, it's the Static Shiv monsters. LeBlanc and Kennen are banned away. Nico's taken off the table.
Pioshik got Kindred!
Fast to
Let's
lock
go!
in Kindred for Pioshik, and you better believe he's going to be playing his world champion skin.
I was going to say, he's definitely going to be playing it. However, Core JJ on his birthday wearing his World Championship Rakan skin just lost to Dignitas yesterday. So be careful with that one. The World Champion skins might be a curse. I am so down for this. I thought that there was actually no way Pioshik is ever going to get Kindred. This man started as a Kindred one-trick pony streamer and made his way all the way to Worlds and won it. Now we get to see it in this game, though. Big hubris, I feel like, from Evil Geniuses to let that one go through. They really valued the OP things on this patch, and that says a lot. 13-12, a lot of the players talking about some of the big bombs on this patch, and they really felt it necessary to ban out the double static Shiv users as well as the Nico monstrosity.
Yeah, I mean, Nico's just a cheat code at this point. You got to get rid of her on red side. And then I see the value in getting rid of the Shivs, but it's Evil Geniuses taking the Recon, picking up the Ahri for themselves. Over on TL's side, the Rel locked in for the support matchup.
Which is also one that's really good on this patch right now. And Core JJ, as well as Huhi yesterday, talking so much about this champion. Really good engages from both of them. I mean, we're jumping through this picks and bans, but I already feel like Team Liquid is getting massive value out of this first 3 picks in Champ Select here. Huge prio picks on this patch, especially considering the players that are piloting the champions.
So one thing I'm going to be looking for here in the second half of the draft is, are we going to get any Yeet champions? Whatever Kindred is picked, I want to see somebody with a Yeet, whether it's
some
versus
Gragas,
Kindred
some
or with
Poppy,
her. Yes, something that can knock someone out of the respite and give yourself an edge in the chaos of that ability.
Well, luckily for you, those 2 that I just named are playable in the 2 positions that Evil Geniuses have yet to be picked. So Gragas and Poppy definitely still on the table here. The Jax banned out from Evil Geniuses, trying to look towards Summit, who has been such a reliable top lane carry for Team Liquid this time around, which is not something that in the past in LCS people associated with Summit, being so vulnerable to ganks, but it really has not shown itself thus far. So the respect to Summit there, banning out some carry top laners. Meanwhile, Team Liquid gonna whittle down on Armeo, that Team Liquid Academy jungle captain, take away some more of those jungle champions from him. See if they do follow it up with one of those 2 other.
Yeah, where's Gragas? Where's Poppy? Where's one of those champions that can really throw a thorn in the side of the Lamb's respite? They're really taking their time thinking this one all the way through, but only a couple seconds left. The Rek'Sai banded away. I know you're a big fan of this champion. I'm not, but hey.
Armeo is too. I know Armeo has actually played a decent amount of Rek'Sai as well, but definitely has a big advantage with some of the compensation buffs that were given to Rek'Sai due to the removal of Prowler's Claw, so they take that one out. Ivern is in actually a very good spot on this patch, so
Don't get bamboozled.
That hover is not just for the sake of trolling.
I would say do not be bamboozled yet, my friend. I'll believe it when I see it. And right now, the only thing I'm seeing is a Croc locked in the top lane for revenge.
It is kind of annoying to play Ivern into Kindred as well, by the way, because one of Ivern's biggest weaknesses is getting invaded, and Kindred is very good at that. So definitely one of the scarier matchups for the tree lover. Renekton, though, has really risen, especially if you watch, LPL, the blind pick priority for top lane. Renekton right now in a very good situation. Wow, I always love Ashe with Kindred. The Hawk Shot gives you so much more information to work with here. Pioshik, I feel like Pioshik is set up for huge success this game. Not only did he get Kindred, but the rest of his whole team is hard engaged, and they have extra vision for him. If this is not a Pioshik World Champ skin Kindred dub, then I don't know what is going to be.
Okay, I'm glad to see something that can do a little bit of frontlining here for the top lane for Summit there with the Gnar, because one thing that they don't have up until that pick was really a tank. Obviously, Rel can engage, but on a support budget, you can't be a main tank. So opportunities for EG to engage on a lot of different members here on TL. What's this final pick going to be? I need to see something in the jungle. Obviously, the Vi, the Wukong, the Rek'Sai, lots of jungle focus coming out from TL.
Last time around?
Yeah, buddy, his Viego is definitely nothing to scoff at, and that's what Armeo is going to be piloting here.
Let's see how aggressive he can get with it early, because top triangle of the map actually does look quite good for Evil Geniuses in the early stages, and Armeo has been very aggressive. A lot of these early advantages that Evil Geniuses have been able to get have been off the back of his play, working especially with JoJo, but now the revenge is not on a tank, and they let him out of jail. He's unleashed on the Renekton.
He's out on bond.
You've got some more opportunities there. If you're able to get Renekton slice and dice flash stuns onto Mini-Gnar, a follow-up stun from a Viego could definitely find an early kill and try and snowball top triangle of the map. We'll see about the Kindred marks as well, super early on in the game.
Right.
Very excited to see this matchup.
Man, Pioshik, this is it. You said it, man. Everything on this team can enable this man to get some serious work done on Kindred in this game. Both of these teams sitting at a 4-1 record right now, second place in the league. Both have also only lost to Dignitas, the kryptonite of the two. But now, one of them's going to have to face that second tally in the loss column. I'm excited for this. This is the matchup I've been looking forward to the most of this entire day, and I hope they both bring their A game.
Got everything in it. We've got signature picks. We've got former teammates dueling it out on the Rift. We've got a tie in the standings waiting to be broken. Captain Flowers, let's get it.
Let's rock and roll. It's Summoner's Rift for the third time today. Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. The head-to-head to break the tie in the standings the two currently find themselves in. The man on your screen right there giving the thumbs up. JoJo has been having an awesome split here so far.
And we even got the pre-match trash talk from him as well, talking about how crazy overrated Team Liquid is. Now it's time to show it. They give him their Kindred skin. He's doing the recall right now, by the way. Can we look at the Kindred skin?
Yeah, zoom in on that.
Because Pioshik had a whole segment talking about everything that went into it, and the recall being a shout out to his origins as a Kindred streamer. His little streamer setup there.
Yeah, I got his stream set up. He talked about how when you place down the W, it's got the dragon scales near the edge.
I love the little details, yeah.
When the ulti happens, you get to see the DRX logo in the middle near the end, right when it pops. So a lot of cool details there on that Kindred skin. But at the start of this one, we're not going to get a whole lot. Nobody's looking for anything wild here at level 1. Jan and Core JJ just going to help Pioshik out a little bit. And I do want to keep an eye on how much more information they can get with that hawk shot like you were talking about. Kindred already loves being able to track the enemy jungler to take advantage of trying to farm up those marks, steal away those camps. And this 1-2 punch between these two marksmen, I think, can play out beautifully.
Yeah, there's so much utility from this bottom lane that Team Liquid have drafted here. They can make plays off of Ash Arrow and Rel engages as well later on into the game. See about Core JJ versus Ayla, his former understudy.
Well, Core JJ is the first one to jump in, but Ayla just smacks him right back.
And Core JJ was always so complimentary of the Team Liquid Academy players that were playing under him when he was on the team. When Ayla came into the LCS the first time around, Core had some really, really good words for him, talking about Ayla being the second best support in the LCS, only to Core himself.
Yeah.
And definitely has a lot of respect here between these two in the bottom lane.
And remember, Ayla's coming off a victory of his own yesterday. EG taking down FlyQuest, the Ayla versus Vulcan drama. Ayla just smacked Vulcan in that one. EG taking a direct dominant win. Yeah.
Battleship.
There we go.
Found him
right.
on the Raptors.
Our Mayo has been sighted on the chicken camp as Pioshik clears out his wolves. Both junglers staying on a pretty even pace compared to one another. A little bit of a stun from the Rel Q, one of the changes for the mini rework. Up there on the top side, let's see how things are going between Summit and Revenge. Revenge doing pretty good right now. Nice double knock up there from Ayla. Perfect positioning on the grand entrance, but now Core JJ is ready to counterattack. Unforgiven being attacked by that Team Liquid support, having to pop the cleanse to get rid of the ignite as Jan now wants to disengage. There's a lot more minions for the side of EG, which means Team Liquid backs away.
Yep, they should still be able to farm these out too. Nice little sidestep there from Jan, not to take any extra damage in the trade. And they come up a little bit positive in the trade. Cooldowns on cleanse and heal are very short though.
Yeah.
So not too big of an expenditure on the Evil Geniuses side. And they do get the wave in. They do get their recalls off.
And Pioshik looking for the mid lane here. JoJo flashing away up towards the safety of the side that his jungler is on. So Harry wanted to make the move. It's flash for flash in the mid lane. Armeo recalling on top of a ward, so Harry's aware of that. He's going to make sure he doesn't go too close to it. Pioshik will now grab the Scuttle Crab here in the bottom half of the map. Unfortunately for him, loses the coin toss on where the first mark is going to spawn, so that one did go over to Armeo. But Unforgiven back into the lane here. The only one currently in position in that lane after we had to see a couple of different recalls from the bottom lane duos. First teleports being used to bring both mid laners back to mid now. Those resources got spent. Armeo coming up looking for the Spectral Maw, but Summit with an immediate jump away. Does not want to be caught out here. Does not want to end up punished for free as CoreJJ brings in the crash down, forces the flash out of the EG AD carry. Now Ayla ready to counterattack, forcing the flash back out of Yawn.
I love this game.
Losing 1-2.
Yeah, loving this game so far. Trading flashes back and forth. Pyosik attracted to the extra skirmishing on bottom side, but so is Armeo, and they should be able to see that he's on the way.
Pyosik gonna step back there.
Skirted it, but they're gonna call it off anyways. Seeing the little bit of the mist and knowing it's actually taken too long. I would definitely return mid lane though. For both junglers, this is a really, really big opportunity. It's a very, very volatile matchup between Ahri and Annie, and both of them used their flashes in those 2 attempts that we saw earlier. So I feel like whichever jungler is able to get around vision and get to mid lane first to capitalize on that should be able to score a kill, especially as level 6s are coming in, and there's huge, huge burst damage available to both of them.
And I mean, especially from Pioshik's point of view, getting there before the level 6 for JoJo is critical since Ahri gets so much mobility, so much extra ability to dodge away from those ganks once you have the ulti unlocked. But they are closing in on level 6 very rapidly here. Armeo going to pick up his chickens. That is where the mark spawned for Pioshik. So still only the 1 mark here for the Kindred so far.
And I want to point out the vision investment from Evil Geniuses around mid lane that really, really giving JoJo the priority to push up on this Ahri. He's fully confident to abuse his advantage here over Harry with his level 6 because they've got both sides warded. He knew he wasn't going to get ganked by Pyosik, and they even call Armeo over for the dive, but Harry's got a preemptive defensive ward to scout that one out.
Yep.
He knew as he's getting low, it was a possibility, so good job by him, and he drops the tippers to push JoJo back out.
Yeah, JoJo going to be forced back from that one, but he holds the Spirit Rush. Does not want to use his own ulti to get away. Recognizes Harry does not have the ability to burst him down and truly threaten his life. Pyosik coming in to try to stop Armeo from stealing away anything else. Neither jungler level 6 yet, both pretty much at the start of level 5. Ayla looking to potentially make a move here as Armeo is on the other side of things. CoreJJ and Pyosik also coming around from behind. Harry's got to be careful here. Uses the shield to sidestep away from the engage. Now Armeo's ready to come in. Crash down all 3. CoreJJ just messed Evil Geniuses up. Holy cow, beautiful engage.
Pure outplay right there from Team Liquid. Harry uses the Annie shield speed up to dodge away outside the knockup from Ayla. The old teammates making a swing at each other, but Harry gets the last laugh. He dodges, and he's got CoreJJ in his back pocket for the counter engage on Rel.
Awesome, awesome moves there from TL as Revenge using the flash trying to chase after Summit up here, who doesn't even have to use his own flash to escape. The Dominus used by the Renekton for not a whole lot of gain. Let's take another look at what EG was trying to go for here.
And even notice the early pings from Team Liquid. They were question mark pinging. Ayla's probably here. So Harry, he uses the speed, gets out of the knockup, and then as you go all the way in, Team Liquid had the vision, so nobody knew CoreJJ was there and following, and that is a massive crash down. The trap was sprung, and the trap gets first blood. Success for TL.
First blood on the Kindred 2, plus the 3rd mark. Only needing 1 more, not even 8 minutes into the game. That is huge if you can get that soon.
Well, Flowers, we mentioned it from Champion Select about this game being set up for success for Pyosik, and it is going straight ahead with that storyline. Trinity Force will be online very quickly with that first blood. You mentioned the speed with which he's already stacking up those Kindred marks. Just needs 1 more for the big range boost, and there is a mark on Raptors, but they're going straight for the Rift Trail first, knowing there's a reset timer there for Armeo.
And honestly, you're talking about storylines. I think the storyline for Team Liquid in these first couple of weeks so far here in summer has just been they're playing so much better as a team. That 3v3 that we saw in the mid lane there was because everybody was on the same page. They knew how they wanted to play it. Having Harry as the bait, having CoreJJ as that secret weapon to show up the ace up the sleeve. Spring Team Liquid all goes in at 3 different times there and gives 3 kills away for free. Summer Team Liquid has finally found that synergy with these guys.
I will say that they definitely needed that first blood, though. You can see Evil Geniuses still even in gold due to the CS leads that they did have in top as well as bottom, especially mid lane as well.
Too, yeah.
JoJo's been very, very good in a lot of the early matchups in mid lane, but especially the Ahri versus Annie, really pushing him under tower, and was able to create some of his own advantages. So despite Team Liquid being the ones that get success in the first play and they're counter engaged in the follow through from CoreJJ, it is Evil Geniuses that still have pretty close gold, as well as getting first dragon for themselves.
Harry gonna have Pioshik shadowing him here in the river yet again, but the zombie ward means that Pioshik's not gonna get a whole lot done. Does summon up the Herald here in mid lane, drops the eye. Just gonna use this one to force a little bit of plate money away from JoJo. Armeo coming up through the side in case this would turn into a 2v1. It'll be a 2v2 instead, but nope, only a plate and a half. Goes over to TL. Pioshik back up into the top side of the map.
4, baby.
That is a mark right there on that Scuttle Crab. And so for Pioshik, it's a 10-minute 4-stack Kindred. That feels great now that we're getting into the point of the game where we might see some of these larger skirmishes.
All right, turn on the world champ now. Let's see it. JoJo's messing around mid. He still has flash and ult as Ahri though, so yeah, probably nothing there. Even uses his mid push to make a look bottom.
Pioshik starting up his own chicken camp here. JoJo is nearby. Probably just going to try to throw out the Orb of Deception and steal away some of these baby chickens.
He just used Q again inside Raptor Pit, and
all right, he's back out. He's fine. Summit, meanwhile, about to get a solo kill on Revenge. Already used the Mega Gnar, so doesn't have it there to slam him into the wall. Started off the fight with that one instead. Pioshik recalling as Harry and JoJo continue to just try to farm it up back and forth. JoJo's nearly out of mana, so there's not like he can do a whole lot more here. Just wants to clear this wave out and then find his way back to the base soon to get some more resources ready to go. Trinity Force completed on Pioshik. First fully completed item this game, and man, it's a good one.
Definitely a big spike for him. Let's see where he goes with it, because you also have Ash Arrow. So Team Liquid have a lot of options right now to be very proactive with their gameplay. Harry, Annie, ultimate flash in mid. Ash Arrow as well could start it out. If you fire the Ash Arrow from Fog of War, even a long distance one, maybe you can make a play. See what they can actually set up here, because Kindred will have the damage to follow up on any of these engages.
Yeah.
Team Liquid drafted so many stuns to try and make use of that. The little stop here with the W, nice from Pioshik. Delays Unforgiven and cancels his recall.
Harry just using the Tibbers for tempo here in the mid lane. Getting a quick trade onto JoJo. Trying to maintain extra control over this mid lane wave as Pioshik and CoreJJ stand off in the river against Armeo and Ayla. Armeo and Ayla do not want to overcommit to anything just yet, but Pioshik uses the extra power he has from the completed item, from that power spike, to grab a quick trade onto his opponent, but nothing super meaningful, nothing that's going to last a whole long time. As JoJo, again, is in the sights of Pioshik, who has made so many trips close to mid. Even if we only have the one kill on the board, Pioshik keeps trying to sniff around and see if there's anything to find there, but it is still a gold lead of about 500 for Evil Geniuses, despite the one kill lead for their opponents, because of what you're talking about. Plus 17 farm in mid, plus 10 in top, plus 23 in bottom lane. EG lanes are winning across the board.
Interesting rotation from EG, though. They brought Revenge all the way down from top lane to handle the mid lane wave, while JoJo rotated from mid lane down to bottom lane. But that means you get a free turret plate for Summit on top side, and you're losing some minions on the top side. So that little rotation, almost even losing 2 turret plates here. Summit softening up the second one.
Yep.
As they try to retain the extra wave towards mid, rotate JoJo to the bottom, and now they've slotted Unforgiven in mid instead. But that means Pioshik heads immediately up towards topside as well, thankfully for Revenge. There's a ward here, and Summit has just gone back to Mini Gnar anyway.
All right, what do we want to see from either side, I guess, to accelerate the pace of this game? Because both sides seem pretty content, just sort of letting things go forward right now, but maybe EG is coming down to make the play. Caster Curse complete. Harry with a flash away on top of the stun, but it's not enough. EG's ready to chase him down. Ayla and JoJo with a CC as Core with a Magnet Storm into a 4-man crash down. Keeps his mid laner alive, and EG cannot continue the chase. CoreJJ with the saving play, but Pioshik's coming in now. Does Team Liquid want to find something else here? Yawn almost has the enchanted crystal arrow ready to fire. Pioshik goes in and drops the Lamb's Respite immediately. EG continues running. Flash out from Armeo, dodging out from the crash down. Yawn still approaching. Enchanted crystal arrow finds a target, but it's only the enemy support, and Ayla can dash away. Harry summons the Tibbers, but it's not gonna connect in time. Ayla disengages, and EG gets back to the safety of the tier 1 turret.
All right, should be able to recall after that one and finally get a reset. Flowers, that peel from Core JJ almost set up for another counter engage from Team Liquid, but they don't have the extra power to be able to trap them inside. Take a look at the beginning though. Really good stun from Harry. Stuns Ayla on his attempted engage, and so then by the time he does get it all the way over here towards the brush, and even though JoJo can follow up with a charm, Core JJ, Magnet Storm into Crashdown Peel in front of the tower, lets Harry escape with just blowing his flash there. And Ayla invested his ultimate flash on the Rakan to go for that engage as well, so yeah, really good peel there from Team Liquid to escape. Although they weren't able to punish afterwards, so it didn't leave Evil Geniuses in a deficit. You know, Team Liquid did not push another lane while it was fully invested. They tried to make the trap happen and then couldn't get any kills. So they didn't get any extra push on a different lane, and they didn't get any of the kill money, and EG on reset actually still stack up second Dragon. So as good of a peel as it was to not drop anybody, Evil Genius is still happy to be able to get their objective afterwards.
And Team Liquid was trying to trade those neutral objectives across the map. They wanted to go for the Herald while EG secured Drake #2, but EG brings everybody down, including Revenge, to stop TL from being able to go for that. Now, does TL want a challenge for this Rift Herald? Harry not quite ready with the Tibbers. That cooldown could be a big difference maker in determining whether or not TL wants to fight for this. Armeo is still on top of the Herald. That's already secured. EG getting both neutrals here in this second rotation of the objectives. Pioshik empowered there by Harry's shield to try to step forward, but they won't find anything. EG just wins out over the course of the past couple minutes.
Yes, but Flowers, Team Liquid have unlocked the bonus of triple Trinity Force.
They've got the Trinity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, my brain's in the same place. Yeah.
Now it's, they're gonna multiply. Let's see the extra power. They're gonna need it because EG with Rift Herald. Okay, if you finish the tower, you can save Shelly the health. All right, so Shelly's health is saved, preserved for the second tower here, and it's a teleport behind. Annie coming in for a big stun. They don't see it.
Oh, Core JJ's already down to 1/3 HP, though. They got to be careful here. Harry on the flank. He has the Timbers ready to go now. Core JJ in with a Magnet Storm, and he's got to be careful. He's already down. Pioshik, too. He couldn't use the Lamb's Respite. EG's cutting him to pieces, and someone has to disengage, but he's already down. Armeo picking up another body as Evil Geniuses kills 3. They get the Tier 2 turret. They just buried Team Liquid.
Yeah, they don't see it, but they don't care, Flowers. The split-second difference in Team Liquid engage there. Harry kind of paused up by the brush while the rest of Team Liquid went right in and got bursted down. It's a good turn from Evil Geniuses. When you're getting flanked like that, turn on one of the sides. Let's listen to their comms.
We don't have to force dive. Just try forcing turret. Flash combo. Yeah, don't dive. I charm, play poke. Okay, we got it. They're poked. Rel's 1 HP. Big Rel flash. Wait, we can. Yo, watch me. Look, the troll. Watch me. Kinder. I'm charming 1. Look me. Yeah. No. I'm tanking, keep going. I'm tanking. Any.
And you hear that, they say, they're trolling. That's what happens when you're positioning on a team that is setting up a flank, is not close enough to actually make the timing work out. Annie was not there for the engage, and the rest of Team Liquid was still too close in following Evil Geniuses. So they thought that they had the play there with the Annie teleport flank, but because they were trying that play too hard, EG were able to counter engage and just turn immediately on them, blow up these low health members, and Revenge, good play over the Raptor Pit.
The blowing them up part is huge because Pioshik not being able to cast Lamb's Respite, that can turn the fight incredibly different if that ends up working out. But stopping it entirely with enough burst to just get him out of the picture, huge for EG. In complete control of the game now, up 2 Drakes and 4,000 gold. Still a couple more minutes before we see either Baron or that 3rd Drake spawn. So probably not a whole lot to fight for until about 90 seconds from now.
All right, off that reset. Actually, Revenge going to get chunked pretty hard in the side lane. We'll see how much Summit can get off that. There are already reinforcements headed up to the top side, so probably not too much. Good old-fashioned smite fight goes the way of the world champ.
Yeah, buddy. Of course, when he won the world championship, there were a couple of questionable smite
No Barrets in this game! No arrows coming through for that crowd.
The Gumayushi arrows probably still keeps him up at night a couple of these times, but that time around, he gets the scuttle crab.
It's all good. Got the skin.
Yep, got the skin.
Still
That's all
won.
that matters.
Still won.
All right, EG, let's see what they want to do to keep this one rolling. Under a minute now until Baron and Drake both. Summit, they just get ganked. Backs away in time. Armeo's mist is a big blinking red light. Get out of here. Leave. Run away now.
Exactly. You better run from the mist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Pioshik here did get his level 11 already on Kindred. Keeping up a pretty good pace. Good vision setup from EG, trying a little bit of a pick play. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anybody. But set up for that dragon, only 20 seconds out. Biggest factor usually is the push on mid lane, but TL are making their push through bottom lane here. Harry's going to push bottom lane up to the outer turret and then make their rotation over to dragon from bottom instead of mid. Meanwhile, EG take control of the mid, and we'll get that one in even deeper since there's no tower here. Summit's gonna have to run pretty far away from the objective, and his Mega Gnar times out. So good setup here from Evil Geniuses.
Well, Team Liquid's going to have a very favorable start to this fight if they want to have any sort of a chance. Revenge eating a lot of damage here at the onset of things, but Harry's got to be careful too. He has to flash back over the wall to get away from the EG collapse. Summit now approaching on a flank of his own.
All right, Flowers. There is no Mega Gnar, no anti-Tibbers, no anti-Flash for Team Liquid. Evil Geniuses have got so many cooldowns out of Team Liquid, but they're still going to go for it.
Revenge teleporting back into the fight. Harry's about to do the same. Summit building up the Gnar bar. So the Mega Gnar is going to be a factor after all here. Core JJ, keep your eyes on the rel. When TL's found moments so far this game, they've been off the back of engages and CC lockdown from him. Summit keeping that Gnar bar charged all the way up, wants to be ready to go. The dragon is slain by Yawn of all people, as EG now having to back away. Yawn with the cleanse, baits in Ayla. Summit wants to chase after him. Core JJ with the engage, and Ayla is popped. Summit with a Mega Gnar into the wall as JoJo has to dash away, and Unforgiven barely hobbles out as well. Evil Geniuses, they only lost one, but TL took the Drake, and the health bar advantage is massive. They're gonna force down the tier 1 turret right after.
And they might be able to rotate over to the Baron and bait out some more cooldowns here from EG. Looks like it's just going to be a vision play afterwards. Core JJ sweeping it out. So mid turret down, Dragon picked up, and they are able to get the vision around Baron for the next setup. Let's take another look at it. So Yawn does two things. He's able to arrow Armeo just outside away from the Dragon, and able to pick up the Dragon himself as well. A lot of good stuff from him. Then he cleanses the charm to get just outside the knockup from Ayla. And with that stun landing on Ayla, Core JJ goes right for him. In with the rel engage. Being able to get that extra kill and the extra objective afterwards.
Man, oh man, the game remains interesting despite what looked like a very impressive EG lead that has now shrank down to about half of what it was. They're still up 2,000, they're still up a Drake. Yawn in some serious trouble here, flashes away over the Raptor wall to safety. That looked really dicey.
Okay, there's no flash on Yawn or Harry now for Team Liquid. Two of the carries, but thankfully for them, they do have a jungle carry as well. As long as Pioshik doesn't get fully CC'd like last time, then he should be able to save them with the Kindred ultimates.
And remember, Pioshik got his 4th mark just about 10 minutes on the dot into the game. Nearly 23 minutes in now, he's still at 4. So the Kindred has not been able to accelerate any more of that. Team Liquid lost control over the map practically in its entirety, so he hasn't had access to any more of those resources to continue building up advantages on the Kindred. Also, still no second items completed for anybody on the side of TL. Over on EG, you can see a couple of them are online. It's Navori plus Kraken for Unforgiven Xayah. Horizon Focus now available for JoJo's Ahri too. Evil Geniuses starting up the Baron, forcing Team Liquid to come answer. They are not just going to immediately peel away from this one. It's not dropping exceptionally fast though. Core JJ doesn't want to take too much poke. As TL continues pushing themselves up, Summit's ready. He's got that Gnar bar. He can go over the wall if he wants to go. JoJo jumps in for the Everfrost. Revenge gonna take a whole lot of damage here at the start. His core's about to drop. Pioshik dies before the Lamb's Respite again. He can't press R, and Team Liquid is gone. Evil Geniuses just killed all 5 of them and didn't waste any time doing it. It's ace for nothing, and Baron's the prize.
EG looking clean with it, Flowers. That turn out of Baron. You can see their positioning. They're talking about it the whole time. Ash Arrow goes in, and JoJo plus Revenge. Revenge flashing over with the big Gore Drinker heal on the Renekton. Then the stun onto Pioshik. able to lock him down. They finish him off again without getting off his Kindred ultimate, and the chase down is massive here. Knock up there from Ayla. JoJo getting the reset on his ult from Ahri. Oh, so
Revenge
big.
is popping off. He knows how huge that was for EG.
He got so low inside the Baron, but it doesn't matter. On Renekton, he goes in with the Q Gore Drinker right into the middle of them, flashes outside the pit, heals up, gets right onto Pioshik. They burst down that Kindred again, Flowers, and critically outplay in the team fight to earn themselves now a 7,000 gold lead.
And EG has been doing a really good job of layering that CC on the Kindred and not giving Pioshik the chance to ever cast the ultimate. Kindred without the ultimate is not half the champion she is if she's able to throw that into the team fight, cause all of this chaos, and Evil Geniuses are reaping the rewards.
Yeah, but I mean, both of these teams have explosive engage, so whichever one gets the first step, has that initiative in the early move, is going to be able to snowball here.
Alrighty, EG continuing to move this game forward. Baron for another 2 minutes.
Looks like Double Lift has given Azale's head a nice little rub for good luck. Are you smarter than? Are you luckier than? Teleport to top side for Revenge to be able to answer, you know, Gnar was going for the objective bounty shutdown on top side, so that's why they invest the extra cooldown there. Just make sure there's no objective bounty comebacks here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Hullbreaker's so good at forcing down those turrets, playing sides like this. But is it good enough to get you away from the Revenge JoJo combination? Revenge with a slice, doesn't hit a target, so there is no dice. Everfrost into a charm, into a follow-up burst from the Renekton. All Summit can do is try to buy as much time as possible. He is not getting away from this one, and Revenge gets the payday.
Yeah, the alcove up there, known as the Gnar Graveyard. Nowhere else he's going. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they will get several objective bounties, though. Minions doing the objective work on top side. They do end up getting that tower, and the dragon will be taken, but TL, they are going to sacrifice this. I think it's still a good call. It looks a little weird to be like, oh, open base. We're going to open fort here down mid and let EG move in. But EG already had gotten the pick on Summit, so they knew without Summit, we're not winning that fight anyways. And they did technically get 2 objective bounty shutdowns for it.
But now Evil Geniuses wants to use this last 25 seconds of Baron to force down another tier 2 turret, get another bunch of gold in their pockets, get that gold lead back up to about 7,500 if they can force this one down. But Team Liquid rallies to the location fast enough to defend that remaining tier 2. Meanwhile, back in the base, Revenge just making sure that he keeps these waves buffed up with Baron, trying to put some pressure onto the Nexus turrets themselves. 4v4 here on the top side, still at the tier 2 turret. It's very low. If it gets much lower than this, EG can just force a fight underneath it, burst the turret down instantly, and try to go for that angle if they want. But it looks like they're going to choose to back away. Discretion is the better part of valor. EG does not want to throw away this lead they've built for themselves.
Not yet, Flowers. Ayla going in. That's a Sorelia's pop.
They are finally going to force him back. Ayla getting stunned up here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow ready to lock him down,
Not
too.
yet, buddy.
Unlucky. That's not where Ayla wanted to be. But for EG, they'll trade him away for the tier 2 turret. So it's still net positive on gold.
yeah. They back up to 7K. They went positive there.
Yeah.
Got that secondary outer turret. Did drop one more as far as a little bit of comeback money, but yeah, you're not super worried, right? Because there's a long way that TL have to claw back to actually complete this comeback in this game. That being said, one inhibitor being down is actually feasible to deal with, especially because mid lane being down is actually the easier inhibitor with super minions to deal with. Just trying to go mid, clear those out with everybody, and then try and rotate over anyway. If you can actually use that to get a little bit more farm, then maybe TL could squeeze something out. But it's going to take a really good engage from them. So again, we always mention step 1 in that, especially when you have a Chemtech Soul Rift here. Pop all these Scryer's Blooms, get Court JJ and Harry some really good vision coverage to be able to surprise engage onto any EG member that's out of position. Meanwhile, Ward TP.
Okay. Evil Genius is trying to make their move here. JoJo ready to Spirit Rush over the wall. Everfrost not going to find the mark, but the charm does. Summit is stuck on the front line. He is not tanky enough to live through this without Lamb's Respite. He'll get a little bit of a heal. Flashes out to try to escape, but Armeo's ready to execute him. Evil Genius is winning the fight so far with that first kill, but now Summit being the only one dead. Nearly joined by Revenge. He's low, but he's not gone yet as the remainder of Team Liquid has to fall back. All 4 players heading back into the base. Super Minions pressuring that mid lane. Evil Geniuses keeping the chase alive, keeping the pressure on. Trying to pick up that extra kill on Tibbers, but Harry got away fast enough that Tibbers gets to instantly blink back to safety. Very, very lucky, because otherwise Tibbers is dead.
Yeah, unlucky. Towers aren't going to be able to blink to safety. EG's still going to siege here, and with the teleport back.
Ooh, Yon forced to cleanse there thanks to the Everfrost from JoJo. But now Arneo's here in the front. Core JJ with a massive engage onto multiple targets, but it ain't going to be enough. EG's too far ahead. Pioshik and Harry, the only 2 left standing. The Magnet Storm crashdown was not followed up with enough damage to guarantee anything there for TL. And Evil Geniuses, they're feeling great about how things are.
Yeah, they are. They're also feeling pretty good about their pre-game trash talk, Flowers. JoJo called it yesterday. You always love the pre-game trash talk, especially more as well than
it's worth so much more
waiting till after you won. Not only did he say they were overrated, but they then gave them the Kindred World Champion, and they dealt with it seamlessly. Yeah, fight after fight, bursting him down before he can get his ultimate off. Evil Geniuses feel like they're dealing a large blow to Team Liquid in summer here, and EG making a statement this game. They definitely deserve their spot at the top of the table. Revenge might be in a little bit of trouble here, but he feels confident with Ayla coming for the flank.
Yeah, Ayla trying to pop the quickness to go in after these guys. Again, is JoJo swooping in with the Everfrost. They're going to lock down the first kill there on Core JJ. And again, like I said, every time something good has happened this game for TL, it's been because of Core JJ's engages, his CC. With him out of the picture, I don't think EG has anything they're afraid of. EG with a 5-man push in the enemy base. All 3 inhibitors down now. Mid lane inhibitor is about to respawn, but EG might just end the game before it has a chance to. Pioshik, Yon, Harry, and Summit all trying to defend here. Summit about to transform. That's the one thing EG has to keep an eye on here. Make sure they don't get caught off by.
Yeah, this is so hard for Team Liquid. They have no time in their advantage here. EG have Baron buff and 3 inhibitors down, giving super minions. They're actually going to give them some breathing room, though. They relent on their pressure in the base, and they retreat for the dragon, which is just dragon number 3. I guess they had a decent amount of golden inventory, and you want to play it safer here.
Yeah, but you're 9,000 gold up.
You could. I'm with you. I would have went for the end there. I would say full core press. We stick around. We re-kill mid inhibitor. We wait with our Baron buff that still had plenty of time. Had 2 minutes plus on it. And with all 3 inhibitors down, you get double lines of super minions. So all you really have to do is keep up pressure and stand there in the base. And eventually the Baroned up super minions do your work for the Nexus towers. But they go for the safer route. They spend that money, Flowers, and then they return to finish the job after taking away any of the comeback possibilities that Team Liquid could have. So it adds a couple minutes onto the timer here, but it still should have the same result.
All right, EG. They're looking to end it here now. Harry stepping away from JoJo's engage this time, will not be caught by the charm. Armeo charging up that Spectral Maw, but not going to find any targets available for it. Oh, wow. Revenge getting a lot of damage from Summit. Down to about 40% HP here on the Renekton, but remember, he still has Dominus ready to cast.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was better to be cautious here. EG still can take a lot of damage, and Team Liquid have pretty big engage, as we've been trying to highlight. Here comes the extra pushing pressure, though.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. These doubled up super minions are about to create a much bigger problem for Team Liquid.
Revenge got chunked so low, though. Kind of rough for him to play with no rage, 50% HP, no flash either. Late game team fights with no flash, Renekton is definitely not the same animal as he is with a full HP bar.
He's more of an iguana.
Flash. Yeah, exactly. The rest of EG, though, they're trying to keep up the siege, and TL, really good defense from them.
Harry with a nice job there, avoiding some of the charm from JoJo, but now Ayla goes in, finds a knockup onto 2. Lamb's Rest, but finally going to be used in time. Core JJ stays alive thanks to his jungler. Ayla and Unforgiven trying to get away. Summit coming around from behind, looks for the angle here with the EG, carries in the back line. Revenge critically low, the same for multiple players here on Evil Geniuses. Summit chasing after Armeo, forcing him to go over the wall here in full retreat. Team Liquid holds the line.
TL with the defense here, and Summit's not done. He's going to try and chase down Armeo. It's a super blast cone.
There he goes. The Gnar has chosen to yeet, and Armeo is deleted from the game. Nicely done, Summit. He picks one up there. It's going to buy him 45 seconds of at least a little bit less pressure. But again, it's these super minions doubled up. This is constantly flooding into the base. At least here in about 30 seconds, that bottom lane inhibitor is going to respawn. That'll stop the doubled up super minions in the other lanes.
Yeah, but that Nexus tower took a beating. It's almost dead. Will slowly regenerate a little bit. In hindsight, now I'm kind of happy that they went with the safer route, EG, instead of trying to push an end and then giving, possible dragon objective bounty. So due to the good defense here from Team Liquid, huddling, defending their Nexus towers, they've got a nice angle for possible comeback actually in this game, despite the mega lead that Evil Geniuses had.
And I got to give props to Harry for having a quick beat there, stepping away from the Everfrosts and Charms of JoJo's Ahri, making sure that they got the opportunity to try to counter-engage instead, forcing that early stopwatch out of JoJo, giving themselves the opportunity to actually hit back against these guys. Pyosik being able to fire off Lamb's Respite. Like I've been saying the whole game, there's a big difference between whether or not that ulti comes out.
Certainly is. Certainly is. EG trying to return to keep the pressure on. Probably with the results of the last fight, just keep them trapped inside base for another minute. And you've got plenty of vision leading up to Baron. We already know how good EG's turn off of Baron was. We saw it demonstrated in the last time around. So if you've got complete warding in all of the river and the jungle heading up towards Baron, they should be able to have a nice little setup there. If you really want to reduce risk though, it's only going to be another 30 seconds after Baron spawns to have Dragon Soul pop up.
Right.
And that has a lot less risk with a very similar reward for yourselves to be able to actually get Soul.
Revenge eating a ton of damage from somebody here. This Gnar is a problem in the 1v1. Revenge uses his Dominus, loses his Sterix. Pretty important there, Summit, just picking that up very easily. The Gnar only needs one more item and he's full build. This guy is very strong.
See what they can do. Revenge, as long as he saves his flash though, it will have that Renekton threat for the late game teamfight. His one trick move basically for Renekton in the late game is to be able to flash stun. So we'll see if he can actually make it combine with Ayla and Armeo plus JoJo CC here. That's the key to their turn. Flashes are available for them. Meanwhile, Jan at least has his cleanse, but no flash for repositioning, so he has to be a little bit more careful. And here they go. This thing's burning down very quickly.
EG going after the Baron. They've already secured it. Team Liquid now backing away, not trying to hard force anything where they have to play into their opponent's position.
All right, round 2, Flowers. That dragon I talked about to arrive on Summoner's Rift, and EG with the Baron. They go for the pick.
JoJo with a flash engage for the charm, but Harry stays alive thanks to the Lamb's Respite. Evil Genius is now trying to continue the chase as Revenge goes in for the flash. Pyosik kites back, and JoJo's about to eat more damage from Yawn. The volley won't find him. Armeo's looking to chase down the enemy carry. He finds the Ash. JoJo stays alive. Summit's not going to get a whole lot in return as everybody on EG is still alive. And that'll do it. EG was too far ahead. They'll win the final fight. Revenge teleporting into the bottom lane now to reinforce that minion wave. Armeo and the rest of EG marching down the mid lane. Summit trying to cut some waves, see if maybe they can delay this long enough. But Evil Geniuses have a 5v3. One of those Nexus turrets is already mostly dead. Revenge goes in and stuns up Pyosik. Summit tries to find the damage under the backline on the other side of the base. He's not Mega Gnar just yet. Unforgiven goes up into the skies. The feathers fly. It's a shutdown over to the AD carry from EG. The Nexus turrets are gonna go, and Team Liquid is gonna fall. Evil Geniuses take them down. 38 minutes in.
And EG are your second best team in the LCS. Undisputed, Unforgiven, absolute stomp here. Nicely played. TL with some good defense, trying to keep it alive. But EG, so many of these snap plays. JoJo playing out of his mind on this Ahri. A lot of good CC chains on the Kindred to nullify that ultimate. Finding so many picks.
Well done to EG. Team Liquid digging in and defending pretty well when their backs were against the wall, but just failing some of those executions on the mid-game fights. losing out to an EG squad that had the coordination down better, that were able to burst down Piotrek before he could ult, giving themselves the position in the game where they were 6,000 gold ahead. What a game.
It's been said so many times already with this EG roster, but giving these players chances, a lot of them second chances, to really show their stuff on stage. And with JoJo going into this hyperbolic time chamber training session in between spring and summer, coming back, looking in great form.
He's looking like 2022 JoJo again, right? He's looking good. Let's take another look at how this last fight went, because he was the one starting it off.
Yeah, on the Ahri, he looks for the pick, he sees Harry, he ult, flash, hits it, and even though Piotrk's able to get his Kindred ult to save Harry, they still have to retreat back over it, and Ayla chases him, gets the knockup on the Yon before joining with Revenge. Revenge being able to pull off that flash stun Renekton play, allowing for Unforgiven and JoJo in the backside to kite out. None of their carries go down for EG. They usher up the minion wave as well, while Revenge teleports instantly and end the game off of that.
With the game wrapped up, an official announcement starting next Wednesday, June 28th, drops are returning to the LCS. So log into lolesports.com and watch next week for a chance to earn esports capsules, masterwork chests, and more. And with EG's victory over Team Liquid, we're more than halfway through the final day of week number 2 here. So we're going to go ahead and toss to break. FlyQuest versus Dignitas coming up next. Harry on the flank, he has the Timbers ready to go now. Core JJ in with a Magnet Storm, and he's got to be careful, he's already down. Piotrek 2, he couldn't use the Lamb's Respite. EG's cutting him to pieces, and Summit has to disengage, but he's already down. Summit's ready, he's got that Narbar, he can go over the wall if he wants to go. JoJo jumps in for the Everfrost, Revenge gonna take a whole lot of damage here with the start. His core's about to drop, Piotrek dies before the Lamb's Respite again. He can't press R, and Team Liquid is gone. Evil Geniuses just killed all 5 of them and didn't waste any time doing it.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep
Welcome back to the next round of Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst with 100 Thieves? We're going to move into the last category, which is LCS history facts.
Emily!
I'm not gonna get this.
We're sending up the big guns.
Alrighty.
See, Peter lived it, but she watched it.
Which team won the most regular season games in a single split? Best of ones, which team won the most regular season games in a single split?
Cloud9.
Cloud9, what year?
The first year.
2013. Yeah.
2013.
Yeah.
He told him this.
No, he said the first year. I'm just saying it for the audience.
Yeah,
he got it right. These are worth one again. Let's go. Next two up.
Oh!
My preferred matchup.
Oh, wait a minute. What does that mean? Oh, now I gotta destroy it.
All right, dude. You better back this one up.
Okay. Take him out, Raz.
Oh, I got him.
This one is about actually the person that you support. How many splits did it take for double-elimination to win his first LCS title? You said it was an easy matchup. This is an easy question. All right, what is it?
7.
Wrong.
So now I can go discuss my team?
Wait, Mark, does it count the split he won?
It's not, because he won that split. So how many splits did it take to win?
So it's not counting the split he won?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they asked the question. I'll tell you guys what I said to them.
Is it the one that I won?
It doesn't count. How many did you lose before you won, basically?
Oh, then I know the answer, obviously, because it's my life. 5.
5 is correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's the score now?
I shouldn't have answered. I should have let you answer this.
Easy. Closer for the lead. I got you, boys.
All right.
For 15 points. What did Closer have for breakfast this morning?
Hey, man, this is a fair game show. I don't know why you have a problem with this. Who are the 3 leaders all time for LCS assists? The top 3. 1, 2, 3.
Who cares about this?
Do I get points if I get some?
No.
Give me one and we'll go back and forth a couple times. If you get one.
Aframu
is on there. All-time assists. You can confer with your team. Here's a hint. They've all played with double-lift at some point.
Xfinity.
No.
What?
Bjergsen's on there. Impact is on there.
Good stuff.
Afro has 4,519. Impact has 3,542. Bjerg has 3,514.
What's the score looking like?
Okay, we tied.
What? We were already ahead, and then I just got 2. How are you tied?
They're down 1. It's
beatable.
I don't trust the numbers out here.
For this last one, there's going to be 3 questions. On each question after I say it, you can bet how many points with like how certain you are. Yeah, as a team. So I'm going to say a common build path of 3 items for a champion, and you have to tell me how much you think that costs.
Current.
This is current.
That's so easy.
Yeah, we got it.
Whoever's closest wins. If you both get it right, you both get your.
And like, are we pushing the button or like what's going on?
No, you'll have a. Actually, let's give them a minute. There's 3 of them. You'll have a minute to add their prices
together. Do we have to bet our point before we hear the question or not?
After. So it's how confident you are that you got it right.
Dude, I will not this up.
All right. So, for example, Jace would build Eclipse CDR boots.
Question?
Yeah, this is it. Eclipse CDR boots Manamune.
Can we use a calculator?
No, you have to do math.
Okay.
This is not open book. No assistance.
They removed the lifesteal. It's not advanced apparently.
Okay, then it's the...
Or the Caulfields. It might be Caulfields.
Is it Caulfields?
I think it's Caulfields.
15 seconds left to get a final number.
It'd be that, right?
I'm confident about
it. Okay.
How much does Manamune cost, guys? I don't know. I don't build that in.
3, 2, have a number for the price and have a number ready to bet. Tell me how much you're betting first.
All the points.
So you're betting it all.
Everything.
Wow, they're betting 10. What do you
Okay, we'll bet everything.
No!
They bet everything. We bet everything too.
Wait, say the price.
68.50.
What do you think it is?
68.50.
You guys said the same thing. You're both wrong. It's 69.50.
Okay, then we don't lose anything.
But no one loses anything. We'll call it a draw. Yeah, everyone keeps their points. It's 10-9. I will recommend against betting all in the future.
We're betting it all.
Let's go.
No worries.
Here's a champion, Zeri. She loves to build Triforce, Berserker Greaves, and Runans. 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, dude, I would never mess this up. I promise you guys on my life, I will not get this wrong.
3, 2. How much you're willing to bet?
You bet the house.
You bet the house again. They bet all 9 points.
Yeah.
Okay. How much do you guys bet?
Can we bet 0?
You have to bet at least 1.
Who cares? Let's just lose all our points.
Yeah, let's send it.
Let's just lose all our points.
Okay.
The odds are stacked against us anyway.
All right. What's the answer for you guys?
7-2-3-3. We said 7-3-3-3 here.
Nope.
I couldn't remember.
7-2-3-3 is correct.
Yes,
Let's go.
Let's go.
I have to say, my producer made a good point. You could technically bet all your points and lose the next one, and then you guys are tied 0-0.
Okay, we are not doing that. Don't get Peter the Buns and we're fine.
We bet all. What's the question?
We're betting all. Echoes, Mikhail's, Ardent.
Dude, you fucking better know this. I don't know any of it.
Bro, I don't even play that, champ.
Dude, this
What are we
is
doing
impossible,
here?
man.
All right, give me your answer
Go ahead,
for all
guys,
the
give him an
marbles.
answer. 6,500.
65.
It was 6,700. Welcome to the first time that we ended with 0 points for both teams. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and check out the LCS Summer Split.
We talked about EG before the split, but I think it's become time to talk about FlyQuest Summer 2023.
This again?
Fun-loving guys. However, they are statistically the worst team in the league.
This is not
what
positive.
What is the asterisk?
But not actually the worst team in the league. Like, who thinks they're the worst team in the league?
Are they actually statistically the worst team in the league? Because you have a little asterisk.
They are
there.
0-5.
Based on
The
9
asterisk means they're not
whole
actually
days of data.
the worst team in the league. Yeah, it's based on 9 whole games data. No team has ever started spring 5-0 and then started summer 0-5 until FlyQuest. Anyway, this is why they're statistically the worst, but not actually the worst. Impact is tied for 8th in deaths among tops.
Skull emoji.
13 deaths. But you have to remember, in spring, he was all LCS second team. He is a 5-time LCS champion. He's even won a world championship. And the spring split started June 14th. I hear no disagreements so far.
What are we supposed to say?
I mean, you could say that they're bad, but I'm just too convincing. Listen, Spica, normally great early game jungle. So far in spring, 6th in kill plus assists at 14 minutes. It's not good. However, he was all LCS second team in spring. He's a 2020 LCS champion. Hell, he's even a 2021 LCS Summer MVP. And also, the split started 9 days ago. Do you know how long 9 days is?
9 days. You mean hours?
It's 9 exact days.
You got COVID at MSI. How long were you sick?
Oh, for like a solid 11 days.
Okay, and you got better?
Yes.
Okay, you're not just sick forever. All right, that's interesting.
That's a good fact.
Yeah. Vikla, most ISO deaths among mids. It's tough out there. 6. Third team, honestly, probably the worst performer, but still not that bad. And remember, the LCS Summer Split began 9/13 of a baker's dozen games ago. Very recent.
Is he a baker? Is it factor in?
I don't know, Mark.
Sorry. Go. Sorry. The wheels just.
Listen, Prince is last in gold at 14 among bot laners with -602 per game. He was all LCS second team in spring. Actually, he was second place in MVP voting. And don't forget, the split only started roughly 219 hours ago. Mark, think back to the first time you're on our talent. We all remember. You wouldn't want to be judged on the first 219 hours from start to 219 hours later, would you?
I would.
It's not fair. You're wrong.
First impressions matter.
I improved over time. I scaled.
There we go. That's the point. Vulcan, 9th in KDA among supports at 1.7. But he was all LCS first team in spring 2023 on a different team. He's a 3 times LCS champion. And it was 0.642857 fortnights ago. So listen, FlyQuest, even though they're 0-5, they've got this. And just to give you another example of how short 9 days is, 9 days ago, this banana would have been disgusting. But today, it's delicious.
Don't walk back over here.
Wait, oh God, you actually bit the skin.
You stay away.
Are you swallowing?
Don't walk behind me, dude.
Oh,
I don't want
God.
the unhinged banana eater like that.
The sad thing too is that we
Did you
actually
swallow
have a
the
champ
peel?
select.
Yeah, did you actually eat the peel?
He's spitting it
Don't
out.
spit.
You
You know
spat
the
it
shit
out.
out spitters,
Of
Jad.
course
Don't
I
do
did.
that.
You could literally hear the garbage bag.
You're not here for chewing it?
No, I couldn't hear you chewing. You could have finished.
I heard you spit it out.
I heard, yeah.
The sad thing too is you have to explain yourself because we're covering this champion selection.
Yeah.
Explain what? I just did a whole presentation.
All
You
right.
explain your points.
Did
All
you?
right, I'll give you my point. All right,
Okay,
great
go for
case for FlyQuest, but you're forgetting who they're playing against. They're playing against HOTS faker, Rich.
True.
He was the
True.
best HOTS player, Heroes of the Storm player of all time. Everyone agrees, just like we agree that Faker is the best LoL player.
What game is he playing right now?
He's playing League, but
You have to actually farm in this game.
that's fine. He's great at it. He's the reason that Dig has won their games. But the other thing is Faker actually this, or is he just Lil Rich? If you think about it, if Hot's Faker is Rich, then Lil Rich is Faker.
Yeah, the viewers are a little late to this party, but Mark and I have been on this train. It's unbelievable how good Rich has been, Raz, don't you think?
On Cassante.
And?
Evie was great on Cassante, too.
Okay.
Raz's opinion is that Hot's Faker.
You can't even get your
so hard to get it right.
straight.
He thinks that.
Because you don't believe it.
No, I do. You think he's a one-trick Cassante. I pray FlyQuest ban it so he can continue to show that he's the best. But if they're just going to leave up a champion that he can 1v9 on.
Yeah, listen, Raz. Do you remember the World Championship when Faker played Galio 5 games in a row against RNG?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you say, like, actually, Faker's not that good. He's just as good at Galio?
Because he had maybe a few years on other champions and being extremely flexible on that one. Just putting that out there.
And this guy was Faker in another game.
Bro,
so that's
how
also
flexible
years
do you have to be the best player of all time in another game and then go pro in this one?
That's the reason why I left that game.
Yeah, they couldn't handle
The
it.
game itself is...
Blizzard was like, shut it down. Rich is too good.
Oh my God.
No, I just think he's an incredible player, and Raz has refused to admit it. We wanted to gas up Rich for a while now.
What?
And Raz kept being like, no, not yet. He needs to prove it more.
Raz,
You're putting this on
Raz
me?
is the #1 Rich hater
No, that's crazy.
on this analyst lounge.
Look, I am a supportive human being.
Fair
Did you see his pop-off after he led that backdoor charge
That was
to win
actually
the game?
insane.
He's also emotive.
That was
So
great.
that's just another part of greatness. I also hear we do have a slight delay on stage, so while we wait, there is an item that has popped up recently. Check it out.
Are you sad about the state of your lane? The League of Legends got you feeling more like League of Losers? Well, do I have the solution for you? Hi, Clayton Rains here with the latest and greatest in Riot Games technology, the Static Shiv. Redesigned and reloaded for summer 2023, this classic item is back and better than ever. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Static Shiv bounces from minion to minion, making wave management a breeze. What about lane trading? Say goodbye to minions blocking your poke. When you've got the Static Shiv, just attack anything nearby and watch your helpless lane opponent ride the lightning. Team fighting? Once you've got your Static Shiv online, you'll be bursting down opponents and enjoying the complimentary question mark pings from your team in no time flat. Static Shiv does it all! And don't think we forgot about you, ARAM. Static Shiv makes the Howling Abyss into Howling Bliss. One game with this bad boy and you'll be saying, holy Shiv! League of Legends has never seen an item like this before. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear from some real-life Static Shiv customers.
Wow, I built Static Shiv, and I've never gotten easier LP. Thanks, Static Shiv.
My wife wouldn't talk to me before I bought Static Shiv. But now we duo every night. Thanks, Static Shiv.
The Shiv is truly changing the game, but to make this deal even sweeter, we're offering a special bonus gift exclusive to LCS viewers that you can't find anywhere else. Call in the next 20 minutes to receive Night Harvester, a 3,200 gold value, absolutely free. Night Harvester pairs beautifully with the Shiv, activating its unique effect on every champion Shiv bounces to. Now that's value. So what are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and order your Static Shiv today. Call 555-RITO-PLIZ to order your Static Shiv from Riot Games. That's 555-RITO-PLS. Or send payment by check or money order for 3,000 gold to 420 Doran Way, Summoners Rift, Ohio, 42069. For fastest delivery, use your MasterCard and call 555-RITO-PLIZ. That's 555-RITO-PLIZ. Call now.
That's actually Captain Flower's phone number if any of the 50,000 people watching that want to watch this right now.
Give him a text.
All right, we're in the game though, at least. Here we go. Cassante banned. We're gonna have to see what Rich has in the tank.
All right, here's the real test.
Go.
Like, once again, wanted to make it very clear. Not a hater. Just wanting to sit on it.
Actions speak louder than words, dude.
Rel first pick again for Dig. This is something that, obviously, talking to Diamond yesterday, they just think is broken, as does Core, who just played it, as does Huhi. I also think Rel is super strong right now, so yeah.
It's really good into a lot of melee champs. It's interesting to see how now it's going to be going up against an Azir, and I'm sure FlyQuest will pivot into like just having range in general, range and disengage. And we got the Iron boy. All right, we're back at this.
Impact hard locking Renekton is a bit of Rich disrespect, which worries me. but I do actually like the Ivern. I think it's a very strong pick. I think it's actually really good into Vi too, because anytime Vi engages, you can very easily counter-engage.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to slam both your solo lanes like this out of FlyQuest, and then you'll be able to pinch one because Dig can only answer one of the two. So either Rich's pool gets pinched, or I guess both if you just go for your bot lane. All right, so they just lock in the Aphelios. This leads to very mismatched picks in the first phase, which usually you don't see. Usually you kind of would match there with one of your solo lanes and then figure out from there, but looks like it's just the jungles matching.
There is a level of Prince probably being a little tilted, or they're hoping they can tilt Prince, take Aphelios, ban out 280 carries, try and make him behind in games. The stat I poked before the day was the fact that he's actually only bought 4 control wards in 5 games, which is the lowest in the whole league. And I think that's not necessarily because like he doesn't care about vision. I just feel like he's been behind so often in lane that he just feels broke all the time and has a sense of desperation. So if you're actually attacking that in draft, I don't mind it.
Yeah, and there's just a lot right now that Dignitas has that will be a threat to him. The Vi and Aphelios and Rel have a lot of CC and great setup just in general, so I would expect that to be the case here. I think just throughout the 5 games that FlyQuest has had, Prince has been the obvious target. The Malphite engages has been right on top of his dome in the TSM game. So it's like, now that you're right, they're just picking off the 80 carries that would be pretty good in this situation, including a pretty broken Varus, which I'm surprised we're not picking. But it's going to be a good challenge to see what he's going for. When you have this much support, because we haven't seen the support pick from FlyQuest just yet, but we've seen an Ivern, so a lot of the pressure is going to be on him. He can go in a lot of directions. Like Kog'Maw is a good example of like a pick that we've seen in solo queue that's really paired up well with an Ivern. I don't think that's going to be the case here, but just throwing out there that he has now a list of champions. So Jinx, I think, will probably be the pick.
That would be lame.
Ooh, okay, so
what
we
can't Rich
saw
do?
this.
Oh, it's Faker.
We saw this. Okay, really quick, we saw this in LCK. It was played. It's a static Shiv, probably Quinn top.
Yeah.
And it won.
Yeah, Quinn into
It was great.
Renekton is an old school actually counter that people used to do all the time. You can get the pushback on him when he tries to dash in, stop him from getting a second dash, you blind him, it becomes very hard to play for the Renekton side. So it is a common counter pick, we just don't usually see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember way back, like the Shy would pick it so frequently and a lot of times have cleanse in lane just in case that the Renekton wants to try and just all in, stun, get the burst off. Not possible here. So actually, this is going to be a really fun game, but man, you are on a timer. If you can't get a lead and can't snowball that early on in this game, it's going to be a challenge. So I really want to see what Dignitas can do alongside that. That's going to be a really good test for Rich in the LCS.
We got really excited about the top lane. We do have to mention Kai'Sa, Nautilus locked in for the bot side, one of the old staple combinations for anyone who plays the marksman position.
I also got to say, 9 days ago, you would not think Fly vs Dignitas would have this level of importance. But it absolutely feels like it does here, as FlyQuest is yet to win a game.
How'd you get an odd number when you got to hours? If it was 9 days,
Yeah.
you say it was like 219 hours.
Yeah, from the start of LCS to the moment of the presentation.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you're fudging the numbers.
I got you.
That's it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Analyst Lounge, and welcome back, everybody. I am so happy. It has been years that we have known Quinn absolutely smacks Renekton around. This is not a fair matchup, but in competitive play, people have always been like, I don't know, it's Quinn though. Not Rich. No, sir. Not this man. He just walked into Champion Select and said, no, that's an iguana on a stick, and I'm going to put him there.
Because the question after that is always, all right, now we have Quinn, how do we win the game? Well,
holy shit!
Holy shit! We can split push up here. I would also say this matchup is actually decently prevalent in solo queue, and junglers have a huge influence. So you do take the cleanse for the all-in attempts from the Renekton with the stuns. I would say that I even have more faith behind this Rich counter pick, knowing that they already saw the Ivern jungle, and Ivern early on does not have the biggest threat here because you have to spend your entire time switching back and forth on your bottom side camps to be able to pick up your first clear. My preferred route for Spica this time around would be channel red, channel Raptors, go Q smite the blue, channel Gromp, then Wolves, and then you would be able to ping pong, go pick up the camps and get back to the top side of the map and be able to answer that matchup and try and help out Renekton so you don't lose a lot of CS. But it looks like he's going to do the Wolf side blue start instead. instead of the top variation that we're talking about for ending there.
So, okay, Kobe, we haven't seen a lot of Ivern in the LCS just as a whole. I know that you are an Ivern fan, so for anybody that's not aware out there, give me the TLDR of what's changed.
Well, what's changed is they gave steroids to Daisy. That's the TLDR.
Okay, it's not Ivern changes, it's Daisy.
Daisy got turbo juiced, and you can even go a Night Harvester build to give Daisy even more juice because Daisy could just chase people down and pound them into the ground. She got attack speed. She also got move speed, so it's hard to get away from her for the knockups. So really have to be aware and work around the cooldowns of Ivern, especially early on, the ultimate cooldown. They also gave the shield, if it's going to expire and not do damage to people, then it will re-shield the person you put it on. So there's a lot of safety there. And with the start that we're seeing here from Spica, since he did start on the top side, Ivern's just opposite to other junglers, where since you have to channel and then come back to your camps, it means you will ping pong to the other side. And we'll see about him, looking towards the Prince Nautilus side of the map, since if you start on blue side, you channel them, you pick them up later, and you have to go back to red side and end towards mid-bottom to be able to get your Raptors. So Impact will be left in the early stages at the mercy of the Quinn and the pushing power, the range disadvantage. The early parts of it actually are sustainable for Renekton. Starting with Dorian Shield plus a potion here, you just kind of seed the push. You're like, fine, it's okay if you push in. I will just try and preserve health and preserve CS here. Under tower, it's now up to Rich to try and make Impact miss those CS. You see him harassing, poking, trying to deny as many CS to the tower as he can, and he's done a pretty good job while also getting himself the ward. Nice little E there too. That is the mechanic you're looking for. The E is your trump card over the Renekton to get your little chunk. And Q is so annoying to deal with. Anytime you're able to deny vision like that on the trades, especially to the melee champions. Now with the topside pressure fully seated, Santorin walks on down and we'll be able to secure top side Scuttle Crab for them. Meanwhile, Spica should be able to just end on bottom, no problem for him.
Yeah, the secret sauce of that Quinn versus Renekton interaction is even if Renekton's first dash finds you, nice flash escape from Tomo there, but Vulcan and FlyQuest are still ready to go in. First blood over to Vulcan, and FlyQuest is on the board.
This is something that FlyQuest have desperately needed since they've come back in summer, is success on this bottom lane. They brought in Vulcan, this big powerhouse change in the bottom lane that people were looking towards to have big results, and it simply hasn't been there so far in summer, but he makes it true here. He also got the kill credit, so it's not ideal Princeton didn't get the money to fund the Kai'Sa build, but he did get the flash out of the brush play to surprise Tomo, and it's a good timing here since Rel went for the roam. Goes for it. Even though Tomo was able to get the flash away on the auto, he still hit the hook. So good job here from Vulcan, hitting the hook after the flash, and then he still had his passive auto route for afterwards, since Tomo was able to get away from the first one there, and they find the kill. Nicely done by them. The other thing I was going to mention is since Spica ended his route, and whenever you're going for Scuttle Crab, says Ivern, sometimes it's really annoying if your opponent's support is roaming, because if you don't have Smite, you have to wait a long time for your channel to complete on Scuttle Crabs.
Right.
It can be annoying to actually secure the early ones, but since his bottom lane got the kill there, doesn't matter, he didn't have Smite. He just channels it, waits for the full channel thing. No problem for them, and he did end up getting the Scuttle as well without even saving Smite. Sometimes with Ivern, you really want to track these Smite timers for your little bits of invading or your Scuttle Crab takes. It's really the only way you get your good counter jungling or instant crab takes with the champ. And honestly, if you can gank the Quinn early, and Spica might be going for it now, even though you've got cleanse for the stun, Ivern's shield applies the slow, and he's got the Q, which will allow Renekton another dash if he can hit the Q.
Well, Rich knows something is up here. Impact cannot close the distance to apply that point-and-click stun with a
He didn't show yet. He didn't show yet. Now he shows, though.
Nice sidestep from Rich. Letting him know, hey, man, what gives?
And then he pops the W afterwards to make sure he gets vision of Spica, and he knows Spica is, in fact, leaving the area. So Spica did have the route up there, but unable to make it happen. Impact went in for the trade on Rich early and got fully kited out, chunked out pretty low. He still has one health potion, though.
And as I was talking about before we got the first blood in bottom lane, even if the first dash from Renekton gets the second one and puts him right on top of Quinn, the distance she gets from her E is more than enough to escape any further engage and prime her for a winning trade on him. It's such a difficult matchup to play from the Renekton side.
That's why all Rich really has to worry about is tracking Spica, because unless the Ivern gets his Q on you and gives Impact the ability to get the free dash there from the landed Q and then the follow-up slows from the shield, you should be able to keep him at arm's length and doing a very good job increasing that CS lead. He gets a turret plate while Impact is farming, but here's the all-in, gets the cleanse for ultimate.
Impact still having his own flash here, Rich having his as well, but as the Dominus slowly wears away, Impact is going to be right back where he was earlier. Rich, of course, having a nice CS lead here, going to go back and shop and get a little bit of extra power. I would assume, as per most range versus melee matchups in top lane, boots are going to be a priority for both these guys. You can see Impact did get the stun there, finds a little bit more damage onto Rich, but again, the Quinn just wanted to go back anyway, and now that he has level 6, he'll be able to get back to the lane nice and quick. That is one of the concerns early on if you die because you don't have a TP. Nice hook. But now another nice hook coming out from Vulcan on the other end of the map means that Diamond loses a chunk of health. Santorin did manage to sneak away the Scuttle Crab here in the bottom side river while that was all going down, but it's Vikla who's got control over mid, so Santorin's got to get away.
We got the Rich cam up on top side. Valor hang gliding in.
Yes, sir.
This is about the slowest that you'll see Quinn. Pretty soon you get the zooms around the map. The ideal way to play this champion is to get such a good lead in your Renekton in the 1v1 on top side that once you get your item completed here, then you can start making your roams to go make plays on other lanes. And that's the reason why you want to take a lot of hard CC elsewhere, similar to what we're talking about with the Kindred jungle. Meanwhile, it is going to be a collapse here.
Ooh, Jensen with the flash away from Vikla, who wanted to go after him there with a Shurima Shovel. The Emperor's Divide. Flash stun from Impact with a Ruthless Predator as Jensen does get away from it yet again. Tibbers putting a lot of damage into Vikla here. He's only 100 HP on the Azir. The Drake win over to Dignitas. Early Ocean for them.
That's actually huge for Dignitas, not only because they got the dragon, but Impact is so screwed now in top side.
Yeah.
Rich gets a double stacked cannon wave in to get another turret plate, and Impact has no flash now. Quinn with flash advantage, you are certainly at the mercy of the Quinn now as a Renekton, and it should be an instant startup here on the Rift Herald after that failed play mid. Impact was kind of frustrated, wanted to get at least the kill onto Annie. If you can't kill the Quinn, try and go for the Annie roam on mid lane. He's unable to get it. Ivern does pop Daisy, but the Herald should be smited already.
Yeah, Rich and Santorin.
Can he get the E angle?
Trying to get away here. Yeah, Rich trying to get over the wall there. Flashes. Diamond's there to protect him. Impact pops the Dominus, but it's a no-flash Renekton. Santorin's the target now. Impact stuns him up, and FlyQuest gonna grab kill number 2.
Nice chase down kill for FlyQuest. What else can they get in the aftermath? There is a smite on Spica, so he has one counter jungle available. He uses it on the Raptors. I don't think they went to check red, so he didn't know he could use his smite counter jungle on the red. Instead, they just take that and they roam on down to the other side. The price you end up paying for that Rift Herald is the 1 kill, and then the map control that ensues after you get that kill does allow FlyQuest to get a little bit of deep vision. You see those 2 wards around mid lane, and they're rotating all the way to bottom lane on the pushing wave. Idea here, try and deny the wave from Tomo.
Yeah.
He can look at it, but
they don't want him touching it.
Can't touch it until the rest of FlyQuest go away, and the rest of them do end up retreating and allowing him right back in, so a small amount denied there.
All right, Rich heading right back up into the top side here, has the completed boots. Again, the importance of boots in range versus melee matchups, pretty paramount. But in mid lane, Jensen going for some burst onto Vikla. Remember, Vikla already got rid of the flash from Jensen last time around, so with Vulcan and Spica rotating up, it's an easy kill for the FlyQuest mid laner. A 3-0 game now for Fly.
Yeah, I'd say thank you, Impact, for your sacrifice when he flashed as Renekton to trade for that flash too. That means 2 kills onto the Azir, so Impact is actually paying a very good weak side sacrifice for Renekton. His flash in the mid lane trading with Jensen did end up giving them over another kill, and Vikla is being fed in this game. Now Impact, though.
Yep, he didn't see Santorin coming up. Vault Breaker getting charged. Rich continuing to position aggressively, though, to make sure that he's not giving away the fact that Santorin is there, but Impact being as respectful as he possibly can. Now tries to dive in. Slice just finds him eating some auto attacks as per usual.
I wonder if they get timings here because it is support recall timers. Both supports spend their recall timers to go mid, though. And it looks like Ivern clearing up towards top side will be the only one.
Yeah, Spica's going to come over the wall. You would think. Ward placed down. Rich is aware of what's going on. Nope, Spica, as soon as they see the control ward in the brush, he's like, I know I won't be able to kill this guy. So they don't even bother going for it.
Yeah, he still has cleanse.
Yeah.
So frustrating to try and complete that play when he does have cleanse and you don't have vision of the Vi either. Since that control ward was placed and since Santorin was camping topside, it's pretty scary if you get counter ganked in that scenario. If Vi is there and you get the Vault Breaker out of a brush, then you are super screwed in that 2v2.
Santorin taking the chance to walk up into the lane brush here as Rich is going to continue pushing this wave in, trying to get FlyQuest to make some kind of an answer.
That tower's dead, Flowers. Activation of the Rift Herald means Rich will indeed.
Oh, wow. Santorin going in for a dive here, but I don't know about this one. He's going to tank a ton of damage. Santorin, what was that? He gets Impact a ticket right back into the game. Rich is going to be careful now. He might die too. That was terrible.
You can say that again, Flowers, because the tower wasn't quite dead yet. You have to let Shelly charge in there and then slowly finish it off. But he goes in tower range. Impact punishes the weak side king yet again, Flowers. He gets his kill. He even allows the defense of the tower, but bottom side dive as well.
FlyQuest going in from a dive here. Jensen ready to reinforce. Flash, three-man stun coming out with the Timbers. Jensen gets the kill on Vulcan, and Spica has to flash back over the wall to escape. Diamond's ready for a follow-up, but with Vikla reinforcing FlyQuest lines, Dignitas got to make sure they don't overextend too much. Santorin is back alive. He rejoins the team down here too, but remember, he has no ulti. Santorin, normally a player who makes good calls, who can find opportunities, but just not looking for the right moment there in the top lane, costs Rich and himself quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel for the top laner in that scenario. You're a little bit peeved. You were about to get a Rift Herald crash and then try and just force him out and finish, but on the opposite side, another little bit of a fiasco on the tower dive, and Dignitas in the end got the chase on bottom side, and then we'll still end up getting the tower. So they're at least happy about the bottom side play. Impact, though, he kind of aggroed Santorin. You know, when he placed his control and stopped his recall.
Yeah,
it's actually just godlike top laner play, knowing he can tilt the jungler. Tomo is toast.
Yeah, Tomo's gone. Nice moves from Vikla there. 3 out of the 5 kills for FlyQuest are on that Azir in the mid lane.
Vikla having a big bounce back this game. He's truly been lacking for FlyQuest so far in summer, but this is his game to carry. 3 kills on the Azir, perfectly set up.
Rich has his static Shiv now on the Quinn, gonna make it that much easier to hard shove these waves, try to roam around with the behind enemy lines. You can see the experience bar in the bottom left part of your screen, over halfway to level 11, so an even more powerful ulti there, teaming up with Valor as he steals away the Gromp, adds a little bit of extra gold, tries to keep Spica a little bit behind. Santorin does have a nice tempo lead in the jungle. He's up about 20 CS, he's up about a level, so he's got that going for him. But man, we've got to make sure that Dignitas is going in at the right times on these plays. It's the classic vibe bait. You're just like, uh-oh, I hope you don't ult me here. And then you take him back to a spot where you've either got allies or a turret waiting.
Yeah, Impact knew what he was doing. Drops the ward, pokes him, and then runs back under turret.
Yep.
Perfect aggro there. Able to get one. See about the move now, though.
All right, Santorin.
All right.
Can we find an angle here? Impact going to be found out by Rich, who swoops in. Doesn't find a whole lot of damage onto him. Total gold in the game. You can see it's still Rich, about 500 out in front of the next closest person, which is Vikla. And then Vikla's 1,000 ahead of anybody else. So
that top wave.
These are the two you got to keep your eyes on. Vikla shoving that wave up into the turret here as Rich tries to speed back to answer. The turret should not drop. Rich will show up here. Static Shiv.
Nice.
There we go. Nicely done. Throws out the Blinding Assault to clean up those backline minions. As Impact and Vulcan want to find themselves an opportunity up here. Rich! Fast enough to get away.
Thank you, Valor. Able to slip out of that one. They actually, okay, Jensen cancels his recall. I was like, you need to keep on pushing down there because FlyQuest just showed 3 top. So he cancels the recall on bottom side. Annie should be able to answer and help out with the trade because FlyQuest do secure their top side tower and allowing Dignitas to push out mid plus bottom. Jensen's going to have to push through one more cannon wave to be able to finish off the bottom side turret, but Tomo gets a decent little chunk here on mid as well, while Santorin takes away Raptors. So Dignitas faring pretty well in response to the FlyQuest attempted play, 3-person top.
So let me ask you this. We're in a very close game state, but FlyQuest has a nice advantage in terms of kills at least. For this team that has not yet found a win so far here in summer, what do you want to see them do to find it here?
All you have to do is team fight around this Azir while marking these flanks for the Quinn. Quinn's team fight is a bit lacking compared to her side lane and her map roaming. So the FlyQuest can just focus on objective setup 5-on-5, try and draw Dignitas to you, and have a decent amount of warding for your flanks, push out your mid lane first, then rotate into the objective. Then they can try and have a stand-up fight. If they can fight front to back, they've got the Ivern Enchanter, and they have a fed Azir for mid lane. So they do have some pretty good options if they're able to get that standard fight. But Rich is not going to let that happen. He's static Shiv Quinn, okay? You're zooming around side lanes, you're deleting minion waves, and then you're roaming in for all these flanks and looking for these picks and harassing FlyQuest as they try and set up.
He also has his second item fully completed, the first player on the map to have 2 full items complete. Kraken Slayer there too means this guy is deadly in those 1v1s, especially with how Kraken Slayer works now with reapplications. But the Herald summon up in mid. Diamond might just die. He goes in for the Magnet Storm, but he crashes down on nothing with a TP ready to bring in reinforcements. Prince finally gets a kill, and FlyQuest is feeling good.
That's perfect for FlyQuest. They want the straight up fight, and Shelly's going to lead the charge into turret number 2. They can keep up the pressure here.
They're gonna keep looking for more. Rich, he popped the cleanse with the dredge lines ready to follow. Rich wants to fire back a little bit further now, and Vulcan's gonna die. So is Impact, so is Prince. Dignitas going in, but Santorin won't be able to get any more. The Sun Disc keeps him protected as Tomo's ready for the chase. He's got red, he's got purple, he's gonna mow him down. Double kill back over to Aphelios, and the completed ace for Dig.
Smooth there for Tomo. He blue guns into purple gun, into swap over, proccing red gun after the last bullets on blue gun, chases them all down, gets the root to boot. Beautiful stuff from Dignitas off of the failed tower dive from FlyQuest. I mean, this is a look at the early pick. Diamond goes down, his crash down only hit Daisy. Then you're like, okay, they've got Daisy out, they've got the Rift Herald coming through, they're gonna keep up the charge. But look at the mini-map. Annie is flanking over through the jungle flowers, and there's no vision on him up until the dive commences. They go for the dive. Jensen's here just in time. Jensen flashes on the back line, kills Prince, while the rest of the dive members are taken out, and Rich was able to kite back easily under the tower. Then Tomo, as we're talking about, able to just kite them down as they're running away.
And on top of the whole fight, here's the detail we didn't even mention yet. They got soul point off of that. Now Impact is having a very interactive gameplay experience against Static Shiv, Kraken Slayer, Quinn in a side lane. He has to flash just to not die for free. Man, this is trouble. You can even see the itemization difference for Impact this game compared to what a Renekton would normally build. He's like, Gore Drinker, I'm not going to have a chance to do anything. Stride Breaker, I have to try to slow this Quinn down or do something. But man, Rich is just so far ahead.
All right, let's see what they can do with it. Hard push on bottom side. Keep on looking for that pressure. A little bit more vision work to do for Dignitas to keep looking for these picks. There's 30 seconds on Baron, so you can move your vision resources up towards the top half of the map now, because you've got a long time before the next dragon. Baron will be up, even though your threat on starting it isn't super big. You do have, especially if Tomo's able to find red white guns and switch over, then you can have some threat and try and push out side lane there with Rich, roam up on the Quinn, and play the map here against FlyQuest to try and reduce the amount of jungle camps that they can continue farming.
Also easy for Rich to go in and follow. If Santorin does an ult, or even Jensen doing a flash ult engage there, anything, it's easy for the Quinn to follow that one up, zooming in behind them with the amount of speed that he has. and it's even easier for him to push out these side lanes and then just pop the ulti behind enemy lines and end up regrouping with your own lines. Dignitas setting up a potential trap here in the side lane brush. Just going to see if anybody from FlyQuest might be showing up. Tomo's the bait, but nobody's hungry on FlyQuest's side. Spica just going to plant that grove there. Going for the Mikhails here as the second item. Wants to have some sort of a get-out-of-jail-free card for one of his carries. Be able to bail Vikla out if he gets engaged on or something. The Azir still kind of the main character of the FlyQuest team with the Leandries, Shadowflame, Mercury Treads all completed. Dignitas still up about 2,000 gold, 2.5 minutes until what'll be the Mountain Soul for Dig. They don't have anybody that's exceptionally tanky. Vi is a bruiser, Rel obviously on a support budget, but that Mountain Soul shield's still gonna help a lot.
Yeah, Dig's plan, we don't tank any damage. We just kill them in the burst. we've got Annie stun, we have so much CC, we've got Vi ultimate, we have Rel follow-up, so they have huge amounts of CC, as well as plenty of damage to follow it up. So looking and watching out for those Annie flank plays. That's why they're trying to clear out so much vision here, set themselves up. They've got definitely some very quick possibilities.
You only take damage if somebody's alive to deal damage to you. Tomo's gonna get engaged on here by Vulcan.
Ooh.
Diamond dives in, but he's all alone. That's the second time this game. These Rel engages have not been coordinated, and Diamond just drops dead.
Yeah, that was for sure some miscommunication too, because the rest of the team was not going in. All right, Flowers, aftermath of that play, no Rel on your squad left. FlyQuest starting up the Baron. What do you do?
Well, Tomo's got Infernum, so we might be able to see some AoE down here in the pit. Santorin blasted back into the pit, but a beautiful ulti to get himself back to safety and kill Vikla off in return. FlyQuest in some trouble now. Vulcan's going to be picked up next. They already killed Azir, and there's problems for FlyQuest. Rich is going to 1v1 Impact as Prince comes in to try to help him. Rich in a 1v2. He can't quite find it. Prince and Impact stay alive, but the Baron goes over to Dignitas. I gave Santorin a hard time for the bad ult earlier, but that one was perfect. He's thrown into the pit. He ults right back out. He smacks Vikla in the mouth, and they win the fight.
That was one of the funniest reverse blast cones that we have seen, Flowers. Blast cones into the pit, and then since Impact went over to actually pop him in, and the idea was to kill him there, they then just jump on the carry on the other side. As you say, Santorin ults over, and they already had Jensen flanking, so they actually just turn it around. It's so funny that this is now 2 fights, where the way the fight starts out is they sacrifice Diamond. Yeah. So Diamond down, looks like the fight is going to go good for Dignitas. You just don't know it yet, okay?
Okay.
So Jensen and Rich are flanking around. So Santorin actually just gets blast coned over to his teammates that are flanking. And since Impact is outside the pit now still, he actually tried to go back in, and the ult from Santorin pushed him over too. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Okay. Well,
coming
another
back to
pick.
live, Rich is dead.
Maybe this is the same.
I don't know.
As when Diamond gets picked up. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think instead this was rather just a pretty big error there from Rich getting picked off, and that means that FlyQuest are going to stop what would have otherwise been a 24-minute soul. All right, let's see how this happened.
Okay. So they're looking for Vulcan. They couldn't quite get the range on the stun there on the Q. And Vulcan just nails him with the hook.
Yeah, that was just disrespectful from Rich. I don't know what that was. All right, everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. That was Rich's one. You're going to have to be careful. That's the thing on a champion like Quinn. If you start to lose your momentum, you start to fall any bit behind, you're going to have some troubles. He's still feeling great. His farm is fine. He's nearly got his 3rd item completed, but it's still something you don't want to be giving those away for free, especially not when the team has Baron.
Yeah, and especially not when you are, looking at stacking dragons. So that is the perfect timing for FlyQuest to get that hook out of Vulcan as well. Earns them that objective, just stalls the game so much for them, buys them a lot of time. So very necessary little comeback play there from FlyQuest then.
Especially losing the Baron on a champion that always wants to be alone. Impact win in. Now Diamond's going to Magnet Storm on a couple of valuable targets. They kill Prince, they kill Impact, and they're going even further. Tier 2 turret's about to die. Vikla popping the stasis, trying to keep himself alive. He'll at least take Diamond with him. But Dignitas have already killed 3. A double kill back over to Rich, redeeming himself for the pick in mid lane, as Dignitas might just end the game right here.
Yeah, they've got Baron, and they're marching towards those Nexus turrets.
Here we go, Vulcan and Spica. Not a lot of damage to speak of between them as Dignitas continues going forward. They'll find Vulcan first. One Nexus turret's already gone. Spica's planting some grass, but it's only flowers for his tomb. The Nexus turrets fall, and Dignitas goes up to 3-3, taking down FlyQuest in 25 minutes.
Dignitas already tying their wins from spring. They are 3-3. They are even here in summer. So much better already with the addition of Rich.
And Rich being willing to play that Quinn, he plays it really well, except for the time that he gets caught in the mid lane. Like, that was a little bit of a oopsie daisy. Like, that happens. But he's playing the lane really well. He's keeping Impact under control. He's having proper side lane pressure. He's doing a good job on this pick that we don't often see locked in as a hard counter to a champion that has been a meta staple for a long time.
I said it yesterday, but I think it's worth reiterating. Tomo is doing a lot of work for this team. Really, really good carry play from Tomo, putting in a lot of work behind the initiation of the rest of the team. Nice little follow up there with the Aphelios. So,
and he was focused. Remember, Vikla rotated down to bottom a couple of different times. We saw Azir pressure towards that Aphelios, looking to shut him down, keep him out of the game. And again, back to we did see the problem with the Vi dive in the top lane from Santorin, but then redeeming himself in that Baron pit, knocking over the wall. As soon as Impact came over the wall, he hits the blast cone to keep Impact separated, then ulting onto the Azir to get himself back in a good position. Santorin may have giveth, but he also taketh back from FlyQuest. And in the final fight here, Diamond finally gets his Magnet Storm, and this is just the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, then Vikla tries to go in, but after he Zhonya's, there is no tower left for him. He's in the middle of enemy territory. Gets one, but that's going to be the last one for this game, and you know the end of that story. Dignitas pushed it all the way to the Nexus turrets.
Dignitas, man, they're coming to life.
Smiles all around.
When Rich is enabled and they can find the coordination to go in together in the team fights, they can get some things done. There's obviously still a couple areas you're going to have to fix. A couple of those rel engages.
Just like we drew him up, okay?
Yeah.
Every time he dies, they then got something big. Big team fight win.
Maybe it's secret sauce, but it worked out. And
you draw out cooldowns.
Yeah. You're just like, okay, we're baiting them into a false sense of security. And this game, it worked. I mean, honestly, we're 6 games in. Dignitas is 3-3. That is better than most people would have put them at the start of summer 2023. And I'd love to see them be able to keep this up and continue improving. Reminder to everybody there until the end of the day, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to LOL Worlds 2023 or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. And now we're going to join Emily and the Quinn himself. It's Rich for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I'm joined by the victorious Rich and also Toby to help with translations if he needs it. So first of all, congratulations, 축하합니다. You ended up selecting the Quinn top into Renekton. It's a really strong laning matchup. We also saw Keen on KT play it. So just talk me through the matchup and why you decided to go for this pick, because we don't commonly see it in pro play.
퀸이 스태틱 패치된 이후로 많이 좋아진 것 같아가지고 꺼냈어요.
So since Static Shift is really good right now, so I think it's really good match with the Queen. So that's why I pulled it out.
Okay. And then a lot of people think that she's a little bit difficult to link up with the rest of the team in team fights. So just generally, when did you decide to group with your team, and what is communication generally like around team fights?
어떻게 보면 퀸이 약간 팀적으로는 좀 약간 한타의 합류도 그렇고 좀 힘들어 보이게 생겼는데 어떤 식으로 풀어나가는지 그 커뮤니케이션 때문이죠.
일단은 최대한 레넥톤 텔 체크를 하면서 제가 먼저 움직일 수 있을 때마다 얘기한 것 같아요.
So basically, I've been always checking the Renekton has TP or not, and then telling the teammates, and then should be like always one step ahead of Renekton, so we can able to pull it out. Yeah.
And then obviously you just moved to North America and joined Dignitas. What has it been like adjusting to living here and being with this team?
그러니까 이제 다른 나라 일단 미국 와서 Dignitas에 있는데 어떤지 생각 부분이라든지.
생활적인 부분은 만족하고 있고 팀에서 많은 걸 도와줘서 편하게 하고 있는 것 같아요.
So I'm overall satisfied. I mean, like a living environment, everything's really good. Also, at the same time, the team is helping me a lot, so I'm really good.
And then you've played in LPL and LCK on multiple teams. What do you think you've learned in your experience that you can bring to this Dignitas team?
한국이랑 중국이랑 같이 했는데 거기서 배운 것들을 혹시 여기 와서 좀 유용하게 쓰였다던가.
일단 팀원이랑 좀 긍정적으로 커뮤니케이션 하는 게 많이 도움이 된 것 같습니다.
So I feel like overall, the communication is really big part. So communicating brought from the different region, and they actually helped me here too. So I think that's a big part of the experience that I had.
All right, well, thank you for joining me. 감사합니다. And thank you, Toby, for helping out. We will have our final game coming up as NRG take on Cloud9 after the break.
Gonna keep looking for more. Rich, he popped the cleanse, but the dredge line's ready to follow. Rich wants to fire back a little bit further now, and Vulcan's gonna die. So is Impact, so is Pring. Dignitas going in, but Centauran won't be able to get any more. The Sun Disc keeps him protected as Tomo's ready for the chase. He's got red, he's got purple, he's gonna mow him down. Double kill back over to Aphelios, and the completed ace for Dig. Not a lot of damage to speak of between them as Dignitas continues going forward. They'll find Vulcan first. One Nexus turret's already gone. Spica's planting some grass, but it's only flowers for his tomb. The Nexus turrets fall, and Dignitas goes up to 3-3.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat, presented by Verizon, baby.
We're bright today.
We are bright.
Yeah, I like it.
Kind of.
Have your socks and shoes dried?
Yeah.
From a
From
week
the
ago.
pool thing last time, yes, they have. It took a whole day. Let's get the slides up.
Mine
no
were
pool
never
this
dry.
time. Smooth LCS going on. Who has more pressure on them, 100 Thieves Quid or TSM Ruby? The thing is, I don't think Ruby's gonna get a chance to play. So as far as the pressure, like.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Ruby was the announced starter for TSM before the split. Insanity's been playing really well. We don't know if he is going to go in or not. I think because Insanity has been playing well, if Ruby goes in, he would have a lot of pressure, but I actually feel like it's kind of hard to get more pressure than Quid just because 100 Thieves is the most popular team. He's playing with Double Lift, and he hasn't won
More popular than Cloud9?
Well, okay, the most popular bad team.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll go with Quid. Next slide. Oh man, he is having a rough time so far. Are you on the Rich hype train? I'm on the
Yes.
Rich. I love Hots.
Yes.
I love Hots.
Hots Faker, you should hear Raz hate on this guy. Like, no matter how much credit we try and give him,
Yeah,
he's just always cutting him down.
why they Photoshop us over here?
Yeah,
Raz
that
should
has to be
here.
one big picture of Raz.
Yeah. Raz is over.
He's actually been really good,
in
even in the
corner.
losses. So at first, when Dignitas did the Rich feature, and they had their GM James Baker being like, he's the best top laner in the league, maybe even the best player in the league. I'm like, come on. But it's a little believable. He's been pretty good.
Yeah, he's been super good.
Yeah.
And even on more things than just Cassante. So
It was our feature I just heard, not Diggs. It was about Dignitas, talking to Dignitas, but we did it.
I didn't even hear what you said. Let's keep going. Just smile and nod when he talks. All right, next one. More egregious to let through. Is it Nico or Rel right now? All the supports are all over Rel. Had some really big engages, but I still got to go with the Nico.
Yeah, me too, man.
When a cannon minion engages on you, then it's also funnier.
Yeah, so yesterday, JoJo had Nico and Rel on the same team. And he kept turning into Rel, so it was like two Rels flanking. I think that was super troll. I think he should almost always just be a minion. Because
sometimes it's really good to be your own AD carry.
Being invisible on the minimap is just so OP. You're like a little dot, walking around.
Your AD carry will appreciate you if you become a decoy AD carry.
And sometimes the secondary carry.
Sometimes necessary for that. But I agree. The minion thing is super OP.
Yeah, I'm team minion. Let's go next slide though. This or that. More fraudulent Golden Guardian.
Okay,
Penta.
let's review the Pentas.
Better Penta. What's with the negativity?
Let's review the Pentas here. Okay. Stick size looks pretty real, even though it is an AD carry.
Yeah.
Chasing down. What about this one over here?
In my opinion, Fountain Pentas are inherently fraudulent.
Or just more fraudulent.
True. Yeah, okay. Stixay Aphelios, he was down 70 CS in this game to the enemy AD carry and still pulled it off.
And look at this. He snipes him with the Gale Force, then he's chasing down with Sniper Gun. Insanity's in his face. I'm going, Stixay is the better pentakill, so then that's the answer to the slide.
Yeah.
Because you're going the negative view, more fraudulent.
Shoot.
They almost got you. They almost got you with the trick.
It is this, yeah.
Next slide. Bigger ego. Oh.
Yeah, bigger
ego win. Is it Ayla beating Vulcan? Or is it Armeo beating Pioshik's Kindred?
I mean, listen, both of these so far are really big ego wins. I feel like Ayla's career
That had all the trash talk.
over in part because of the Vulcan Flame before EG was willing to just ignore Reddit and pick up this whole team.
Yeah.
If Reddit was picking EG's roster, these two never have a job ever again.
Yeah, I think
But they're both popping off.
It's for sure that one because that one was personal. That one has a longer history. There's so much more in the Ayla beating Vulcan one.
Yeah, but Armeo's going to be player of the week, in my opinion.
Your vote has already been cast. Also, I would say, though, when you let him have Kindred and then the team beats the Kindred by stunning him a bunch, he doesn't get his ults off, that was more of a team thing.
So C9 still hasn't lost, but they've only played 5 games. Will they go undefeated? Will they go 9-0? Or they're going to get an L to either one of those 4 teams.
And these are their teams that they have to play. This one looks really hard. This one's a little bit more shaky now after they did just lose with their Kindred. Honestly, I might, if there was going to be one to topple them, I'm kind of looking at EG now.
4 teams in LCS history have started 9-0 or better. Do you know those teams?
No.
Okay, 2 of them
Immortals, I know Immortals.
2 of them were C9 in 2020, spring and summer.
Okay, 2 Cloud9s and Immortals
and then the TSM team, but that was best of 3.
Boom.
So like, it's unlikely. I'm gonna say no.
So I would also say the other caveat that you could throw the curveball here. CLG was always the kryptonite to Cloud9.
And now they're NRG.
Beating them, in the regular season. Now they're NRG. They're about to play right now.
Okay.
Do you think NRG carries over that CLG kryptonite?
So far, definitely not. But we'll see. That's a wrap for This or That. Send your suggestions in the comments. Kobe, go join Flowers to cast Game 5. We're done.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not coming with us. Get back. Hell yeah, NRG not bringing the full clown car here today. They're just ready to try to take on the best team in the league. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers. Kobe's not here because he's still coming back from This or That. But hey, we're doing an LCS first here today. Last week, we ended up having a TriCast to close out the week, and we didn't mean to. Chat just kind of showed up, and we rolled with it. So now, for the first time ever on the caster desk for the LCS, we brought Emily.
Not at all terrified. Let's go.
No, this is going to be badass, man. I was like, we had a good time bringing our Analyst Lounge people on. Now we're going to do it some more. We're getting into the draft. Sejuani and Ivern and Rakan and Nico and LeBlanc all banned away. Maokai's banned out too. Emily, what do you think?
I actually really appreciate the Maokai ban, considering how I actually value Maokai really, really highly, despite any sort of changes that he's received. And yeah.
And the thing they forego with that is the priority on the Azir, that it's really risen. With the Azir changes, that has become prominent, but I guess no first pick on it. Cloud9 go with the Vi for Blabber to have that guaranteed lockdown.
Yeah, which we've seen let through a few more times recently in LCS drafts. People have been kind of letting go of the Vi, and in response, we immediately have the Wukong, which I actually like, because I feel like a lot of the problems that NRG have had, when I think of like how good this team was when they were at their best in spring, and even a game that they had against C9 where Contracts was playing the Sejuani, which is banned, it involves Contracts with his lanes early. And I really want to see more of that from NRG, because I think it's been a winning formula for them. Ooh.
So remember back to last year, Fudge was the first LCS top laner to jump on the Kennen train when the Kennen changes first went in. And now with being able to do the static Shiv Kennen double lightning topside, I think that is actually a very dangerous one to give over to Cloud9. And they followed up with the Annie guaranteed engage as well. So C9 is all dive right now. C9 is snap engage. Already NRG have to be thinking about how can we counter some of that engage? How can we deal with, all of this forward-facing flash?
Well, they got Jace, so he can hammer one guy away by about like 12
And it's Jace
feet.
with a Wukong. Usually you want some AP jungle to go with that. Maokai, of course, is already banned, and that is kind of the premier one to go with Jace. But already it's a little bit dicey here for NRG because it will be double AD there at the very least. They at least did get the Rel, though. Super high prio there. And we'll see if Ignar can be the one to mark the Kennen or mark that Cloud9 engage and try and get the jump on them instead.
And we've talked about how strong Rel is, and also just theoretically, Ignar is a kind of player who does want to go in, does want to create those engages. I also like seeing the Varus taken away by NRG. I think Varus is, again, another champion that really benefits from that static Shiv build.
And Berserker's all over. Cloud9 are all aboard the spam static Shiv train, so definitely a good ban against him. They, of course, already showed that they're willing to play the Zeri Yuumi with the static Shiv for the Zeri.
And both of those are up.
Well, I will say one thing at least for you, Flowers. The Rel does dissuade that, because Rel's engage is pretty high pressure, and the Zeri Yuumi, especially now, what you're worried about is the early lane phase and how much pressure your opponents can actually put on you and if they can dive you. But Cloud9 have been willing to do it already.
Okay, Syndra's banned out, but that's not Zeri or Yuumi. Dude, you have to understand, I am suffering lasting damage in my mind from these two
Zeri.
champions.
Okay, well,
Just when you thought Zeri was gone, the nuke build comes back, and you're just like, get this out of here. You mentioned the Azir prior to this, Kobe. It is really interesting to see it fall this far in the draft compared to the prio that other teams have been picking it, but it looks like that's going to go to Palafox, and then Jace will be up top against Kennen.
All right, come on.
I would rather see the Aphelios. I kind of have had my fill of like the utility Ashe picks here. This is a meta that's you have such high damage potential from so many AD carries, and Ashe just doesn't have that same potential. And they've already got Turbo Engage on Cloud9, so don't really think they need any more of it. So I love the lock in here for Berserker. This to me is your best player. Put him on the highest damage possibility to go in with Kennen, Vi, Annie engage.
A double-sided sign? Man, some of the people that come here and make these signs, like there's a lot of like art skill in the audience these days.
It's cool. It's great.
And you've got art skill too. I can barely draw a stick figure that doesn't look like a potato head.
Sven with the shout out. Oh no! Wait, it's more than just a shout out.
Come. All right. This is what I get for always making fun of Sven and calling him my favorite Yumi. This is the universe judging me.
At the very least, it's your favorite Yumi. Even though you're disgusted by all Yumis, but...
that are played in the LCS.
There you go.
Sven is at least your favorite.
Yeah, so I get my favorite Yumi yet again. And NRG finishes out their draft with a Kai'Sa. I always like Kai'Sa with engaged supports. I think it's fun because she can dive in with them.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa's actually pretty good in these scenarios where both teams have hard engage, because Kai'Sa can play off of CC that your opponents land to dodge their engage while also joining yours. So if both teams are going for these big AoE snap engages and they're both landing CC, then Kai'Sa can try and jump to the plasma applied by your allies to the other side. And some of the scenarios you can avoid your opponents while also following up with your teammates.
All right, Emily, expert analyst, who won the draft?
Oh my God. I mean,
you can cheat and say Cloud9 because Cloud9 is the undefeated better team.
Yeah,
and then you're like, at the end, you say, I told you so.
Oh my God. That's not how drafting works.
Yes, it is. That's totally how it works, obviously. But, okay. We're about to jump into this one. Last game of week number 2. Cloud9, the only undefeated team now after Team Liquid lost yesterday to Dignitas, who are also now 3-3 in their own record.
And let me remind you, CLG was always the team to take that game off of Cloud9 when they were undefeated and when they were sailing through the regular season.
Who's that? They're not here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like CLG to me.
Well, all right, let's rock and roll. Last game of week number 2, NRG versus C9. Nobody has been able to take C9 out just yet. I'm hoping NRG's got something wacky up their sleeve to try to make it happen here, and they are sending 5 top. It's the Earth start.
But it's already been warded
Yeah, they're
out.
going to get seen.
Oof. Sweeper did start here for Ignar, so they can at least get a little bit of golden experience for themselves. Okay. All right. That's something.
Well, and they should be able to respond by getting some wards down, at least in NRG's bot side jungle here.
Sven going in deep.
That's a brave Yumi.
Try and get that ward to
Yes,
see the
that's
transition from red quadrant to blue quadrant.
Minions have spawned.
All right, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more than that at level 1. Like, we saw the 5-man and like play top. We saw the counter invade in the enemy jungle, but nobody really sticking around for any extra spice. So I guess we're just going to get some pretty standard starts here. Both junglers going to start on the bottom side of the map, pathing towards that top side. Annie versus Azir is becoming a pretty common matchup, you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think C9 did a pretty good job of also with that delayed ward from M&S at Raptors. They should be able to spot wherever Contracts wants to be between the other ward they placed on that initial response to the topside 5-man.
Where do you guys want to see him gank first? Where should the pressure be here?
The answer should be, the Yumi lane, kill it. But it's not going to be Yumi lane since they're both starting bottom side here. You can have options sometimes with early Annie plays, but lane already pushing in against Azir, so it probably will just be the full clear up towards top side. Probably trade the Scuttle Crabs and then not actually have a first blood off of first clear and look for second one, unless something super spicy happens top lane, but I doubt that it will.
So with things just being kind of normal here early on, I want to go to something that we were talking about earlier on this week where a lot of the games so far in summer have felt like really snowbally, really one-sided, like they're over super fast. Do you guys think that, what do you guys think are chances of this breaking that? Like,
I mean, my opinion on that is that a lot of the one-sidedness has been due to the one-sidedness of the teams that we have in the LCS.
Okay.
And Cloud9 are big perpetrators. So I think there's a high chance of a big snowball there. They're the ones that have had a lot of those stomps, as Blabber does find contracts on the invade. But even with MNS coming behind him, is it going to be a full commitment from MNS, actually? He full follows Blabber on this trade all the way up to the Kruglets.
The Kruglets? Is that the name?
Those are the little ones.
I've never heard that before.
I call them Kruggies.
Kruggies?
Yeah.
I actually like Kruglets. That's a good one. And we also see, I mean, Rel is going to get spotted out here. Ignar is, but Ignar roamed up after FBI back.
Does some interesting things for your Scuttlecrab fight here, though.
Okay.
Because Ignar being on the support roam timer, meanwhile, Yuumi attached to her AD carry, to her best friend. No interest in roaming. Means that it should be easy Scuttlecrab here for contracts.
It's one of the things that we were talking to Huhi about yesterday was when you're up against Yuumi, you want to be able to roam around, impact things in the way that the Yuumi can't. MNS gets bonked over the head there by contracts. He's not going to get a whole lot more, but just showing up, having a little bit of presence in the lane, helping Palafox get that shoved in.
Yeah, and it should be able to double Scuttlecrab since they've isolated the Vi to the top side. You can count Blabber's CS when he went for the contest, invading you and went for your Krugs, and know that he did fully clear out 3 camps, red quadrant, so he's going to be finishing up his blue quadrant right now, and they're looking for another pass.
Nope. Nothing.
No.
All right.
Back. I mean, this should allow Palafox to get his reset off, right? And shove the wave, which kind of MNS was able to get invade off of his mid pressure, and then Contracts kind of trying to course correct that for him so he can back.
So I guess if there's a play for NRG to be able to beat C9, I'm curious what you guys think. Is it just like scale around Azir and hope that that works? Do we need to specifically like shut down Berserker because it seems like it almost never happens? Like, what do you guys think the angles are here? Because it's a slow early game, man. 5 minutes in, nothing going on.
I mean, again, we've seen Contracts visit mid a few times, kind of trying to maybe get something there and or just make sure Palafox can get off a reset. I would have, and again, I think C9's response in terms of tracking him was good. I would have liked to see him interact with his lanes and maybe continue to interact with his lanes a little bit more. Because again, I think when, and here he comes down bot side, NRG has been at their best. It is when Contracts is going for some of these plays to try to get kills, especially in his side lanes.
Yeah, I always want to make plays on the bottom side when the enemy team has the audacity to pick Yuumi, especially after the last round of nerfs. But Cloud9 have been unpunished in their Yuumi picking ways. And it is fairly frustrating because Berserker is such a reliable carry for them. When you transition to the team fights after he has one item,
Palafox wants to get the shuffle. MNS flashing away. Now counterattacking with the tippers of his own. Palafox is going to be the one who loses out in this trade pretty significantly.
Yeah, at least they did get the flash, though, and that's what you're looking for with these Azir sweeps. You constantly go in, you trade your ultimate for the flash, then you're going to have a quicker cooldown on your ultimate so you can threaten those repeat plays. And the Wukong, once you get level 6, then you can actually have that kill threat, but Palafox takes another trade, so he's going to have to go back and use his teleport now. MNS trying to finish up, pushing out the wave, while Blabber will take the consolation prize here with the Dragon. Seeing Contracts go up to the top side and having Berserker come over and tag it. For AD carries, it stacks your legend, whatever legend you take, your yellow rune, to be able to go tag the epic monsters. And so it's always worth going to help your jungler at least a little bit. Go tag that dragon to get yourself a free stack.
All right. I mean, honestly, Aphelios Yuumi doesn't look like they're getting punished too much. They don't look like they're geting punished at all.
No,
kind of just having a good time.
They're kind of winning.
Yeah, this is not a punishment of any kind, except like, there's none. Okay, Sven got punished by the turret there for one shot, but that's no big deal. Cloud9 up 300 gold with no kills on the board still. We're starting to get to the point, though, where level 6s are coming online, my friends. We already saw them used in the mid lane, but junglers are also approaching their ultimate point. Contracts hanging out in the brush here. Gonna wait and see if Blabber passes, but he steps out of the brush. You gotta be careful about that, Mr. Monkey. There we go. Jumps at him immediately with the Nimbus strike. Blabber's ready to fight back a little bit. Solo lanes, where are we, boys? Oh, we're up here on the top side. It's a 1v1. Slicing Maelstrom from Fudge. Dokla going back in for a little bit more damage. Fudge with the flash. Both top laners at 100 HP, but nobody dies.
Not yet. Rel
Here's
is on the
Ignar.
way.
Oh, he's monkeying around, and Fudge goes down. Nicely done. It's NRG getting the first blood of the game. The wave crashes into the turret right after. Fudge has no teleport, and he's still dead. NRG's loving it.
Yeah, when you can utilize the advantage here across the map. All right, we're not punishing the Aphelios Yuumi in lane, whatever. That's kind of difficult to actually do, and they keep on farming. But another roam from Ignar, this one allows continuation of the play. And those comms are set up ahead of time. Contract saying, hey, I'm going to go for the invade. We're going to catch him on his respawn of his blue quadrant. If Ignar comes over, they can force the play no matter what. Dokla fighting the 1v1 with Fudge, getting the flash, and they're able to get the follow-up play.
Yeah, and in response, Blabber looks like he's going to go for
Can you get back in time?
this Rift Herald.
Because it's going to take another eyeball pop before this to be able to finish, but Contracts is not going directly for it. Dokla can get vision, but it's probably too late.
Yeah, no.
He's got smite, so it's fine.
Nicely done. Blabber fighting, but the problem is he might already be dead. It's hammer time, baby. Dokla picks one up there.
Got flash. He doesn't use it.
1 for 1. The eyeball's still on the ground. Somebody pick that up. Okay, M&S picked it up. All right, cool. Oh, but now the eyeball may have been a trap after all. Palafox going in. Remember, the flash was used earlier, so now he's shuffled right back into the waiting arms of Contracts. Palafox gets the 3rd kill of the game for NRG.
The allure of the juicy Rift-tailed claims 2 Cloud9 lives, Flowers. Jungler dies to kill it, and then mid laner dies to pick up the eyeball. Not too shabby there for NRG, getting a bunch of gold back for themselves.
Yeah, I've liked some of their responses. Again, like, I think... Here we go again. I almost thought he was going to get away with it, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, Dokla did a good job. All he had to do was dodge the Q from Blabber. So him dodging the Q means he doesn't die there. I was saying maybe there could be an angle for a flash somewhere here. Maybe like, I don't know. He did not have mid prio, so it'd be hard to like flash back into the pit or something because Annie was coming up river. But he holds on to it, and in the end, they get the extra +1 kill.
Ooh, Contracts has the ulti here. And this is what we're talking about. Contracts getting involved in the side lanes. Punish the audacity of the Yuumi. The hubris of Cloud9.
Yeah, the wave wasn't there yet, though.
Rip. You hate to see it. Well, unless you're Cloud9, then you're more than happy.
Also, you don't have too long of a window to look for stuff like that since mid-wave is pushing in. And once you get to your Annie roam timer, it could be very dangerous. So Contract's kind of waiting around there just to screen to make sure that FBI and Ignar can get the wave into the tower, allow them the safe push to get their recall off. And now they've got their static shiv. So FBI now set up, has his shiv wave clear on the Kai'Sa, and shouldn't be too much of a problem. Easy windows now for Ignar to continue roaming, see what they can get done in conjunction with the Wukong ultimate.
Conjunction, that's a $10 word. I like that one. I don't get to hear that one too often. That's good. Bringing a little bit of pizzazz.
Yeah, you know, I had to dress up nice for Emily being on the cast today. Bring out the fancy words.
Yeah. We're ready to go. It's the welcoming party. Emily noticed how high quality
we gotta impress Emily, Flowers.
Please, no.
Quick, Flowers, say something.
Onomatopoeia.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, I still don't know what that means. Contracts is going in after Blabber, spinning around with Cyclone #2. They mark him with the plasma, but Blabber's kept alive for now. Blabber getting the kill back on Contracts first, but the junglers are traded 1 for 1. Berserker wants to get away, and Sven's still attached. Dokla with the flash into the skies to try to bring him down. Palafox gets him. There's that loot pinata, baby. Who's going to bring them back? It's a double kill back over to Dokla.
And then meanwhile in lane, I love that we pipped this up because obviously they dropped Herald at mid turret, so they are able to get some plates back for M&S there. But again, I think the platonic ideal of this NRG team is making things super scrappy early. Like, I really do think this team is at their best when they are able to do that.
Completely agree, especially because their draft supports it with the rel into Yuumi and being able to roam around and force things with jungle there. Punishing this bottom lane. Now they've got no sums Captain Flowers on that bottom lane as we get another sweep from Palafox.
Palafox been doing a good job constantly going for these ultis onto M&S, forcing the flash out of him again because Ignar was once again on the rotations, punishing the fact that the cat can't do it.
Yeah, we're trying to compile an essay of advantages over Yuumi. they got one kill on the dive already. They had multiple successful roams from the Rel, and we'll keep count of that cat body count.
Oh, I was gonna say, does a 2-0-2 Azir right now count as an advantage against the Yuumi?
Yes, birds over cats.
Yeah. Oh, Fudge slicing Maelstrom there on Dokla, but Dokla should be able to get away from this one, I would think. Palafox and Contracts both coming up here too. The Eclipse Shield for Dokla helps him here with a 1v1. Fudge gets him. Still drops because Palafox was there.
Is going to mean with everybody showing up there, another dragon to Cloud9 though. So NRG, they continue to increase gold leads and they roam to the top side of the map. But the problem with roaming away from Yuumi sometimes and investing mid lane roaming resources up towards the top side as well is going to mean that you lose control of the early dragon stacking. So Palafox does remain on the top side after his mid roam. It means M&S will almost get the rest of this mid lane tower, but at least Palafox also got topside turret plates and M&S.
Yeah, he's gonna get this entire turret. I mean, I think the big thing, and one of the things that makes C9 so formidable is that they will see those windows, right? So like, okay, you want kills here, we're gonna push out the mid turret. You want kills here, we're gonna start early dragon stacking, even when initially it was NRG that had that push bot prior to that. So I think that is one of the many things that makes C9 such a formidable team is that they're always looking for these kind of small trades, even when their opponents are getting something on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and sometimes they're big trades too. With being able to get a whole tower, that does so much to even up the gold deficit there that they're facing. Now it's not even that much since M&S was able to get first tower bonus, only barely over 500 gold. 2 dragons, you definitely like to have that any day of the week.
You guys think NRG's actually ahead in this game? Hold on, never mind. I don't even need to ask. They're already winning the 2v2. Contracts wants to go in and pick one up on Fudge because the 3v2 is the reality here. Blabber wants a little more damage, but there's another nice use of the Emperor's Divide. A double kill for Palafox and a 9-4 game for NRG.
Okay, now you need to push on 2 lanes. Try and get mid and top lane into the towers here. They're going to start up Rift Herald while pushing both. Looks like they give up the mid one to Annie in favor of actually bursting down this Rift Herald, and Palafox should be able to finish off that top tower. It does mean you're once again leaving Aphelios Yuumi alone farming on bottom, but here's the kill for Blabber. Your Q fully charged out of a brush is ideal start for a Vi. Then they got the ultimate, but Contracts is doing a lot of work here on the Wukong, fully channeling the ultimate, and since Palafox is here, sweeps him back. 2 for 1 in the favor of NRG, even though Cloud9 start that one out because of all the focus from NRG towards the top side of the map. But giving away a full tower kill to the Aphelios Yuumi is going to be gold that does go back and goes back into the area that you don't want it to. Berserker's pockets.
How do we feel about Everfrost Annie?
More setup for Berserker. Anytime you get more, yep, more setup for Berserker. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Proto Belt. It's more fun to use, but the Everfrost is very effective as well in layering. So we'll see about the usage this time around, but definitely does give you that stacking probability.
5-0 and 2 Azir. Feels pretty good for the side of NRG. Grabbing that second turret down there in the bottom lane, tying the turret count up. They're at 1.8 thousand, up over C9, 16 minutes into the game. They did lose those first couple of Drakes, though.
And if they do set up their side lanes correctly, there is a world where you do just constantly have Palafox and Dokla catching waves and pushing them out, because they're both very formidable threats against these side lane turrets.
Do you think if Dokla can keep running the show here in the side lane, like, because he's got the Hex Drinker, he's got the Mercury Treads, do M&S and Fudge have an option to deal with this guy, or can Dokla get to the point where he's just raid bossed here in the side?
Yeah, I mean, their option to deal with it is bring Vi.
Okay.
Because the extra investment, into the magic resist, Merc Treads as well as a Hex Drinker, like you're saying. But if you bring Blabber, then Blabber can definitely be the difference maker. I would definitely say, though, I agree, especially with outer towers down already, NRG have free push on both side lanes here, and Contracts is coming to cut that off. You know, he just hovers here in Tri-Brush, watches, allows Dokula to get the early push on the wave, and provides them the vision that they need. Blabber's here with a Yuumi on top of him, but the jump over the wall for Ignar and the speed up here of the gate from Dokula should allow them to exit no problem to get away from that guaranteed engage.
All right, I guess we're just chilling. 30 seconds till our next Drake. Palafox is up on the other end of the map. Does not have an Unleashed teleport, so he's deciding to make the long journey over to the Drake. NRG does not want to give Cloud9 soul point this early in the game.
Yeah, and the thing they have to utilize is Palafox himself. So it's good that you've got your eyeballs on him. The 5-kill Azir with the fully completed Ludens and a stopwatch to be able to make a big Azir play. He is the one that's going to come in and be the big difference maker. If you get your Azir ultimate, you can easily peel the engage here from Cloud9 too. So watch his movement. He's hovering down from mid lane. He should be able to push mid, get mid priority, and still apply that support for the rest of NRG to get their first dragon of the game, cut down Cloud9's options here.
Well, I mean, he might have the most kills, but when we look at itemization, there's only 2 champions on the map that have their second big item completed, and it's FBI with an Ashor's Tooth, and then M&S completing his Rylai's here as well on the Annie. So a lot of extra lockdown, a lot of extra slows here on this Annie build.
Yeah, and he's going to be kind of scary in the straight up 5-on-5. I do like the objective work that Palafox is doing, though. He did push mid, hover for dragon, then rotate up topside to get topside wave as well, and get back to his split pushing. So he is collecting a lot and doing a lot of the wave management and setup here for NRG. Speaking of which,
Fudge is not having a fun time here in this 1v1 against Dokula. The flash forced out. He retreats. Dokula had his own flash, but he chooses not to use it in chase. As the rest of NRG is ready here in the mid lane. They're summoning up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and this is a good play because obviously they want to try to get this turret down. Doesn't look like they'll be able to get it here, though.
I will really re-emphasize how big of a deal it is, though, for Dokula to make that 1v1 play versus Kennen. Kennen with no flash, now really, really easy for NRG to play a much safer 5-on-5. With Palafox being able to appeal for himself and FBI having the safety of a Kai'Sa ultimate to reposition as well. I honestly think it kind of does look like NRG are carrying on with their tradition of being a thorn in the side of Cloud9. We'll see about the first big fight, if they can execute in that fight. But the setup is quite good for themselves. They can continue to pressure these side lanes, get small advantages like burning that flash off of Kennen, and then rotating over for the objectives. Baron on the map now, so you can rotate your vision over.
So, are we going to have a game that goes nice and long, back and forth, or do you guys think this is going to be one of those ones where something happens in the 20 to 25 minute range and then kaboom, 5 minutes later, game's done?
I think it's going to explode.
Yep.
Actually, you know what's really interesting? I don't know if we actually have time to talk about this in the game state.
Sure we do, they're chilling.
Is that... Wait, they're going to try to go on Berserker? No, okay. They're just going to get this mid turret down. Is that Jat actually talked to some of the game designers about like, oh, why are we seeing this incredible lift in, or like so many shorter games?
Okay.
And it's the answer they gave was just that since the 1-2 spike of 80 items is so strong, that it's so much easier to just have everything explode a lot earlier.
Teleports are there for both top laners, so that little start gets checked. Cloud9 as soon as they find them on Baron, NRG scurry away.
So that was the small like LPL Baron attempt, right? Where it's like Baron spawns, we're there.
Yeah, they turn on the lights and immediately scatter, everyone out.
Everybody run away. But no, it's interesting. So compared to the previous, iterations of League of Legends, where the AD carry, even if everybody else is doing well, is not a character until 3 items, these new 2-item power spikes have just created a world where, hey, as soon as we're ahead, we're all ahead, and the game's over.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest kind of interesting changes that they decided to make was change the itemization in favor of allowing AD carries to have bigger spikes instead of having to rely on so many crit buildups. Because, okay, another Baron started in the dark. Will they turn on the lights again?
Well,
Even are pinging it.
Okay, they see it.
Might be a little late now with those recalls, yeah. NRG say, we've made enough headway on this Baron health that we can even teleport and show you we're on it. We don't care. Nice job from NRG here. actually controlled play. These last couple minutes of them pushing side lanes, slowly getting little cooldowns out of Cloud9, and then reasserting their efforts on Baron. Can they escape though?
Dokla, he's all alone. He does have a tier 1 turret to retreat to, but it doesn't have a whole lot of HP left. Alcove of Death. Yeah, goodbye, Dokla. He's going to try to do whatever he can here, but whatever he can is a whole lot of not. So Blabber picks up the kill. That's nice for C9, especially because this is one of the dudes who wants to be by himself in a side lane, so now you're not going to have the Baroned up minions all around him, but the pressure's being applied elsewhere.
Yeah, taking that Baron off of Jace is actually pretty crucial. The one thing I did want to point out...
Oh, Berserker flashing back over the wall to escape the Cyclone. All right, he's fine. He's fine. What did you want to point out, Emily?
Oh, no, I was going to say, they've expired now. But they did do a really good job of having vision in C9's jungle, NRG that is, to set up for that Baron as well. So it was really cool to see them check it almost exactly at 20 minutes and then go back and just recognize we have a really fast Baron take. We have vision on where C9 are going to be and just go for it.
Uh-oh! He face checks NRG. That stopwatch is going to give him a second to try to stay alive, but he drops. M&S cannot bring the backup in time. Now a stopwatch coming out of him. Berserker is locked down and blown up. NRG are doing it. Nobody else has got it done so far this summer in the LCS, but NRG are splattering Cloud9 all over the floor. A triple kill to FBI.
I feel like these players always play their best versus Cloud9 specifically. The last like 5 minutes have been so clean from them compared to the rest of their games. I mean, the objective control and the setup on vision through this jungle, now they're not even done yet. Fudge is also dead.
What the fudge, man? He just walked up and killed him. A double kill to FBI. That's a delayed Penta.
Yeah.
A triple plus a double. 3 plus 2 is 5. NRG just buried him.
And Dokla wasn't even there. He's just pushing down mid-turret. This is, again, the danger of having this Jace-Azir combo is that they should be able to just chew through these turrets.
Okay, Blabber's doing his best delivery of more gold into NRG.
Wait, you asked me, Flowers, if this game was going to explode and be over.
Is this an explosion?
As long as NRG do not, you know, pull a what they did against IFT.
What, do we have an official term for that?
If they continue to play the way they have in this game, they should be able to clear it out.
Yeah, I'm going to say there should not be an explosion.
Hitting any, no flash. Any slowed. I'll kill. Yeah. Actually, maybe not. I'm mid wave. Okay. We'll kill. Yeah, that's it. Let's go bot. Let's go bot. Mid bot. 2 inhibs.
Yeah, they know how much they can take here. Everything is for the taking for NRG. But the thing we want to highlight there is the setup where they retake vision around the spawning dragon first, and then they're just waiting for Cloud9 to come back over. They've had really good control of the map that gave them some very prominent rewards here. Now with 1 inhib down, the bottom one exposed, dragon already taken care of, they can easily just swap to the other side of the map, push top side right back out, and continue the pressure here. They don't have teleports right now, so you don't want to mess around with bottom lane at the moment, but they should be able to stabilize here and not let anything go the way of Cloud9 as far as a comeback goes. Dokla's got to be a little bit careful about pushing into the fog of war, and look at this. They're being so controlled. Grouping up, using their Scryer's Bloom instead. Dokla not even going to expose himself to a possible topside trap. They know as long as they don't give up any free gold to Cloud9, they should be able to wrap this one up.
Yeah, and you see them setting up that vision net, like you said, as they're going to push out topside and theoretically take this tier 2. Where was this team before?
I'm telling you, they are so much better when they're just playing Cloud9.
Yeah.
They put on their... It's like me and Flowers dressing up for the Emily cast. They dress up for the Cloud9 games.
What if we send NRG to Worlds, but on the condition that all the enemy teams have to wear Cloud9 jerseys?
Yeah, I like it.
Does that work?
Then we win.
They can beat them. Well, NRG is pushing up. This last remaining tier 2 turret for Cloud9 is about to crumble. We got a minute and a half till Baron's on the map, so they can't really hard force anything straight into the base unless they really, really want to. They don't really want to. They're going to back away, plus 8,000 gold on these guys. 3 dudes on NRG have not died. One of them's the Engage pony. The only dude actually dying a lot is Jace, and he's still crushing the side lanes.
This is such a perfect pick for Ignar, though, right? Like, again, I kind of wondered how he was even going to fit on this NRG team. And when I thought about it, again, I know I keep harping on this, but when I saw the platonic ideal of what this team would be, it was going to be a team that was willing to engage a lot. It was going to be a team that really wanted to get scrappy early on. And Ignar is perfect for that. And this is kind of the first time I feel like he has been really well coordinated. Again, like you said, Kobe, the way they've been playing around vision and trying to make sure that they always have a way out has been really smart.
Yeah, I feel like Ignar is the antithesis of Sven, where Sven is the Yumi Enchanter support, and Ignar is completely opposite. Contracts waiting in the brush again, but Sweeper Scout at least saves Cloud9 this time, and all you really do, it's simple for Cloud9. You just try and play defensively and feed as much money into Berserker as possible. You pray to your Berserker god and huddle around your turrets.
I mean, when you think about it, the absolute value of Yuumi is Fervor of Battle Leona. And that is what Ignar was originally the king of.
Because Yuumi is inherently a very negative value.
Yes.
Okay.
And Fervor of Battle Leona is Turbo Chad.
I like it.
And now NRG are going for the Baron. And by going for it, I mean it's already gone. That was a fast take. Yeah, C9 manages to grab themselves an objective bounty on the tier 2 in the bottom lane, but now NRG's all got that Baron again. This time Jace isn't dead immediately after either.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of see C9 capitulating to that because Annie was already pushing up in bot wave, so they're like, okay, if we can get, you know, a turret here, then regroup, go back to base, and get ready for this NRG push. Like, I don't hate it as a response instead of contesting if you think that you'll be able to out-teamfight them in your base.
Well, the pressure's on. They've got the Baron wave here in the top lane. They've got super minion pressure back in mid. Blabber just jumps in there, scares them back a little bit. NRG knows they don't want to just throw this here. If you have one really botched fight,
they do know.
They know that very well.
They definitely know that they don't want to throw.
I mean, they know it a lot better than most do. As Zimanas tries to go in on Dokla, drops the Tibbers, uses the flash. Honestly, not a whole lot coming out of it, but Berserker's ready to follow up. He drops the Infernum ulti. Oh, Dokla gets a kill on Zimanas, but he's killed right back. It's a 1-for-1. But NRG's ready to jump back into Berserker's already down. Fudge with a slicing maelstrom on top of everybody. He's still got Sven, but that's about it. Knock, knock, it's FBI. They might have avoided that, but Contracts is still pushing. It's one cat against the world, and they do not care. Run away, Yuumi. Your hubris has been punished, and for the first time in summer, Cloud9 will fall, and NRG are the ones to knock them down.
I love how happy you are that Yuumi just died.
Yeah!
Like, you're just like, yes, like this should be the end, right? Like no more Yuumi.
In a world filled with injustice, Yuumi's death animation is awesome to see. And for NRG, you love to see what these guys can do, man. They find their win. It's 20-8. They're feeling great. NRG put the first loss on Cloud9.
And the great things we saw from NRG are, again, like playing around, getting their solo laners ahead, and then using them to push, right? Like, and their setups around that, I thought were really, really good. And also getting both Contracts and then Ignar and some of those roam timers involved in their early to mid game. These are two key takeaways that I think NRG can build upon, you know, as they try to get more wins. Obviously, they haven't had the start they wanted.
Yeah. They got to combine the aggressive tendencies of Contracts and Ignar.
Yes.
Into one strong force for good.
Man, NRG got to be loving that one. We talked a lot about how, you know, memeing about how they threw that one game against Immortals back in week 1. They want that one back. But getting this one here, Cloud9 was looking like the unstoppable obelisk towering over the rest of the LCS, and NRG just hit him in the shins.
I'm actually going to disagree with you a little bit on that. I think even C9 themselves would say that they've been making a lot of mistakes, right? And their biggest thing would be like, we really don't want to get complacent. We really want to make sure that we're still heavily focused on being able to win. Now we're going to see the final push.
So M&S started it out. He flashed on Dokla with the Tibbers combination. Then you look for the follow-up. Berserker's going to Gale Force over towards Dokla after he hits this massive Infernum ultimate, softening the rest of the squad up. He's able to follow through. Boom. Gale Force into Green Gun kills Dokla. But then Contracts, as soon as Berserker steps forward, puts him in the dirt. Wukong Cyclone with the rest of the squad. Got a little dicey there, though. Palfox only surviving with 100 HP.
Oh, and here's the best part.
He's gonna be the one off that 100 HP.
I don't know if
he
we're gonna
barely
go that
recalls into teleport back, even though Contracts fails the W
are they
of the
slowing
wall.
it down for you? No.
Boom! Death
There you
animation zoom in.
Yeah.
The book falls to the ground. Beautifully done from NRG, man.
Even though they changed a couple of the players and the org name, they still are the thorn in the side of Cloud9. They still get that win to get that upset over C9, our #1 squad.
And it keeps them closer to the middle of the pack.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging out.
I was terrified.
Heck yeah.
I think I did mediocrely.
Exceptional.
Did well, Emily. Hell yeah. And you know who else did well? NRG. So it's time to join Raz and Palafox on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Well, damn! Victorious Palafox here. NRG, black and white. You take the win. How does it feel, man?
Feels pretty great to beat C9. You know, like after our starts. Yeah, we've been a little bit shaky, but great to see that we're not like awful. Right?
What would you guess would be your win rate versus C9 in regular season for the past 3 splits? So this split, I will just say yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's almost 50-50, no?
It was, except for this win. Now you are ahead of C9. Somehow you guys are just the C9 killers.
Yeah.
What's the ticket? Do you guys just, because you're going up against tougher competition, generally speaking, because you've gone, it feels like you perform much better versus C9. Why is that the case?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure maybe it's just like nobody on our team wants to lose to C9. Like, I love beating C9 too. It's really, really good feeling.
That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. I think also like, I don't know, it's the mentality, nothing to lose, you know, like go out here, no hesitation, just full fighting.
You guys definitely look much better, and it comes off, I feel like, a really shaky split. You're talking about that a little earlier on. You've actually publicly owned like your own kind of losses on social media. So could you just talk about like coming into this split, your expectation and how you've been kind of working on yourself since till this point?
So at least for myself, I've been trying to get like a more whole vision of the game, not just thinking about my own role, right? I think also team fighting is something that, like the communication in team fighting is something I've always lacked, so I'm just trying to work on making not only myself confident, but like everybody else confident as well. And I think like, I don't know, yesterday, a little bit shaky. I don't think we were confident. Like we lost a 4v5 at Herald with a Vi, and it's like, yeah, I think you could see it there that we weren't like too sure about ourselves. And then today, like, you know, we're all just like, let's go, you know, like, let's fight. So, yeah.
Is it that kind of, because I always felt like you guys were a pit bull last split. Not a lot of people had the faith, and you guys constantly had to like prove people wrong by showing up again and again and again. Was it that, do you feel like that was a mentality you guys had to get back because suddenly people were starting to be on your side and believing it? Or am I thinking too much on this?
I think you might be a little.
Okay, that's fair. Actually, more so now, a message to your fans. Do you have anything you just want to tell them? Especially after a win like this.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see how far we can go. Hopefully you'll support us there. So thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate that. Once again, congratulations on the win. And we're going to be sending this one back to the analyst zone.
Yep.
Analyst lounge.
What?
Analyst zone. Bro, it's the lounge. We've been lounging for like 8 months, Raz.
All right, cool.
All right, well, we end the week actually, with C9 picking up their first loss in the hands of NRG.
No more undefeated teams.
No, there's tied now between them and EG with 1 loss, and there's a couple teams at 4-2, Golden Guardians, Team Liquid. We'll get into all the standings in a second here. But we got to look at the player of the games that we all saw. Go ahead, pull these up for today. Lyco Rice picking one up on his Jax game. That was a very impressive game. Busio, Rakan looking real clean. Jojo as well. Tomo snagging, I think, his first. I could be wrong, but I believe it's his first one. And then Palafox, huge game on that Azir.
Yeah, Palafox is Palafaker. I think Rich did pretty well in the dig game as well. But overall, this day, maybe a little more. Now, it wasn't more normal. Every day's been really weird. There's been so many weird, jumbled upsets in the LCS so far.
Yeah, and even that game for Golden Guardians that started us out, TSM was oddly close in that one. They were both 3-2 at the start of that.
Yeah.
It was like a game that they could have won very easily. They were playing well. So just things are up in the air from expectations other than a couple things like C9 are good. I think that's the most normal thing. Golden Guardians at 4-2 now, also good. Let's go ahead and pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the week. What stands out? I didn't look at this before. What do we got?
El Contracto with the jungle pathing to get level 6 before 7 minutes.
Turtle with the fast cheese kill in bot lane. That's pretty good.
I'd say Huhi with the great harassment in the support position. And Insanity. And Insanity just smurfing it on Graves. That must be a Graves mythic item because that feels like all he played.
Yeah, lethality item where you get 2 pretty quick. You push a lot on Graves. Makes sense that he's slamming that one. But he has been playing great. Speaking of TSM playing well. The case for Insanity to continue to start grows stronger and stronger. A reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper in Fantasy LCS. You can now earn bonus points each week for correctly predicting the fastest performers. Congrats to those of you who claimed that reward this week. That brings us to drumroll. Player of the week for this week, presented by MasterCard, is Armeo.
That is
a good scoreline.
It's like you woke up from a coma and you didn't understand what's happening with the world. This dude hasn't been in the LCS in 3 years. And in his second week, he wins Player of the Week. That's amazing.
He's popping off. 10-kill Viego game was absolutely insane. Working together with Jojopin, we're talking about the stats at the top of the day. Super high mid-jungle, 2v2, Prio, and there's a reason for it. They work so well together.
As a fellow jungler of days gone by, it's very good to play around your good guy. He's found the good guy on his team. His name is JoJo, and he just goes there. And they're like, you know what? We just get to win these 2v2s now. It's really fun.
You listen to the comms, too. He's going for the old juice him up strategy. Oh, yeah, JoJo, you're so much better than this guy. You're going to take him down. But he himself has actually been playing well, this time not just on supporter champions, but you saw the Nocturne, you saw the Viego. High kills in the early game as well. 8 kills and assists at 15 across the week. That's almost 3 per game. That's a very good number.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following this guy for his whole career, and he hasn't found the most success, right? Originally Grig, he was this super hyped. I'm going to talk about this next week as well, but I have a soft spot in my heart for him.
Hey, you got time.
Yeah,
all right?
Listen.
We don't all have time to go home on a Friday, Jay. You got time.
I'll talk about it next week.
Kidding.
Super hyped. Jungle prospect for TSM back in the day. Had to play with Bjergsen immediately. Was actually more of a carry player, but immediately when you play with Bjergsen, you have to always dictate to the elder on the team. And I feel like that's the position he would get put in again and again and again and again. But he had these 2 years on Team Liquid Academy where he was really enabled to be the player that he wants to be, which is a little bit more like Canyon. Honestly, he needs to be really greedy. He's really good at jungle pathing. It plays into the things he's really good at in solo queue. And now on this EG team of everyone trying to prove things, it does look like he's finally in a position to succeed. But at the same time, when I said FlyQuest has only been playing for 2 weeks, this is literally only 2 weeks. So it could still all go wrong, and I hope he stays motivated.
Yeah, I hope he stays looking good. Revenge as well has taken on like the Scion for topside, which does enable some of these more aggressive junglers. The whole team looking really good, which is why when we bring up the standings, you're going to see them tied for first with Cloud9. 5-1 for both those teams. 2 teams tied at third with Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. A couple teams. Oh, wait, it's 2 all the way. Oh. No one at 0.
FlyQuest is 2 games out of second last?
I was like, oh, look at this.
This is a disaster.
I was like, there's ties in every position. Then you get to 7. It's actually a 3-way tie at 2 and 4. And then FlyQuest is just still looking to pick up their first win. We'll see if they can maybe do it. What's their schedule look like next week? We got some easy games for FlyQuest, please.
Let's find out.
Let's give them some 2 and 4 opponents.
You know what? They're only going to play teams with better records. So it's going to be tough.
That's the struggle, man. Every week it's just an unbalanced
Someone's
matchup.
better than us.
They're playing better teams than them. Let's go ahead and look at that next week's schedule. They got Team Liquid, NRG, and Immortals. Obviously, Team Liquid's looking pretty good, but not unbeatable. Hopefully, we can see FlyQuest bounce back next week.
Team Liquid's on a 2-game losing streak.
True. Frauds, as JoJo said. JoJo called them fraudulent. What's the most hype matchup left? It has to be TLC9's a good one on Thursday.
TLC9 is actually a little less hype because of losses. We were kind of thinking they might be 7-0 before that game. I'm loving the C9 week on Thursday, Friday. I think that's going to be the big banger matchups for current top of the LCS after the first round robin.
Even Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians is another good one to continue that kind of top half of the LCS standings.
First 2 on Friday are good.
Raz is creeping behind the thing, and I don't like that.
Oh no, it's a jump scare.
Yeah.
He actually would have got me. I'm over here with you. Let's finish the day.
Oh, they ruined my troll. Anyways, that's gonna do it for us here. We'll be back next Wednesday at 5 p.m. next Wednesday Eastern Pacific, Wednesday. That's gonna do it for us
I'm
here.
guarding you.
But
Don't
we're gonna
worry.
head over to EG's Twitch channel for their Queer Women of Esports Pride show match. We'll see you guys then.
Brass.
Just so anyone want a 1v1?
Oh, God. There it is. My ears are bleeding already.
Says.
No.
Gragas TP somewhere.
AD?
Nice, Trevor.
We can fight. Yeah.
Dead, guys. Grapes. Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
I go.
Gragas. Oh, no flash. You got it. Pentakill! Let's go, Trevor.
Oh, Chime, you better give it on over, buddy! Stixie wrapping it up with a pentakill! Out of stasis, the resurrection coming on through for Solo, but he's in the center of a lot of red. A good charm up in the double kill from Quid finishes off Treats. Balulu, last man standing for IMT, and Quid, with everybody else, collapses upon him. Your own turret can't keep you alive. It's the ace from 100 Thieves.
Summit's ready. He's got that Narbar. He can go over the wall if he wants to go. Jojo jumps in for the Everfrost. Revenge gonna tank a whole lot of damage here with the start. His core's about to drop. Bioshik dies before the Lamb's Respite again. He can't press R, and Team Liquid is gone. Evil Geniuses just killed all 5 of them and didn't waste any time doing it. They're gonna keep looking for more. Rich, he popped the cleanse with the dredge lines ready to follow. Rich wants to fire back a little bit further now, and Vulcan's gonna die. So is Impact, so is Pring. Dignitas going in, but Centauran won't be able to get any more. The Sun Disc keeps him protected as Tomo's ready for the chase. He's got red, he's got purple, he's gonna mow him down. Double kill back over to Aphelios, and the completed ace for Dig. So now, for the first time ever on the caster desk for the LCS, we brought Emily.
Not at all terrified. Let's
No,
go.
this is gonna be badass, man. He drops the Infernal ulti. Oh, Dokla gets a kill on M&S, but he's killed right back. It's a 1-for-1. But NRG's ready to jump back into Berserker's already down. Fudge with a slicing maelstrom on top of everybody. He's still got Sven, but that's about it. Knock, knock, it's FBI. They might have avoided that, but Contracts is still pushing. It's one cat against the world, and they do not care. Run away, Yumi. Your hubris has been punished, and for the first time in summer, Cloud9 will fall, and NRG are the ones to knock them down.